The back seat. Check the back seat. All right, come here. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Josh.
Yo.
Nick.
Yo.
Michael Severe.
Honor.
What's up?
He's back, folks.
Look at this.
I was just here yesterday.
Why don't we get Kevin in here? Because then the show would finally be good again.
It would be good again.
I miss when unsportsmanlike conduct
You
was
guys
good.
are so funny.
Don't we all?
You're so funny.
Michael, how many times a
We
week do
still hear
people
it.
tweet at you and say, like, could you come back? We miss you.
You'd
People
be
still say
surprised
that?
how many people stop me in different places
Yeah.
and tell me certain things. And I always go, I'm friends with most of them, right?
I
they
like
go,
them.
Yeah. I go, so don't say things like that about people who I consider to be my friends.
How did you feel about our rendition of 21 on the radio? Was it better
Oh,
than
It-
yours?
my
I
God.
was fairly irate, mainly because so I believe in three things.
Why would you do such a thing?
I believe in three things in life, okay?
Fried chicken?
I believe in getting up early.
Yeah, you
Right?
do. Yeah.
I believe in now going to bed early
Well, you got
and research. So if I'm going to play a game that I've never played before,
Michael does love prep.
I would probably prep for it and learn how to play the game.
Wasn't it kind of funny, though, that we didn't
No,
know
it
what
was
we were
not
doing?
funny.
Think about
You're
how
grown men
you,
who
Michael.
don't know how to play 21.
I know.
think about how
21.
I can
it
play the
was funny,
basketball
though.
version of 21.
Dude, we're not talking about playing spades. We're not talking about playing.
I don't know any of those games.
You know how to play spades?
No.
Queens?
No.
Hearts.
You're just going to name all the things?
I'm trying to find one that you
Kings?
played before.
Okay, yeah.
You never played any card games?
Go fish.
You've been to Vegas, right?
Bridge?
You didn't
I'm
play
not-
blackjack in Vegas?
No, it's it's
I
intimidating.
tried, Michael.
Why
I
wouldn't you play
tried.
blackjack in Vegas?
I like
It's
craps. I'm a craps man.
I told him, I go,
Pretty good odds playing blackjack if you know what you're doing.
I know. Well, I don't, though, but I know
But
what I'm
you
doing
it is?
with craps.
Google.
Google!
They have a book.
Michael, I told him, it
How
was
to
like
count
10 o'clock
cards?
in the morning.
It's called
I was
Hoyle.
like, let's all sit down.
Yeah.
And let's, like, the table's empty and there's no pressure whatsoever.
Right,
Whatever.
right.
No, they won't do it.
They wouldn't do it.
I
We'll do
did
it.
it. I was there. I was with you. I played a couple hands.
Yeah, at the weird place.
And then I
that
not
was
the
2
weird.
years ago.
No,
Yeah.
I
No, that
was
actually
with you
one,
this
It was not even a year ago. It does
Pepper,
feel like it was 2
I
years
played
ago.
with you this last trip. I was sitting right next to you.
Oh, how'd it go?
I lost. I said I played a couple hands.
I've never played craps that didn't involve me being on one knee and a wall. I don't know what it's like to stand at a table where there's actually somebody that's keeping track of what's happening outside the people who are throwing the dice.
Nice.
It's a great
So,
time.
That's the only craps I know. I don't know if the rules are the same or not. You got to make point.
I think they're
Okay,
I think
they're
they're
the
a
same.
little
Okay.
different.
Probably a little different.
Yeah.
I've
Well, you know
never
what
played
21
street
rules
craps.
are? You try to get to 21.
Yeah, but I told Happer, I don't know when to hit or when not to hit, and I don't want
Oh,
to
you mean
ruin
like
the
staying on the 17
Yeah, I don't
thing.
want to ruin
Hold
the
on.
deck.
definitely
So you
didn't
never
know how to
also
deal.
never watched Prices Right?
No.
Oh my
I mean,
god!
I've watched it, but I've never I don't really care.
He's never watched.
You didn't
it.
know how to deal. And
That was funny. The
Yeah.
dealing part was funny.
Yeah.
And the cards were horrible. We couldn't see them.
Thank you,
that's
Mike.
They
Nick's-
were
that's
good.
Nick's
We,
They
fault.
were
couldn't,
not
we couldn't
good.
see the cards though. You're putting it on TV, and we can't see the cards.
Yeah,
Well,
that
I
was
was
Nick's
sure
fault.
it
Nick
was
was
the
like,
camera
look, they're
angle issue.
cool.
It was
They're
not the camera. It was
cool.
not
these
the
are all
camera
valid
angle.
complaints.
Yeah, those
Yeah.
were not cool cards. We
So
should have
you
had
do know
normal
what blackjack is now, right?
He got him at the Bones Festival.
Again,
no,
I know-
I didn't get those at the
I know-
Bones Festival.
I
I
know-
got those
Festival?
online.
I somewhat know the rules. Again, I just don't know
the
all
blackjack
the
part
rules.
is all I care about. You know what blackjack is, right?
Damn it, Josh.
You know what blackjack
don't just
is,
yell
right?
blackjack.
It's when it's 21.
And then you yell blackjack.
What,
No,
you get
you-
dealt it, you turn it over, it's
Yeah.
a face card and ace. That's blackjack.
That's the
Yeah.
only thing that's blackjack.
That's the only thing that's blackjack.
Okay.
Getting to 21 means you've gotten to 21.
Oh,
Doesn't
okay.
mean that necessarily blackjack.
Yeah. And you could win even if you don't get to 21.
So is it
That is
also
very
upsetting
true.
that I don't know any of the rules of poker, and I played
No,
poker
so
one time?
poker, I have a problem
Poker
with
is
only because
intimidating.
I'm shocked because so many people play it online over
Yeah.
the years.
Oh yeah,
They were televised. Those were fun to
I know.
watch on
They
ESPN.
It was great.
So that's
TV.
how I learned how to play poker, watching it on ESPN.
I learned how to play poker recently through this It's this game called Balatro where it's like poker but on steroids and not quite.
Hmm.
But it uses the
Don't
same.
know what that is.
It's like Baccarat.
I don't know what Baccarat is.
Okay.
But it uses the same hands.
I'm learning.
You ever
I'm
watch
learning Baccarat.
007? You ever watch any of those movies?
A few of them.
Okay, he's playing that usually in the movie.
But this game that I played, it uses poker hands.
Okay.
Not necessarily in the same ways.
You
But
don't. Is it five? Is it five
yeah,
cards?
it's five.
Okay.
Five cards. So
I mean,
I
You have a
understand
river
the
and all
hands
that
now.
stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in the process of prepping, Michael, to play Baccarat. I'm going to play Baccarat.
There you
one
go.
day.
Prep.
Yeah. I'm
There you
prepping.
go. Prep is
Yes.
good.
Yes.
Hey, I do like prep.
Prep is good.
Josh
prep for the
preps
game.
for other things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
like-
the show and
but-
for the
but-
game I'm calling tomorrow.
You
Not the
knew-
game you're dealing.
Not the game that I was dealing.
You
That's-
knew that you were going to play this because I heard you guys making fun
Mhm.
of, I believe it was me and Kevin.
No, we didn't make fun. I love that you guys did that.
No,
I think
he
it's
was
hilarious.
he said we didn't know how to do it back then.
Oh, yeah,
it
yeah,
was
yeah.
our
That was-
fault.
that was
we,
John.
We were cheating.
the
and
show
all
was
those
better.
things.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, he said all those things, and then you guys proceed to like not know any of the rules.
Oops.
I just didn't get it. It felt bad.
That was part of the bit, though.
I don't believe that was actually in.
Part of the charm.
I believe, I'm not mistaken, a bit is usually planned.
Yeah.
You fell into that bit.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now it's funny. In hindsight, it's very funny.
It
that
was
we screwed up.
entertaining, Michael.
Was it funny or did it make you angry? Connor,
I was
with the-
angry.
Thank
Well,
you. I thought
Happer
so.
was livid.
You
I
should have
can-
seen Josh's text.
I'm not allowed to read the text that he sent me, mainly because privacy laws, but also lots of profanities
Mhm.
in all caps.
Mhm.
There you go. Look at all those words. Look at all those.
No,
No. Double down.
I
There's
was
the
trying
F
to
word.
fix it as quick
Yeah.
as I possibly could.
That is funny.
GD. I'm so
That's
triggered.
funny. Were you typing or were you saying stuff into the phone?
I was typing.
Mm.
Yeah, I shouldn't have been typing.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It was funny. It made me laugh. John texts in. He says, I thought Michael didn't like anyone. I think going back to the beginning of the conversation.
John Bishop?
When
Oh, by
people-
having friends with
by
people?
having friends. Yeah.
That's why I said some of the people.
yeah.
I distinctly stopped and said,
Yeah.
I'm friends with some of those people.
Don't say that about Josh. If you want to talk about John, feel free to keep saying those things. That's
Yes,
probably
I
what
am
you said.
friends with some of those people.
Yeah, for sure.
And so when people say bad things about you guys, I said that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I also
about some
defend
of us.
I also defend Nick.
Oh, thank you.
Wow.
I said it's not his fault. They didn't teach young people how to read. So that was not his fault.
I
That's how I
learned-
defend him.
I learned on Boxcar Children.
You did?
Did you guys have Riff growing up?
Rift.
I told my son about Riff the other day because he was telling me something that I read incorrectly, and I go, dude, I had Riff. You have like AI that gives you the wrong answer. So
all the time.
Riff is reading is fundamental. They used to come to our neighborhoods with a truck and they'd have books and they'd hand them out to the kids. And then they had these specials on ABC for reading is fundamental where they would read to us. They'd have celebrity. You guys didn't have Riff?
I never had that.
Okay,
No.
so that's what I had growing up. Reading is fundamental.
I grew up in the middle of nowhere. We had fun with
You had
Dick and
TV
Jane.
though, right?
Nick, it's always your excuse for everything.
It's because it's a valid excuse.
It's an excuse, but then he uses it as a positive as well. He can't just be like, I'm an idiot.
There
Just
could
say
be
you're an
There
idiot.
could be two sides of the coin.
I'm just not able to
I've met
read.
smart people from small towns.
And I'm one of them. You're welcome. Hello.
It is
Now
wild,
you're
Nick, that
saying you are smart.
Actually,
You're not
a lot
very good
of-
at reading, but you got into radio, which requires a lot of reading.
I'm just saying
But you couldn't have seen that coming. Though.
we weren't gonna have trucks driving around giving books to
I get
kids
that,
in my
I get
town.
that.
at
What about the
1,500
teachers,
people.
though? I
they
didn't have
did-
riff.
We
did
had
go to-
scholastic book fairs and we got read. The teachers would read to us.
They
but
did
we
go to
didn't have
small
anything like
towns. That was one of the big things about Riff. At the time when I was little, I was living in Whitehall, Pennsylvania. Not much smaller than that. It's a suburb of College Station. I mean, a College Station of State College. So
Which
it's
is
a pretty
small.
small
Which is
town,
small.
which is small, and then the suburb is even smaller.
They
came
didn't
to our
make
town.
demanding.
It was back east though. They treat us
Well,
better back.
I
east.
didn't have this thing when I was growing up, and
They
neither
treat
did
us
happen.
better back east.
It was growing up back east. The schools were better than when I went to the South. When I got to New Orleans, I was 4 or 5 grades ahead. I'm not joking. I
That's
was
awesome.
And
way
he was
ahead.
in second grade.
I was only in 5th grade. I was in 5th grade. I was like, you guys read like first graders? What the hell?
That's awesome.
And then I had to learn the whole different language.
Oh, yeah. with
So like,
accents.
you know what this is called here? This thing right here. Say it opened. What would it be called?
The window.
No, it's a window. I had to learn a new language when I got to New Orleans. It wasn't very easy.
Well, on the East Coast, they call it the winder, right?
The winder. Yes, the winder. Yeah,
Winder.
that's right. Winder.
I remember the first time I went to the South. I was in Arkansas.
That's the South,
right?
boy.
Okay.
Heck yeah, it is.
And so I was in Fayetteville to go to an Arkansas Texas A&M football game.
Yeah.
And this guy was speaking, and my friend goes, "I'll be honest, I don't understand a word you just said."
Were
And I
you
couldn't.
Were you in Fayetteville or were you in Little Rock?
We were in Fayetteville, is where the campus. Like,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. We were in.
Okay,
Fayetteville.
all right,
Yeah.
yes.
We
That's
saw
good.
Johnny Manziel play.
My
and it
one
was-
trip to
wow.
Fayetteville, I came
Worst
away
tailgate.
thinking, I don't think this is that South. I don't
It
think
is.
really?
It's very South.
It didn't seem that South
So
to me.
you went to the campus, right?
Yes.
Right when you're coming up the hill and you turn onto the main drag.
Yes.
Have you ever seen that many fast food places in one place at one time?
There were a lot of them.
There's 75
Signs
of
and
them.
Signs
Yeah.
and
I count them
signs.
from the beginning of campus to
Yep.
the interstate. There's Whataburger. There's
Whataburger's right at the end by the interstate.
Exactly.
I
love
had
Whataburger.
many. What do they call this? The
What
honey
chicken?
butter chicken biscuits.
What a chicken? Oh yeah,
Honey butter
biscuits,
chicken
yeah.
biscuits
That was
in
very
the
good.
morning.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Michael, you know when I just realized, when I went there, that
What?
was the time where I got bullied into buying flowers for somebody and sending them to her as she was out of town.
That's a great idea.
Yeah. It
was a great idea at the time.
Unreal idea.
She's married with 2 kids now.
I know,
Giving you-
yeah. They moved back to Nebraska.
I know.
think. I follow her on
I
Instagram.
follow her as well.
Yeah, seems like she's doing well.
Congrats.
Talking about not being able to understand people. My great grandfather,
Fayetteville.
we called him granddaddy.
Okay.
He was. It's just what it was, granddaddy, Josh. Don't
Yeah,
laugh
no, I'm
about
laughing at him.
What is it, Grandpapa?
Yeah.
Grandpapa?
We called ours Daddy. So go ahead.
Granddaddy was a sailor in World War II.
Okay.
He was right outside of Okinawa.
Mhm.
And then after he came back, he decided to hunt gator in the bayou. He
Okay.
was so Cajun. The only words
Right.
I could ever understand him say was shrimp bowl.
Shrimp bowl.
Yeah.
Got it.
Like a bowl of shrimp.
bowl.
Boil.
Yeah.
It's a boil, a shrimp boil.
So
Oh, shrimp boil.
Okay. They do not say boil correctly.
No.
They do not say
Boil.
boil. Burl.
Bowl.
They say
Like,
boil down there.
His name was
Yeah.
also Buford, which is the most Cajun
T.
name
Justice. Right? That's awesome. You guys
Uh,
know who Buford T. Justice
Oh, I thought you were
is?
talking about Travis.
Do you know who Buford T. Justice is?
Nope.
Mike, you can't do this. You can't always just
I'm
be mad
right,
at people
Michael.
for being young.
Well, it's not. Okay. See, that's wrong. Because when I was young, I knew about things that happened in the 50s.
Is that from a TV show?
It's from a famous movie called Smokey and the Bandit.
Never saw.
ever. Oh, that's what I recognized it, but I couldn't figure out where from.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
Yeah.
I
Well,
like Smokey
I'm
and the
shocked because you guys
I've
have
never
never
seen
done
it.
Smokey and the Bandit?
No.
That's
No.
John's favorite movie.
Is it? Well, he should pick it.
And you
sometime.
guys, he never picked. I
I'm
figured he picked it.
surprised.
That's his favorite movie.
It's a great movie.
It's an
I
outstanding.
thought The Running Man was. his
We
favorite
watched
movie.
it. No, we watched it. That's
That's a bit.
a bit they
Oh.
have.
Yeah.
I watched it with my kids just to give them, and they loved it. Matter
Yeah?
of fact, they wanted to watch part 2, and I'm like, no,
No.
don't watch
Only an hour
part 2.
36. That's not very long.
It's very fast.
it's a
very quick.
fantastic
It's a
movie.
hilarious. And then for the
It's not
next
available for free
20
right now.
years after the movie, every time Burt Reynolds would do an event someplace, he would show up as Buford T. Justice, and he would harass him.
He has a
Incredible.
cowboy-like hat on in that
Mhm.
movie. I've
Yep.
seen like a
Yep.
picture of it
And
before.
he's got his son who's very dumb.
Okay.
There's Sally Field, who had a huge crush on when I was 7.
Oh, I love Sally.
yeah,
The-
she was,
The Trans
she had a
Am.
rump. Huh?
The Trans Am.
I don't know about all that, but the car I didn't care about. The rump I cared about.
Nice.
Well, I like the car.
The car probably was nice.
Back in the day when dudes would talk about butts on the radio.
Michael made his career off of doing that.
I did talk a lot about butts.
Go to the Unsportsmanlike
And
Iconic
rumps.
Facebook page.
And
It's
rumps.
all over there still.
It's still back there.
Nobody
yeah.
has access to it
I
anymore.
know it's still there. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you know, we
Babe
don't
of
have
the day.
access to as well. We don't have Bigger Overreactions Twitter account anymore. I tried to get it
Gone.
back.
Who
and it's
had it?
just got well.
It's impossible to get anything back. I've tried that. Yeah, I had
It's-
to do that.
I am fairly confident that it is in Bam's email. It is his email that
Who
has
is
access.
Bam?
Yeah, see,
So
he
Bra-
has 100 people ago.
Why don't you send him a note? You know Bam?
Yeah.
You have his number?
Probably.
I have his number.
I just don't know for sure if it's in his email.
Oh, okay.
Because it is to the Bigger Overreaction email, which I don't have access to.
Gotcha.
Which I think would then lead back to Bam.
Oh, I spent about 6 months between Facebook and Twitter trying to get the Jet Award accounts.
How'd that go?
So no, this
Yeah.
never happened. I started new ones.
Elon's in the government now, Michael.
I
He's
started
busy.
new ones.
He's got too many things
This
going
is way
on.
before he got in the government. I
Oh,
believe.
okay.
Yeah.
Well,
This is well
he's
before
busy.
that.
He's making
He
cars.
is busy now.
He's a very busy guy.
I
He's
had a whole
cutting
chicken
jobs.
thigh during the radio segment.
Yeah, they're very good.
It was awesome.
Yeah,
It's
shout
still-
out-
Very good
this
chicken.
is a really good piece of chicken.
Yeah,
I love
shout out to
super ricotta.
Pedro.
Thank you, Pedro.
Pedro
Pedro
brought
rules.
us CDs, rice.
Oh, he brought
and
me
fr-
CDs.
He brought
What
heifer
are the
CDs.
CDs? Let's see the CDs.
Okay.
Let's
Fried
CDs.
chicken.
I got a text that says, Michael, they don't know Buford T. The kids are killing us.
Is that Kugler?
No, no.
Because he does listen to the show.
It's not Kugler.
Is it
All right, Happer, what do we
somebody
got?
that I know?
You may know him. He used to work
Okay.
for the paper.
Okay.
CDs.
I don't know everybody who works for the paper.
His kid was a baller. Or is a baller.
Is a baller.
Rockabye Baby.
Oh,
Lullaby renditions of the Beatles.
I called it.
That's
Nice.
my favorite band. Michael loves the Beatles. He always talks about how much he loves the Beatles.
I
there
do
is
not
a
like
note
the Beatles.
about the CDs.
I like Beatles, but not the Beatles.
You like Beatles.
I love Beatles. They're
You
good
prefer
fried.
Michelle?
Beatles to the
Delicious
Beatles?
fried.
He likes Michelle
What
Beatle
kind
more
of
than
Beatles?
the Beatles.
Or just any Beetle? Does it have to be a specific type of Beetle?
Definitely not the Goliath beetle, which I've never eaten. But the little beetles, they sell them at the insectorium there in New Orleans.
By the way, before Happer reads the note, Dwayne says that I would hate Smokey and the Bandit.
No,
I
you
hate
wouldn't.
it?
I don't think
you
so.
would like it.
Why
It's,
would I
it's,
hate it?
it's a straight 70s comedy.
Okay.
So all of those comedies are basically the same. They all have the
Okay.
same premises.
Yeah, I like some of the
It's a great
70s
movie.
comedies.
it is.
Okay.
It's very funny.
Okay, so the first CD that I just explained to you, the one with the Beatles,
Yeah.
was described by Pedro as
a CD that will influence my daughter to be like Josh Peterson.
Oh.
Yeah, because I'm a fan of the Beatles.
Okay. The second CD, which is called Rockabye Baby Lullaby Renditions of the Rolling Stones.
Hey, all right, that's a good band. Good.
Will
Nice.
probably
Overrated.
make
With-
her
with
more
different
rebellious,
sounding songs.
like Josh Odson or Nick.
I love the Stones.
I'm a Stones fan.
Okay.
I'm a
And
Stonehead.
finally, the third one is Rockabye Baby Lullaby Renditions of Kanye West.
Oh no!
I can't
That's
relate to that at all.
problematic.
CD will help her navigate the new MAGA world.
That's funny. So
Pedro.
Thank you, Pedro.
So that's how. Why do you guys say MAGA?
I don't know.
It's
I don't
MAGA,
know.
right?
I don't know.
John and I have discussed this before. We say MAGA. Well, that's
MAGA
how I
is a
just,
funnier way
John,
to say it.
that's why John says it. He thinks it sounds funnier
okay.
and dumber.
But he
John
supports
always
it.
says, like John always
He
emphasizes
hates it, Michael. He doesn't like
I've listened to
anything
the show.
they stand
He loves
for.
it. My 15-year-old went to school at Central and asked a bunch of people how they say it,
Oh no.
so we could see which way to say it.
Wow, that is hilarious.
I know, and the general consensus was MAGA.
Yeah.
You don't want to be caught like that guy in Inglourious Bastards who said 3 wrong.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You want to do 3. It's a way to do 3.
Been wanting
Yeah.
to rewatch
Is
that.
that
Sign
like-
language is different.
It's funnier to say
MAGA.
MAGA.
That's why. Okay, got it.
MAGA.
Okay, got
Yeah.
it. Got it.
Yeah,
Get it.
Exactly.
I never. I guess I've said MAGA mostly.
That's what I hear when I listen to the shows.
You hop in the car and you're like, what's going on?
I'm like,
with
what
these
is
guys?
happening to this word?
Happer's gotten really political over the last few minutes. He says
MAGA.
MAGA now. Michael, an email coming in from Bill. This crossover is amazing. It's like Michael is the OG out talking to the young bucks on life, blackjack, craps reading, etc. Reminds me of Lawrence Fishburne talking to all the young bucks on the street and boys
Thank
in
you,
the
Michael.
hood.
Boys in the hood.
LOL.
Thank you, Michael.
a
Please
great
inform
scene.
us. Please
Do not
teach us.
join the army. That's what he says. I don't agree with that at all, but
Do they
that's what
pay
he
for
said.
your college? If I were to join the army tomorrow, would they pay off all my college debt?
Aren't you over 35?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They don't
sorry.
want you.
You're
Too
out,
old
buddy.
now?
Yeah.
My eyes are fixed though.
You're not a
Yeah.
young spry
So you
boy
can
anymore.
still join, but there's
they're
a
not gonna pay
preference
off
for under
my-
35.
Yeah.
No. Once you get in, and you're talking about being regular army,
Sure.
after you're in for, I believe it's 2 years, that's when the GI Bill starts.
And so they just pay it all off immediately like that?
No, I don't know how it works for retro. I don't know how that works.
all
You
right.
no, see, if you already got your degree, you'd have to go to OCS,
I don't know what these words mean.
Officer Training Candidate School.
Okay.
So you'd have to go do that. You wouldn't be just joining as a grunt like myself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All
it'd be
right.
different.
I just thought
You'd be an
people-
officer.
And the army would definitely see that you're only joining the army to get your college paid off.
and to
most
serve
of
my
us did.
country.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
but
Most of us did
And
it,
most
yeah.
of them did.
I don't know.
Most did.
Elon controls the finances now, so maybe not.
Maybe
Maybe not even that.
No, we're not cutting the finances of the military.
Are you sure?
Yeah, Nick,
no,
they'll probably
no,
add
we're cutting
to
a lot
it.
of things. We're not cutting that.
Well,
That's-
maybe
that's
those
going up.
finances.
That's
Maybe
going
that
up.
part.
It's going up.
It's going up.
up.
And in fact, we're going to have a
More
shortage, by
bombs.
the way. We're going to have a short. We already have a shortage now. The shortage is really going to get short, and they start kicking people out. I don't think you guys don't know, man. Just telling y'all. Y'all don't
Please
know.
tell us.
Y'all don't know, man.
Wow.
So
We
our
don't know.
country is either Belize or no, go ahead.
Dwayne talking about MAGA says it's supposed to rhyme with reggae.
Really?
May
Because it's so much like it. Yeah,
May
that's right.
gay?
I agree. It's so much like it.
Mm.
I'm doing this thing tomorrow morning. I do a little food segment on Wednesdays. And one
Michael's
of the
video?
things is about hidden gems. And one of them is a Caribbean joint that I go to that actually has a reggae shop inside of it.
Oh, that's
Is that
fun.
the place on
Caribbean Delights?
72nd?
Yeah, off of Blonde, right before Blonde.
Yeah, I've been wanting to try that.
It's
place.
great. Do you like oxtails?
I've never had oxtails.
You'd love them.
Aprazines,
They're
more
really
fried
good.
You should do Supermercado.
I've been there. That's where I get my Amazon stuff picked
You
up
should
at.
do a video about it. That's what I'm saying.
I will do that. I will do that maybe 2 weeks. In 2
Perfect.
weeks. I'll do grocery stores that have great food.
There
Oh,
you
that's
go.
a fun. So who else has good food?
Oh, man. Have you guys been to Lucille's, which is in Sap
You told me about
Brothers?
this last time.
In Sap Brothers.
Oh, actually, yes.
No.
Actually, yes.
They have amazing wings and fried chicken.
No
They're,
way.
They're
No,
spicy
they legit
wings.
do.
If you like breaded wings, I
Oh,
like
yeah.
breaded
Oh,
wings.
yeah,
If you like breaded wings, they're the best breaded wings in town.
And do they sauce them then too, or is they just
No, it's just breaded.
Isn't that
and
the
they're
same?
spicy.
Isn't that the same chicken that's in that little Phillips 66 in Gretna when you go through there? Isn't it? I
don't
maybe
know.
that's like cracking.
I know what you're
crazy
talking
That's
about.
a
Yeah.
different one. Yeah.
That
So
one's
this
not
is-
bad either.
Lucille's is at the two Sap Brothers on
The
either
Sap
side.
Brothers, yeah.
One in Iowa and the one off 144th.
Not cracky.
McGee's?
No,
I've seen that one before. I know what you're talking about.
it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
But if you like breaded wings, great breaded wings.
Oh, I do like breaded wings.
Grocery stores. That
Me
have
too.
good
People don't
food.
do them very often, though. People don't do breaded wings.
That's a
very
great
often.
idea.
I like breaded wings
Thank
and
you very
sauce.
much. In 2 weeks, I will do that.
You got
Tomorrow is hidden gems.
Yeah,
Yeah, little places people don't know about to go eat.
it's
A
so
place
wild that
called
you got out of the business
Aspen.
and yet you're still in the business in a million different ways.
I do. If people ask me to do something, I do it.
You do like to.
And somebody asked me to do it every couple of weeks. Would you come on and do this? I said, sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's on my way to work. I'll do
Michael,
it.
what a great piece of advice for the kids. This is what I always tell people. Just say yes.
Well, there's that
Just
liner.
do stuff.
There's that liner where Mike Schaefer mentions you, and it's like, if somebody had an idea, Happer would always volunteer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I
You
love
still-
saying yes to things.
You do like
Yeah,
That's
that's
why I
always
found
what-
myself having 40 jobs.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That-
exactly. Same.
yeah,
I
not
understand
because
that
you need to
completely.
pay bills, but yeah.
No, definitely not that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Because I just say yes. I can't say no.
I do
Because
like-
so many people helped me. So many people came on our shows. They didn't have to come on.
That's true.
So many people did so many things for me. Why wouldn't I say yes when somebody asked me to do something?
100%.
That's true.
Giving back.
Do you like giving back?
Or if somebody thinks, hey, I think you'd be good for this, who am I to disappoint them and saying, actually, I'm not good for this?
Did
That's
you
so
never
true.
know? When I go speak
never
to
know.
high schools, I always tell the same story. I tell a bunch of stories, but this particular story. I had been working in Monroe for about a year, Monroe, Louisiana, right?
Louisiana.
And there was a job open back in New Orleans at WDSU to be the fourth sports guy, which means all you do pretty much is shoot.
Mhm.
Occasionally you fill in and you do some anchoring, but it's rare, right? Holidays, Mardi Gras, Christmas. And so I was like, I like it here. I don't want to go back to New Orleans. I'm not going to do it. Well, a guy who I was an intern with a few years back in New Orleans took the job. Several years later, he was on ESPN.
Wow.
So I tell kids, even if you don't feel that you're necessarily qualified for it, or maybe you don't think it fits you, take the chance.
Yep.
Take the opportunity, because you could be on ESPN.
Wow.
Or you'll find something that you actually enjoy doing more than your current what you're doing.
Yeah,
You
that's
know?
right. Exactly.
Well, I remember when I first
Stan
got-
Barrett, by the way, was the guy.
I was wondering who it was.
Stan Barrett.
Yeah. I
Stan
remember
and I were interns back in New Orleans.
when I first got the producer job, I asked my dad, I was like, should I do this? It's like, because I want to be on the air. And he was like, well, do you really like the job? And I was like, yeah.
Well,
You should do it then.
well,
And
exactly.
now look at it. I'm
I mean,
on the other
just
side
do
of
it.
this table.
That's
Especially
basically
when
what
you're that
happened.
age. Especially when you're your ages.
Yeah, exactly.
When you're that age, just do anything.
Just do it.
That's
Go.
basically what happened with me. I wanted to focus more on the FM side of things, and this job opened up. I'm like, yeah.
And now you
Yeah.
learned where the cooler side of radio is.
Sport.
Now I'm a sports guy.
You
You are a
talk
sports
more
guy.
on this show than you would if you had an FM radio shift.
Oh, way more.
And
You
you're the
watch
producer.
Tons more sports than I do now.
Yeah, that's true.
So much more than I
I
watch.
do like.
You
baseball.
watch that baseball thing?
I love that baseball thing.
I mean, I don't. What is it
Michael
that
quit
is?
baseball.
I quit
I
baseball
turned it
2
on
years ago.
for you, Nick. Look at that. It's Game 7 of the 2016 World
Yeah,
Series.
John was right here right now. He'd be dead.
Yeah, if Schaefer was here right now, he would hate us.
Yeah.
I
that's
was
true.
pulling. So another thing that I have, this is me. I pull for people I know whose teams haven't won championships. I pull for them.
Oh,
So
thank
I-
you, Michael.
So I was pulling for the Bills. I wanted to see Schick, and I wanted to see. No, I was so into this series, not because I don't dislike the Indians or I like the Cubs. I just wanted to see Kevin and John's teams win.
Yeah.
And I was pulling harder for them than I might have put for the Mets in '86. I mean, I was really into this series because of that. I remember that was crazy.
But what about Schaefer? Weren't you rooting for
Well, I
Schaefer?
didn't know. I don't think I knew Schaefer. Did I know Schaefer in '16?
Probably.
Did I? I probably didn't know what team he followed.
Yeah,
Maybe.
you probably knew.
You think?
He makes it pretty public.
Yeah, you probably.
Oh, he was an Indians. He's an Indians fan.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot that. No, I don't remember knowing Schaefer back then.
You knew Schaefer in 2016. It's only 9
That was
years
9
ago.
years ago.
That's
Have I
not
known
that
Schaefer
long
that
ago.
You would have
long?
had probably had him as a regular on your
Oh my
radio show.
God.
at the
No, we
time.
didn't. We never.
Yeah, you didn't have
No,
him
I didn't.
on?
I never had him as regular.
Really?
And in '16, I would have been at the paper.
Yeah, you would
I didn't
him
have
on
Schaefer as a
Line.
regular guest on the
Really?
paper. No, mostly I had the paper people.
That's true. You
Yeah.
did like the paper people.
That's what my job was.
Dunder
To
Mifflin?
promote the paper people.
Yeah, talk about the paper.
Yeah, so I had Sam on, and I had Dick. Not Dick.
Dirk.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't have Dick on.
That's what people called him.
They did. A lot of people called him that. They called it. You know, I was looking back through my blocked Twitter pages,
Oh no.
and there's at least 6 fake or faux
I know.
Dirk pages.
I know.
so
There's
bad.
a lot of dirt.
I'm like, why is there so many fake?
And the
Dirk
thing about this,
pages.
there's no reason to block them because they're gone. They
I
don't-
know.
They don't tweet anymore.
I blocked them way back then. Yeah, they're gone now. And there was about probably 5 or 6 for Mike Riley.
Oh yeah.
Remember they kept
Yeah,
trying?
Oh yeah.
People
Right
kept
after
trying-
this is right after the Bow.
Yeah, right
Yeah.
after the boat thing. Everybody, so I blocked all those.
fake accounts.
Yeah.
Pelini.
What they liked is that those accounts were funny, not that they were fake.
Right. Faux Pelini was great. I remember the first time I got a hold of him on the phone. Turner, he was an attorney, and I guess he still is in
Chicago,
Chicago.
right?
And I got a hold of him on the phone, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll come on. Just called me Faux Pelini, and I had him on the radio. I think I was the first person in the market to have him on because I called him, and he came on. So
Yeah.
he was pretty cool.
I don't follow him anymore. Does he still do his bit?
He still does his bit
He's
a little
still-
bit.
he's
A little
still
bit.
there, yeah?
Occasionally he'll pop up when Bo does something or Carl got in trouble.
He always
like
says Carl.
got in a
Yeah.
fight on the like
Well,
the sidelines or something.
The one that he does the most now is like when somebody gets like 30,000 career points.
Yeah.
Oh my
In
God.
one
How did
game?
that happen?
Yeah.
One game.
one game.
Wow.
yeah.
Last tweet was he just started retweeting a bunch of stuff in January.
okay.
Doesn't look like he tweets very. Well, he's retweeting about DePaul basketball.
Well, he's in Chicago.
Yeah, I wonder if he forgot he was on the Faux Plini account there.
Maybe he's Blue Demon Degenerate.
Now,
Maybe he is.
is there actually a person who has that
Yeah.
handle? Really?
They were that account was tied up in the big thing of last year where
Oh, that
The
was that
big-
Providence.
the Big East,
Yeah.
and Providence, and then
Oh, I heard
And then
Fanta
Jeff-
talking about that.
Jeff Goodman
Yeah.
like reached out to him and said, "How do you look in orange?" or something like that, and that took off.
I remember
Right,
that.
I remember that.
Mike Stibbs commenting on our YouTube says,
Stibbs.
I bet I'm on that list. Is Stibbs on the blocked list?
Stibbs is blocked.
Block's not. Is he blocked?
I don't know.
think so.
He-
No,
he's
Stibbs is not
Severe
blocked.
and Stibbs should be handshake memeing all the days because
Why?
hate for the Chiefs.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
handshake.
I never really worked with Stibbs.
Yeah, you guys didn't
he
really
wasn't a
have-
guy that we didn't really cross paths much.
No, very sadly.
No, Let me see. Stibbs.
Michael and Stibbs could be best
No,
pals
I-
together.
I-
They
he's right
love
here,
hating
look.
the Chiefs.
There, yeah.
Yeah, he's right there.
Now he doesn't follow him, but he doesn't block him.
Oh, follow back. Sorry. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
there you go, Stibbs. We
I
just
didn't-
got Stibbs a new follower on
Here,
Twitter.
The problem with people like Stibbs is that so many people I know follow him.
Mhm.
I still see
You still
him.
see his stuff?
Yeah, I still see him.
in
So
the
it's
For
not like
You tab.
so you don't know if you follow a
yeah,
person.
that's true.
that happens sometimes.
Happened
Rice
with-
is pretty good.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only had one piece of chicken so far.
The chicken was delicious.
Yeah, it
chicken's
really
great.
was.
I endorsed that chicken.
Thank you, Pedro.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Pedro.
Pedro comes up to me at most Creighton basketball games
I've
these
never
days.
met Pedro
when he
in
approaches
person.
you, does he say, "Hey guys"? I like that bit.
It's such a great bit.
Hmm.
And no,
So he's a
Oh.
Jays fan?
yeah, he's a Jays guy.
Oh.
Charlie has texted in. I think you guys need a history lesson. Yesterday, when you were trying to figure out how many toilets were in the World Trade Center, you forgot there were 2 towers.
No, we didn't.
Evidently,
We said
people-
that.
We didn't.
We mentioned that there were 2 towers.
Yeah.
You know what's
Just
funny?
wanted-
There are 4 towers, actually.
Yeah,
Well, I
there's-
thought there were more. I
there's
thought
like
there were like
10.
7. Yeah.
Well, and around the world, but like right there in that area.
Oh,
Yeah, building 7,
Mhm.
there's
2,
a lot
1.
because
yeah,
that was a part of the
4.
stupid conspiracies, if I remember right.
A
What
lot of
happened to this
those.
building. Well, this building didn't fall down.
There's a lot of those. Well, they were much shorter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The,
They're much
a
shorter.
plane didn't hit.
There's
them.
actually a really good picture of one of the towers from, I think, building 7. And the guy is talking. He's on the caption was, "This building could fall because of the heat index on the steel." He explained it during the time in that morning.
No,
And
but jet fuel can't melt steel beams.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
Loose change.
It's one of the things that people say.
Aaron
it's
Rodgers.
actually in the. Don't even bring that up. That is just that guy.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
I can't believe you just did that.
I'm the
Good
worst.
for him.
Yeah.
And by the way, I would like to sign in. For whatever reason, it's going slowly.
Oh, you're good.
So-
I figured it was just going to happen.
That's why it
during the
hasn't. It's just
commercial.
going really slowly.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I did DM'd you the link, did I not? Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting to that point.
It's all good. Schaefer doesn't log in for like the first hour of the
Oh,
show.
really?
when He's here. Yeah.
Schaefer
Yeah.
takes it slow. He goes on Schaefer time.
He really doesn't care. He just
Schaefer
is like-
time. Now I know he's an Indians fan. I'm sorry I cheered. for
They're the Guardians.
Guardians
so I don't know
now,
if you saw this. They
Michael.
changed their name to the Guardians.
Why?
Woke
Well,
came for them.
You remember 2020 when people were like apologizing for wrongs?
2020 is like a little not a memory of that. year.
What?
That's cool.
Yeah, well,
that.
So that happened.
Okay.
Washington, they were the football team.
I
and
know
now
they're the Commanders.
they're
I know
the
the commies.
He still watches the NFL.
I know
the
the commies.
Commanders now.
Well,
until
for maybe
potentially
after Sunday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I listened to that this morning. I went and I was like, you know what? Let's see if there's any potential topics from the Michael
Lot to dig
Severe,
into.
Connor Happer interview. And the first topic was that Michael might stop watching football.
Yep.
I know.
Yep.
It's very sad.
There's going to be so many voids in your life if you have to give up football.
Yeah, what would
Not
you watch?
really.
What would you
There's
watch
a
if there
lot
was
of
no more
stuff.
NFL?
There's a lot of stuff I want to watch that I haven't been able to get to, and I'll be able to watch those things.
Yeah,
It's a lot of stuff.
Severance.
he's watching that.
I watch Severance.
We're
by the way.
talking about that on the show.
I
It's
watched
already in
Severance. I have not. I never got past the first. I watched the first season and a half of Succession.
there.
I
Succession?
couldn't get past that, so maybe I'll go back and
Succession is
finish it.
great.
It's horrible. I can't stand it.
The
There's two
characters are
particular
so bad.
characters.
The characters get worse,
There's
too.
two characters in that I hate. Like if I ran into them in real life, I would just start fighting them.
My favorite joke in that
They get
entire
worse, Michael.
series.
They get a lot
That's why I
worse.
stopped watching.
Yeah.
My favorite joke in that entire series is about a guy who named his dog after one of Hitler's dogs.
There's the under.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
in the first
All right.
hour
I
of the
didn't know that.
show.
Didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Designated
Yeah, they were
Hitler.
interviewing the potentially Nazi
He
anchor.
read Mein Kampf
Yeah, Mein Kampf.
twice. Yeah, they're bad people,
Well,
but it's a
what's-
great show.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Horrible people.
But hey, if you don't like it after
You don't
a
root-
season
No,
and a
I
half,
struggled. I really did.
it
The
took me
last
a while to get
the
there.
last
nobody
6
to
or
root
7
for.
episodes was really hard for me to watch.
There's
Yeah.
nobody to root for. They're all bad.
Yeah.
What other
and I
show-
don't mind that because one of my favorite movies of all time has no hero in it. And it's There Will Be Blood.
Great movie.
There is no hero. There is nothing. There's nobody to go, oh, I'm sorry for that person. Because they're all horrible. And I love that movie.
Yeah.
But this
You hate
show, the people are so annoying. The tall guy,
Tom.
annoying.
No,
not
Greg.
No, not Tom.
Greg.
Not the one married to the
Greg?
girl with the rump. Not him. The only thing that kept me around for an extra half a season was her.
Nice.
The rump. Wow.
You know she's from Australia?
The backside is, I'm sure. But the rest of it, I don't know where she's from. Wow. So anyway,
Fuck.
I watched that. I watched her.
Greg.
Yeah, you don't
I
like
love
Greg.
Greg.
Don't like Greg.
Greg.
or Tom.
Yeah.
Tom's
They're bad
the
together.
husband, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't like her. And then the dumb dude, the tall dumb dude, can't
Out
watch.
That's
on them.
Greg.
I love
Can't
Greg.
watch out on that guy.
Hmm.
Yeah. So no.
Have you seen the episode where they get put on? They have to do their testimony for whatever they're getting.
No, I
guessing-
didn't get to that.
No,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
That's like
They got in
season 3,
trouble at
right?
the end of season 1, and then when season 2 started, they were still getting in trouble. They were kept doing
It's
the
kind
wrong
of the show,
things.
right?
Yeah.
They're always getting in trouble.
They're gonna keep getting in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm not. There's a bunch of. I have stuff on my watch list for Amazon, Peacock, Hulu.
Hulu.
I got something for every. I want to go Roy Helu Jr.
Roy Hulu.
Yeah. So I have something on all of them. I finally went and watched Fight Night, which is a great series, by the way.
Fight Night.
Fight Night. It's on Peacock. It's about a true story of a robbery that happened the night of the Muhammad Ali fight in Atlanta
Oh,
back
yeah,
in the
I remember,
70s.
I remember
Yeah,
this
and it's
coming
got
out.
everybody in it.
Is it good?
It's really funny.
Yeah?
It's good. It's a good movie. Yeah. So my wife and I watched that together.
Oh, it came out on my birthday. That's fun.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff. there.
Congrats.
Yeah. I already watched our movie club movie this week, which I feel like
What is it?
You are cordially invited. You would hate it. Will Ferrell is in it.
The new one with
the
Will
new
Ferrell.
one.
Yeah.
Not as bad as I thought it would be.
We were scared because it was a John pick that he grabbed from the Netflix top 10.
Yeah.
I keep seeing Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon show up on talk shows.
They're the ones
I was
who
at
are in
the-
this movie.
I was at the car dealership last week, and they were both on Kelly Clarkson.
Well,
Yeah.
this is a
And-
battlefield. I really like Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah.
I really hate Will Ferrell.
Will
Yeah.
Ferrell looked like he was not enjoying himself.
Oh, really?
And he rarely looks like that.
That's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Kelly
Yeah.
is one of the top 5 most talented people in the world.
She,
Oh, wow.
So, have you ever watched that show?
I
Kelly
love
Clarkson.
her.
She does a talk show, and then there
Does
will
she
be
sing?
breaks where she sings.
Yeah, she sings. And
Yeah.
she will sing anyone's music.
Yes.
Doesn't matter what kind of music it is. I've
And
seen
she's
her
very
sing
good at it.
hip hop. I've seen her do opera, everything. She's the most talented, one of the most talented singers I've ever seen in my life.
She was my first favorite music artist.
Really?
Ever. Yeah, when I was a tiny baby Nick.
Oh,
her first album.
before even American Idol.
Yeah, I think it might have been
How
just
old are you?
after because
Okay.
it was her first album.
Because then it'll be 25 years now from the first year of, did I see that anniversary?
Sounds about
Now,
right.
did she win the first year, or did she win?
She won the first year.
It was the first
Because it
year.
was her
Against
and
the curly-haired
Justin,
guy.
right? Is it Justin and
I
Kelly?
believe so, yeah.
Something like that was the name. They made a movie out of it afterwards.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
No, but whenever Breakaway came out, because I was a kid, I was watching Disney
It's
Channel.
definitely after.
And they were
Breakaway.
playing
Definitely after,
Breakaway
yeah.
constantly on the Disney Channel.
Joe in
I
Vegas
love that
says
album.
Landman is another show you need to watch. It's
I know.
incredible.
I know. I want to watch it. I'm glad I don't have any daughters because every scene I've seen so far would not want me to watch it.
Really?
Yeah, because if everything that involves the daughter character is gross.
I'm not a huge Taylor Sheridan guy. So
You're not really?
No, yeah,
None of
so
the stuff at
I'll
all?
Probably. I like Sicario.
I did not love Yellowstone.
Which I found out that he wrote Sicario recently.
He did, yeah.
I love Sicario.
I watched the first 2 seasons of Yellowstone. My wife gave up on it. She didn't want to watch it anymore.
I gave up.
So I decided I'm going to go back and watch. Is it 1823?
18
Something.
19,
And then
1923.
What was the 18 one? 1880 something.
88, maybe?
So
Sounds right.
I thought I was going to go back and watch. I haven't had time. But you know what? Chiefs win. I'll have plenty of time.
You'll have
Football is
plenty of
canceled.
time.
You'll have plenty of time.
Brian emails in, I'm with Michael. A terrible show. I stopped watching after the stupid nightclub bachelor party.
Oh, he drank his own.
Okay.
Yeah. That was, I was
wondering if
like,
that was gonna come out.
okay.
I thought he was going to say
That's
All
such
right.
a funny joke.
21 seasons it's been on.
it's disgusting.
They just had a 20th anniversary last year.
Was that the first time you had
It's a
heard
closed
of
loop system.
Is it the first time I'd ever heard of that? Yes.
that? Really?
It's the first. I've watched it before,
A friend of mine,
but
his,
a person actually doing it that wasn't involved in porn? No.
a friend of mine in high school, his
Oh no.
brother's
Oh no.
girlfriend did that to him.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
On purpose or
on
accident?
purpose.
No.
Yeah, I think she did it, and he was mad, obviously.
No.
I'd be
Was it
pissed.
his?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah,
It was like
it was
right
his.
after it. Yeah, right after it.
Okay. Yeah. No, that show. Wow.
Yep.
It's a
And
great
that's
show.
Succession.
Yeah.
All right.
I used to also have a rule that if a show didn't have any black people in it, I wouldn't watch it. Like
That
when I was
show does not have
from
any
when I was a
black people.
kid, my mom wouldn't let us watch shows that didn't have any black people in it.
Yeah.
It was very funny.
Yeah.
That's the way she is. 88 years old and still yelling at people. And
awesome.
and so I,
That show definitely does not have
no.
any
a lot
black
of
That's why I didn't
whites.
watch Mad Men. I didn't watch Mad Men because of that.
That
lot
show
of
didn't have any
whites.
black people either.
Well, occasionally they.
I think
show
later
up.
they brought some money, right?
Like
Like
in a
Friends
bad
brought
way?
him in season 9.
Yeah, it was like, oh, hey, you can
Eight.
you can be at the front of the office.
Yeah,
You
in the
know,
background.
You can be the
So
secretary.
that was my mom's rule. So yeah,
Well, you got to obey your mom.
yeah, definitely.
All
Okay.
right. Happy New Year.
Oh, sure.
Happy New Year, Michael. What do you think? Was that a good crossover?
Explain to me what the New Year thing is.
It's like a best of, so it'll air in December. Was this good enough to
You think it
warrant
was good?
re-airing again
Is
in
it a
December?
good segment?
No,
I
It's
agree
okay.
with Michael.
I did say the word dick 3 times.
Yeah.
So is that
I think that's
change it from
allowed.
being okay?
Yeah, Nick's on his phone. He doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
I was typing in a reminder.
He's dreaming
in case
about
we wanted to do
baseball.
Happy
Talking
New
about the
Year.
name of someone, not the actual thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm
You're-
with Michael.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was that great.
It
All
was
right.
all right.
Never
It was
mind.
fine.
It was all
Well,
right.
okay. Bye, everybody.
Okay.
Bye bye,
All right.
Connor with a no.
See ya. Goodbye.
That was a crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. We're going to take a break so we can eat some more fried chicken. Michael Severe in the building.
Hello.
The show is finally going to be half good again. Half good again. It starts next on 1620 The Zone.
athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Michael Severe, how are you?
Josh, the intern Peterson. I am fine.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Not a whole lot of people know me as intern anymore.
Why are you still listed in my phone as both intern and Peterson?
Great question.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome in, everybody. Alongside Michael Severe, I'm Josh Peterson. Nick Grimm is our producer this afternoon. We very much appreciate you joining us. I hate being over on this side of the desk.
You got to adjust the camera.
It's so annoying.
You could have sat over here. I'd have sat over there.
No. It's not that. It's just there is so much crap. Like, John is always like, there's way too much stuff. And I'm always like, no, there's not. But then I sit over here and there is more
There is
stuff.
a lot. There is more stuff.
There is
Can you do me a favor, please? Quick, Michael.
I
I'm
switched over the
producing.
camera.
No, I know. Can you turn on the light for the
It
camera?
is on.
Oh, is it?
I'm
It is?
dark.
It is on. Nick! Jeez.
Well, there's different levels.
This is unreal.
I was just trying to find a medium.
It's because I'm dark.
This is unreal.
That's
Nick.
off. That's on.
Yeah, you can't really tell
Okay.
a difference.
I know.
You can't
That's 'cause
really
I'm
tell.
dark.
You
I'll
can't
do
really
this
tell a
again.
difference. I think once we close the blinds over there, it'll help a little
That's
bit.
probably
Nick.
true.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Do you have a lot of Joshes in your phone?
Yeah, probably.
I do too.
Yeah, I know a lot of Joshes.
I have a Josh Banderas,
Oh wow!
Josh Bat,
Didn't Josh steal the bike? Was that the guy who stole the bike?
not on purpose. I have Josh Sell.
Do you have Josh Harvey still?
I do not have Josh Harvey.
Do you have Josh Dotzler?
Oh,
Not under Josh Social. I have him under the organization.
Oh, okay. Abide.
In Abide, yeah.
Nice.
I have 5 Joshes on my phone.
I have way more than that.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10
Dude.
Joshes.
Oh,
don't
this
know
is a
this.
fun game.
I
Pick
don't-
a name. How many of that name is in your phone?
I don't know who some of these people are, but they were probably one-off guests that we had on the show, and I just never. I should go through and delete a lot of these.
I
phone
have
numbers.
one,
I have
Josh-
so many phone numbers.
I have one that says Josh Teresa. So Josh, friend of mine, used to be my live truck driver over Channel 7. He married a woman named Teresa who he's divorced. And I need
That's
to get rid of that. I
exciting.
don't need that one.
No, definitely. Who, the Teresa component or both?
I don't need the
You don't
Josh
need Josh
Teresa
anymore?
component. I
All
need
right.
Josh's. Josh works over at NET now. So
Oh, that's great.
he's Josh Sell.
What was the last time? I mean, I guess I know the answer now, but you went through your phone and cleared out the contacts.
Never.
I don't. Last time I went through my phone was to find out how many people I had in my phone that passed away.
Oh,
that's
Yeah.
That's so
and I'm up to
sad.
16.
Oh, that's
Jeez.
sad.
16 people that
Do you
have passed
put
away
like
on my
an
phone.
Do you put like an RAP
I don't put
next
anything.
to their name?
No, I don't put anything.
But like the Swiss, like the red cross emoji
No, I
next to
don't.
him.
I
I
think
don't
there's just a normal cross emoji.
Just a regular cross emoji.
I just go back and look and go, man,
Yeah.
a lot of these people are younger than me.
How do you deal with the passage of time and how time world moves way too fast these days? How do you deal with that? And then
it
you got
didn't-
debt to deal with.
Josh,
It
it's
did not-
2:30.
It did
I
not
know.
hit me.
Well,
It did not, and this is true. It did not hit me until I was 55 years old.
Yeah.
Which is last birthday.
yeah.
Was the first birthday where I actually felt depression's not the word, but I did not feel good.
Melancholy.
Yes, it's a great word for it. That's how I felt. And I also thought a lot about like body breaking down and things you couldn't do anymore and things you would never do again. And the kids getting older. I mean, that June 25th of last year
When you turn 55.
was tough. And I had never experienced that before. But now, I mean, I'm kind of past it now. My biggest concerns are for my kids growing up in this world.
Sure.
So now that's a concern for them.
Yeah.
But I'm dead soon. So I mean,
Yeah. Wow.
I live my life.
Well, I don't want to have to put the cross emoji next to your name in my
That would
phone.
be-
So let's
that'd
hold
be-
it off, Michael.
That would be cool.
Let's hold it off.
Yes.
Well, welcome in. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct,
Happy Tuesday.
where we talk about all sorts of positive stuff. Let's get to the Grum Down,
Oh,
brought to
look
you
at
by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Look at that great Grum Down,
Yes,
Josh.
way better than John's Grum Down graphic. That's for damn sure. Michael Severe in the house. What has him triggered? We will start. Oh, Connor Happer's back in the house.
Hey, gotta have her.
Hi,
We're
Happer.
going to talk in a few minutes about the things that make Michael irrationally angry.
Yes.
And this is like one of those old school radio segments. So if you have things that make you irrationally angry, you can let us know.
This is like the
402
hour of
951. This is kind of like is this your way of sneaking the Hour of Hate back onto the show? But it's over the course of
I am
4
not
hours.
trying to sneak.
It's the 4 hours of hate.
Hour of Hate actually was one of the most satisfying segments we ever did, not because of the Hour of Hate, but because of Asian Dave, the little kid who used to call the show.
I remember that character, yeah.
And he was not actually Asian, but that's how he sounded. And later, but when I left the station, his dad sent me this long letter about how Dave was an introvert and didn't like to talk in public, and he came completely out of that because of our show.
That's
and because
awesome.
of the segment. It was incredible. I still have that letter.
That's amazing. So no Hour of Hate today, Old Man Doug, but we will have the list of things that make Michael irrationally angry.
Yes.
So we will discuss that next. Also on the show today, could March be the best March ever? Now, Michael only watches football now, so I'm gonna ask him to dip into the basketball
I watch college
waters.
basketball.
Okay, well that makes one of us then.
I
Awesome.
watch college basketball.
So
sure.
we'll talk a little college
It's
hoops
like John never left
in a little bit. Yeah,
Why
a lot
would
of
I not watch
J's.
college basketball?
because it's bad.
It's not bad. It's actually more entertaining than the NBA.
I do prefer it over the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, they shoot so many threes in the NBA.
They
It's
shoot
almost
so many
unwatchable
threes. So
for
many
me.
threes. So
And
many
the
threes.
last 3 minutes of an NBA game is an hour. It's
a lot of
incredible.
fouls. A lot of fouls.
Yeah, whatever.
It was like that with the Oregon Nebraska game on Sunday. It was just
That
so many
did take
fouls.
forever. I'm
Oh
like,
my
come
gosh.
on, Dana.
Yeah.
Give it up.
Nebraska had a possession that lasted like 0.5 seconds because they got the ball and they got fouled, and it was
That's
really
a
bad.
long time for some people.
That's true, Nick. Brunsey joins us in about an hour. Michael Bruns, is he excited
Smartest guy I know.
for baseball as Nick is? Is he really?
He is.
He's a world traveler.
Well, he's smart because he's got a very
Is he-
smart wife.
Yes. She is a nice lady.
Yes.
She's very nice.
smart
very
wife,
smart.
smart life. That's what they say.
Is that what they say? I didn't know that.
Nebraska football in the 2025 NFL draft. Of course, when Michael's in the building, we do a little look ahead.
I did a lot of research for this.
I think you did this when you filled in for me when it was my wedding anniversary in August, where you and John talked about
The
some
third
of the
time. I
Yeah,
did.
okay.
Did it before the season, middle of the season, now after the season.
Now we'll do it after the season.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that, and I can just pepper you
Quarterly
with
segment.
with a few draft questions as well.
Okay.
Steve Sipple will join us. You know Sip. He
Sip
joins
dog.
you. He joins you on your Sunday show during the football season, and he joins us today. He is a fan of the Mike Eckler hire, I would have to imagine, and so we can talk about that with
That's right,
him.
right.
Tom Brady's first Super Bowl as an announcer. Now, some of these topics, we'll see if we even have time for.
Yeah,
them
I don't know
because-
how many we're gonna get.
Yeah,
to.
I sent Michael a long list, and I was like, Look,
Let's set a line.
I don't even know. On the number of topics we actually discussed today,
Yes.
like 6.5 would probably be the over-under that I would set.
Yeah.
6.5?
I'm gonna go
under.
5.
That are on my prep sheet.
Okay,
that are
I'll go
actually
5.
on my
Okay.
prep sheet.
I'll go 5.5.
Okay. Let's see. Aliens. That's interesting. What could that be?
Aliens.
Severance season 2. Finally, somebody in the building that watches the show.
So I'm leaving like around 5:45. Is that what you're doing, the alien segment?
Actually, you know what? That was in content, so you'll still be here. Actually,
Darn it.
you'll still be here. It's the last question of content, so you might be walking out as it comes up.
Aliens.
Maybe you'll like this topic.
I
Maybe.
don't believe in aliens.
Okay, well, that's
then you're
weird.
dumb.
You don't believe in aliens?
I do not. But I do.
Why?
I believe there are civilizations on other planets somewhere.
So
I don't think
that's
they're coming
an
here
alien!
and harassing white people.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just if you believe that there are other
I
civilizations.
believe, but I don't think they've come here.
Oh,
so
yeah, yeah, I
when we
agree
talk
with that.
aliens, people talk about them visiting the
Oh,
Earth.
no,
I
no,
don't believe they visit the Earth.
No, but if they're out there, they're aliens.
Not necessarily. They
No,
would be,
that's
they would
what
be-
it is.
They would
They're
be
an
whatever
alien.
they are.
Mhm.
We would be Earthlings.
They're
they would
al-
be Plutonians.
Okay,
I wouldn't call them an alien. I would call them a Plutonian.
they're
If they came here, they'd be alien to this world.
yes, they're
But they're
alien
not
to
here
us.
though. They're there.
So you do believe
Alpha
in them, though?
Centaurians. They would be them.
All right, so Michael agrees with us on this. And finally, is the price of the brick going up? Now you will be gone for that topic, so
What
you
is
won't
it,
even.
eggs.
Well, that is always going up. What are eggs now for a dozen?
Somebody posted it's gone up like $2.
So I don't buy a dozen. I buy 60 at a time. That's what I've always bought, right?
So many eggs.
So we go through them all.
but he eats them.
So 60, right?
Yeah.
60 eggs a year and a half ago. I'm not lying. Was $9.60.
Holy God!
Yesterday it was $22.42.
My lord.
So I don't do the grocery shopping. Riss does.
I do all that.
So every now and then, though, I have to stop by and pick up something.
Mhm.
And the thing that I always judge it by, some people do eggs, I judge it by the price of Doritos. And so I go there and I'm like, a bag of Doritos is,
$5.99.
I'm like, for a regular bag of Doritos?
You got to buy them on sale.
Yeah,
You buy them on
I know.
sale.
That's what I do.
By the way,
two for whatever. That's what I
Currently
do.
at Baker's, I hope there's not a sponsorship issue with this, but the 18 count eggs is $2 off.
There you go.
So instead of it's $6.49, it's $4.99.
Hit up Baker's.
It's a dangerous game putting eggs on sale like that.
Yeah.
It'd
I
be
know.
Like toilet paper
Limit
during
two.
COVID.
Limit two.
Yeah, that could lead to a fight.
It could.
402-951-1620. You can give us a call or you can shoot us a text at that phone number, 402-951-1620. Like Jesse, what makes me irrationally angry is when people stop 100% at a stop sign. Well, interesting. So obeying the law.
So obeying the law. He hates the law.
No, you know what? I kind of agree. Unless there's a
Depends
cop
on where
around.
you are,
I do like the
Josh.
roll. Yeah.
Depends on where you are. If you're in a neighborhood and there's nobody coming, sure.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't do it with a busy intersection.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't get somebody killed.
You know what annoys me? Here's something that makes me irrationally angry. Though I feel like this is rational. So my grandparents, they live in Fremont. They have streets that don't have stop signs on any of the. I don't know what do you do with that?
That's
not that small of a town.
St. Paul, Nebraska is like that.
Most of my hometown is all mostly yield signs.
That's at least something.
Yeah.
At least it's a
Also,
sign.
Josh, there's something you didn't include on the Grum Down.
What did I include on the Grum Down?
We have tickets to give away today.
I was actually just about to mention that.
Oh,
what?
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't on the Grum. I'm glad you asked, Michael. For cake.
For cake?
Cake.
The band, Michael.
The band Cake.
We're not giving away cake. We're giving away cake tickets.
You talk to people by the ocean. Cake by the ocean?
No, that's
just playing. I'm joking. Okay, I don't know.
So, Nick, tell us about these great
Tell
tickets.
us about cake.
We have 2 pair of tickets to see Cake. They will. I don't know where they're going to be because it's not on the sheet.
No way.
I got it for you, Nick. See, that's why you should have just let me continue to go because I was setting the whole show up and I was going to say Cake is coming to Omaha on Sunday, June 1st at the Astro Amphitheater.
In La Vista.
Yeah.
Hell, I love the Astro.
If you listen all week long, we're going to give you tickets. Details are online at 1620thezone.com. And today, Nick, how are we giving away these glorious tickets?
We have a secret phrase. Word? Phrase.
It's a
whatever
phrase.
you
They're
want to call
more
it.
than one word.
Listen for one of us at some point to say the combination of words, the distance.
The distance.
The
They have
distance.
a song called We're Going the Distance.
Okay, I heard that.
We're
before.
going for speed.
I know who Cake is.
So
Yeah.
whenever you hear,
I was making a joke.
Da-da-da, da-da-da.
the next time you hear the
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
distance,
Yes.
not right now,
Not
the
right
next
now.
time,
Next time.
call
Okay.
All right, so the
Got
next
it.
time you hear that word.
402-951-1620.
You can also hit us up on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. He is at Michael Severe if you would like to tweet at him like Jed does. No one has ever thought Michael Severe is too dark. Wow, am I allowed to read that tweet? And I guess in 2025, I think you can kind of say whatever you want again. You probably love this. You're allowed to say words again. This is
I've
great.
always been allowed to say words.
Yeah, you can talk about women's asses on the radio
That's
again.
right,
You
Rups,
can say,
baby.
Trump's America.
Rub-
This
rub-
is allowed
rub
now.
shaker.
There you go. See?
I will never say the R word. It doesn't matter who's president.
That's true.
I don't say the R word.
There are
Good
also
take.
there are lots of slurs that I will not say for the record.
Until you go to Boston.
No, there will be no
'Cause
slurs. when
That's
I'm
part
in,
of the training. For
Yeah,
the
are you
marathon.
excited for me to go to your favorite city in America, Boston, Massachusetts?
My
in
second
2.5
least favorite
months?
city of America.
Behind
Baltimore.
Baltimore.
Oh,
Yeah.
why Baltimore?
He has a story.
Because it is the most evil, mean place I've ever been to in
I
my
have
life.
a friend from Baltimore. He's nice.
Horrible place.
The best part
Horrible.
about working with Michael, and it seemed like I worked with you for years, but it was like a year and a half.
Yeah.
Was I got to, during commercials, you just get to hear stories. And so you have a very specific Baltimore story that either involved a train or a bus. And somebody just being
Airport bus.
horrifically awful.
Airport bus, yeah.
And it still sticks with me, just like your stories about a very famous restaurant in Omaha that is
Not blues,
sadly
but
no
I
longer
miss
with
that.
us.
I like that restaurant. The one
Of
time I
course
went,
he-
I
of
liked
course
it.
he did.
I've never said you had taste. At any point in my life, I said you had taste. That place is brutal.
Oh, my gosh.
God.
The best part, I heard the whole story once, and there were 3, I think, times that you were like, so the
3
first time was
times.
this, the second time,
3
and then the
times, yeah.
third time. Oh
3
my gosh,
times, yeah.
incredible stuff.
3 times.
Let's see. I mentioned the Twitter. I
Yeah.
mentioned the phone. Oh, and the Equitable Bank inbox. I always forget. Do you have an email? Can people email you?
Sure.
Is it Michael or MSZone at 1620thezone.com?
No, it's Michael, Mikel,
Oh, at Gmail?
severe at gmail.com.
At gmail.com.
I
That's
have
just
so
your name?
many emails.
Yeah.
I have a Jet Award email.
Dude,
I have a lot of emails.
I got a lot of emails.
I got a lot of emails.
You can hit me up, Josh, at 1620thezone.com as well. All right. That's the Grum.
Good
We got-
job.
we got all that stuff coming up.
Good effort.
I realize I can't. Oh, the cough button.
It just worked.
Sometimes it works because
Yeah.
I did it earlier and I coughed and it went right into the mic.
Yeah.
And
I wondered
uh,
what was happening.
Yeah,
there.
it's because this side of the desk, bad. That side of the desk, the best side.
Just switch.
It's an
Do a
incredible.
swapsies. Let Michael drive the show today.
What was that word?
Do a
again?
swapsies.
Okay, it sounded like a different word there, starting with an S. All right. When we return, things that make Michael irrationally angry.
Yeah.
I'm excited to hear what is on this
Oh,
list.
it'll be a short segment.
No, it's going to be a very long segment because the list will keep going and going and going.
It's not that long. I have 7 things.
7 things.
7
All right,
things.
so we'll see how many we can get through when we return.
Okay.
It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Tuesday, 1620 The Zone.
Stop over.
Josh Peterson, Michael Severe, Nick Grimm. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone. John will be back tomorrow as he makes his way east for the Creighton basketball game at Providence. That game is at 7:30. Pre-game with Austin Jacobson will begin right after us tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. I'll also have a game tomorrow at 6 o'clock on 1180 as Creighton takes on Seton Hall. So quite the night.
Nice.
You think John has ever visited a lighthouse?
No.
Well, he's in Providence.
Definitely not.
There's lighthouses in Rhode Island.
I don't think
I
John
feel like
would.
there's a
Anywhere
lot.
there's ocean, there's lighthouses.
I feel like there's a lot more in Rhode Island, though. It feels like a lighthouse-heavy state.
I feel like if we were doing
I'm basing this on vibes.
a list of things that John irrationally hates, lighthouses or just being near the body of water would be on his list.
I think the two things that Providence is known for besides lighthouses would be the mob.
Really?
It was the third largest place for the mob. It was Chicago, New York, and Providence, Rhode Island.
I guess
Oh,
that
wow.
makes sense. Who would suspect anybody to be in
Yeah.
Providence, Rhode Island?
And the mayor was like a big part of it. Ended up like going to jail and then got out of jail and then got reelected.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was a great story.
It's
a
weird.
Preview of America.
Criminals getting elected to office?
So you texted me at some point, Michael, I think yesterday as we
Yeah.
were planning out some of the show, and you said, I have a list of things that I am irrationally angry about. And I think
Yes.
you said this to us off air. Maybe it was on the air. Your son said that you have this list.
My 15-year-old, I was complaining about having to sign in multiple times to Apple TV.
Which is a great take.
Anytime you're on a different TV or whatever, it makes you sign in again. I was so frustrated. I was, being frustrated. And,
Yeah, sure.
and my son said, there's certain things that get you irrationally angry. And I
Mhm.
said, I should make a list.
Yeah.
And so I did.
Okay.
And these are, and I admit to these, most of these are pretty irrational.
Are irrational.
They're irrational.
Yeah.
Number one, I hate when people say 0.5.
0.5.
When they say the line is 4.5,
Uh-huh.
it's 4.5.
4.5, yeah.
4.5, it's not 4.5. 4.5 makes you sound like either a child or an ignoramus when it comes to gambling. It's 4.5.
Ignoramus.
I love this.
4.5.
See, now, what's fun about this is this seems like a complaint about Bill Simmons because
It
he
is.
says
It
4.5
is.
a lot on his pod.
That and when he says D-bags, I'm like, what are you saying? Stop that. Yes. And when he says State Farm.
Yeah. What about
State
when I
Farm.
say, sometimes as a joke, I'll say 6 1/2 point. How's that? Is that
Uh-huh.
okay with
That's
you?
just weird.
It is weird.
When
I will
people say-
admit that it's strange.
Oh, it's like when you're watching golf and instead of saying 5 under, they say -5. I never
Yeah,
liked
yeah.
that either. But that's not on my list.
That's fair. Yeah,
Um,
it should be. It's 5 under par, not -5.
Exactly.
What Mustache Adam says, what about and the hook?
I don't
You
mind
okay
the hook
with and the
because the
hook?
hook is the crook.
Yeah.
I got no problem with the hook,
All right.
except when it beats me.
Yeah. Then,
And
you're
then
like,
I
"Oh,
don't
you
like
son
it
of
at
a-"
all.
Then I rationally hate you.
I rationally hate the hook.
Yeah.
Number two.
Okay.
This is for me. It's irrational. I know.
White people. Oh,
People backing in. These are usually them backing into parking spaces in the grocery store parking lot.
that's fair.
Drives me nuts.
Specifically the grocery store?
Mainly the grocery store, because there's some places where it makes sense. You go to a garage outside of
I
an
was
arena.
just going to say, yes, that makes a
you
lot
go
of
to a
sense.
garage
to
outside
back
of an arena. You should back out so everybody can get out faster.
it. Much faster.
But in the grocery store, all you're doing is slowing up, especially the one I go to because the entrance isn't great, and you're deciding you got to back up, so you're making everybody else stop. Next thing, we're all on the street. Drives me nuts. Just pull in. If you want to go through, just go to one where you can go through. Right? Go through one
100%.
side, and all of a sudden now you're backed in.
Yeah.
And you're not messing with my time. Okay.
I like this one because it's not backing in; it's backing in at a very specific
Specific
Because you're right.
place.
When I go to a garage, I try to back in as often
Yeah,
as
that's
I can.
fine. I completely understand. Most times, as media people, we leave pretty late, so it doesn't matter.
That's true.
But if you're going as somebody going to a concert or something, I completely understand that.
Yeah.
No big
See,
deal.
and I feel like I never have time to back into a garage because I feel like I'd start a backup. in
Well, you have a
traffic.
truck.
People behind you, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Well,
Number
that's what I'm
three.
doing. Number 3.
The NBA
Nice. Oh,
interfering with Super Bowl week.
yeah.
I don't care about fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis.
Why do old guys keep calling Luca fat?
I don't care about. I'm fat. I know fat. I can identify fat.
He
He's
needs
fat.
to. He needs to lose a little weight, Nick.
Look, there's a quarterback up in Lincoln. Anyway, listen, he needs to lose some weight. But all I'm saying is, save this. Couldn't they? They could have waited till next week. The
Yeah.
Super Bowl could have been over, and they could have had all the attention they wanted.
Isn't it wild that the trade deadline is on Thursday
so
of
stupid.
Super Bowl week?
It's
What-
dumb.
Adam Silver, what are you doing?
That's when they should. Monday after the Super Bowl or Tuesday, they
Do it
should have
next
done it
week.
right there. Drop the trade then.
Yeah, it's not that hard.
By the way, I was thinking about this as a topic that we could have done, but
Yeah.
times you were awake for incredible Twitter moments.
Yeah. Were you
If
awake
were-
on Saturday?
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
not. I
If
was
you're
asleep.
awake and that's happening, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Because you're going through the 5 stages of that ain't real. He's hacked. Wow, that's real.
Mhm.
What'd they get? Holy moly.
Yeah, yeah,
And like bam, 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 bam. It was
Yeah.
awesome.
That would be a good topic because the one that I think about, unrelated to sports, but when Trump got COVID for the first time, that was close to midnight, and I don't think I went to bed for 2
I
hours.
remember that.
It
Reading
was
about
a-
it. Yeah. Well, when he
a lot of jokes on Twitter.
The internet was an interesting place.
This
It
wasn't
was a
him
different
getting
time.
COVID, but when he got shot at, I remember sitting there watching the news, and all of a sudden it dropped in. I was like, "What the heck?" And then I cut over to the national news or
Yeah.
like
I
CNN
just
or
sat on
whatever.
I just sat on my couch and watched the news for like 8
I did
hours
too.
that
I
day.
did too. That's like when
Yeah.
Kobe passed.
I
Yeah.
had things to
RIP.
do that day, so I was just refreshing Reddit the whole time.
As you were out and about.
When Kobe passed, neither one of my sons follow sports, and so one of their friends was over. Finn, who is a football fan, I sat down with Finn and we watched it because Finn could relate. They were like, "Who's Kobe?"
That's
when
no-
Kobe passed, I was working here. I was doing. I was about to start shoot around before the Creighton game.
Oh yeah,
and it had happened like half an hour before shoot around
yeah.
started. Then that's
The crazy part about being on Twitter was all the rumors of people who were also dead. Did you know that?
That's
like right after
'cause
that,
on the helicopter.
Yeah, like Fox. They thought Fox was dead.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, they reported him dead too. 4.
Rick Fox.
4. Simple thing.
Okay.
If you are entering the interstate, get up to speed on the entrance ramp. It's why it's there.
Excellent take.
Do not get on at 25 or 30 miles an hour. The interstate is 60, 65, sometimes 70.
Yeah, sometimes 75.
Get on.
Yeah.
Just in Omaha.
Yeah.
Get on at a speed that's relative what the traffic's going to be. Get up to speed. I preach this to my children all the time.
Yeah.
Get up to speed. Because all you're going to do is make everybody else have to back up. You try to zipper. You can't zipper because they're going so damn slow.
I hate when I'm behind those idiots.
Related people who don't use their blinker when they merge on the interstate.
Yeah.
That's a big one for me.
Yeah.
There was another one I had, but I completely lost it, so never mind.
Do you know there's a song called You Saw My Blinker Bitch?
No,
Did you know that?
No.
Do you know who sings it?
No.
He once slapped a man on a stage.
James Brown?
Will Smith.
Oh.
It was on the last song on one of his albums. You Saw My Blinker Bitch.
Will Smith.
Yes, Will Smith.
What a guy.
Back when he had a DJ. Number 5.
Number 5.
Number 5.
I think you relate to this.
Okay.
They load these things onto your podcast feed as suggestions.
Oh, thank you, Michael.
And
I think you
don't
get paid
want
by one of these companies that does this crap.
I don't want your
Yes. You might
suggestions.
also like blank.
Yeah.
No.
And the worst thing is sometimes they load them on there and you can't remove them.
Oh, I haven't had that happen.
Like Spotify will do that. They will load stuff on and you can't remove it.
So you'd have to listen to it?
No, I don't listen to it. It just stays there in my feed.
It's just there forever.
It's just there forever in my feed.
They don't do that on my podcast app.
Yeah, same with mine, Nick. I don't use Spotify.
I used to use an old podcast app. And when I got this car, this is the first car I've ever owned in my life that I hate with a passion.
Oh, no.
It is great to drive, but everything else functional sucks.
Yeah.
Like the ergonomics, everything sucks about it.
Yeah.
And especially the entertainment system. And
Yeah.
because of that, it didn't cooperate with my old podcaster.
Oh, that sucks.
So that's why I had to move to Spotify.
I hate when they do that. You might also like blank. No, I don't subscribe to that podcast to
Yes,
get other stuff.
I would,
just
yeah.
subscribe for this podcast.
You know who does it? It's Nick's podcast.
I was just going to say.
It's Nick's podcast.
I wasn't going to say by name, but
it's
yes.
Nick Ba's podcast.
Nick's podcast more than any podcast that I have subscribed to. It pumps out like
every week
3 episodes for every one that you get of
and
Nick.
I don't want to watch. I don't want to listen to this.
Oh,
I don't
what's
want
this? A new Nick Bob podcast? Is he talking Creighton hoops? No,
Oh,
it's
no,
Pod
no.
Save America again.
Yeah.
I do like Pod Save America.
Although-
but you already
although-
subscribed to it on
I
the
already
side.
subscribed to it.
I don't need it.
I don't need to get told I need to
yeah,
subscribe
yeah.
to it.
Yeah.
All right. Number 6.
Number 6.
I know this is irrational, but you know this about me.
Yeah.
You make a decision when you're 10. At 10 years old, you decide, this is my NFL team.
Yeah.
This is the one I'm rolling with. I'm riding with this team for the rest of my damn natural life.
So is this the Saints or the
If I
Saints who you actually hate?
If I drive behind you and your car has multiple teams on it, stickers on your car.
Very strange.
Especially when one's an AFC team and one's an NFC team
Very
who
strange.
might have to play in a Super Bowl. Who you cheering for?
Yeah.
I saw the Kansas
Shane.
City Chiefs and the Dallas Cowboys on the same.
Oh.
What are you doing?
I hate that person.
I had to explain that. That's one of them. My son was like, "You're irrationally upset about this," and I go, "Yes, because you make a decision,
Yeah.
and then you stick with that decision.
Yeah.
That's the way it works. That's the way life works. I'm sorry if you don't like it. I don't care.
I hate my decision.
You
It sucks.
picked it. That's what you're stuck with.
Yeah.
And it's bad. And it
miserable.
sucks.
You know
and
what's
it's
going
horrible.
on. Your franchise is
It's
now
brutal.
involved
It's
in a horrible
brutal.
controversy.
It's horrible. It's bad. But that's what you're stuck with.
Yeah.
Sorry.
When I was 10, I liked the 49ers, but I also liked Larry Fitzgerald.
You didn't like football, though. That
Yeah,
doesn't.
but I still had a team
that
because
doesn't
everybody had a
count.
team.
That doesn't count. Nick, you're okay to change to the Dolphins.
Hell
now
yeah,
as an
I am.
adult. He's
They
talking about an
suck.
actual fan. You weren't an actual fan.
Okay. Last thing.
Number 7.
Number 7, my last one. You also know this about me.
Yeah.
I'm a wake up guy.
Yeah.
I get up, I'm going.
Yep.
My feet hit the floor, I'm going. Let's go.
You're not snoozing.
I hate the snooze button.
Oh, that's a good take.
I hate multiple snoozing buttons.
Yeah.
My wife will set it for 6:50, 6:55, 6:58, 7:02. What are you doing? You physically can't fall back to sleep well enough in a matter of 3 seconds.
That's a great
You
point.
can't.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Stop it. We don't need them. I've never used a snooze. I don't use an alarm. I don't use an alarm. I don't need a snooze. Turn that off.
Yeah. Either go to sleep or wake up. Get out of bed.
Exactly.
I used to lay in bed next to somebody every night for a while, and her alarm was set for every 10 minutes, starting at like 6.
Why?
I have no idea.
That is not helping you.
Snooze, 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 snooze.
It is better physically, and I've taken
Guess I
many a
have to get
sleep
up
study
now.
over the years, over with St. Joe's, because I was working those weird shifts.
Mm-hmm.
The best way for you to sleep is 20 minutes. Okay? That's the best way for you to get a really good rejuvenation sleep. It's before you get in the REM.
Yeah.
It just gives you some serious straight up rest.
Yeah.
It's why some of the smartest people and richest people in the world do the 20-minute sleep thing, right?
Yeah.
If you fall back to sleep for 5 minutes and you wake back up because your alarm's going off, all it's doing is startling your body.
Ugh.
It's messing up your rhythms.
20 minutes is really the best.
It's a great time to
So
sleep.
I do
It's
have.
the ultimate napping time.
Are you a guy who snoozes?
I'm a snoozer. I
Wow.
didn't used to be until I
Ugh.
started. I worked at my other job that I hated, and then I just started oversleeping or missing alarms. So then I would start setting multiple, but I don't set them like 5 or 10 minutes apart. That's insane. It's like it is 20 minutes to half an hour apart. I started around 6 because I don't want to get into a deep sleep. I want the first one to kind of wake me up, and then I can still rest a little bit. And then when the next one goes off, I'm like, okay, it's time to get up now.
See, my thing is I don't sleep deeply.
Yeah.
Like if you look at I wear this on my wrist, and so you look at I have about 2 hours of deep sleep.
Oh, wow.
I'm always kind of like in between awake and asleep.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I can't sleep in a room with somebody having the TV on.
Sure.
Can't do it.
I'm the same way.
Right. So I understand that. But if you're getting up at 7 o'clock, set the alarm at 6:50 and just get up at 6:50.
Mm-hmm.
By the time 7 o'clock, the 10 minutes rolls around, you've maybe brushed your teeth, maybe you've gone to the bathroom. Your day is ahead. You accelerated your day by 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Live your life, baby.
I hate the snooze button.
Quit snoozing.
Yeah. When did you become a morning person? You've been a morning
My whole
person
life.
as long as I've known you.
My whole life. I even before I went to the military, I would work a lot of overnights and I'd work a lot of morning shifts at Kroger.
Oh man.
And so my favorite shift when I was in college was I would work the 4 to 12 on like a Friday and then work the open 4 to 12 or 4 to 12 the next day. So I'd sleep for 4 hours upstairs.
Oh, gross.
In the customer service booth. I'd sleep up there.
Yeah.
And then but you knocked out 8 hours in, roughly 20 hours.
Yeah.
Because I was going to school and I was up at Sam's an hour away.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've never been a sleep guy. I'm not a big sleep
That's
person.
true. I mean, when you
I'm not a sleep person.
when you were working here originally with Kevin, and we talked about this when I interviewed you last year, you were still working for KTV and you were doing morning stuff there. You were waking up
2:30.
super early for
2:30.
that, and then you were doing the show.
Yep.
Some responses.
Okay.
Carson writes, doing the 5-minute snooze thing. I've heard it's bad for your heart. I've never looked it up, though, to confirm
It's a rhythm
it.
thing.
Just as someone told me, not sure I believe it.
Well, it's a rhythm thing. It does. What we don't understand enough is sleep. There's a word for it. We don't understand it well enough. We're constantly researching it, and it can really change your life, like extending your life by sleeping correctly.
It's like a performance-enhancing drug.
It is.
I feel as someone who runs all the time now.
Yeah.
When I get good sleep versus bad sleep, I feel it in that
You
run.
should listen to Kirsten Bernthal Booth talk about sleep and how it changed the way she trained her volleyball
athletes?
teams.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That was a good list. Now, there was a response from KD says, these are all very rational takes. I expected way more spice.
It was people breaking to merge, by the way. That's the one that I forgot earlier when I mentioned.
Oh,
the
okay.
blinkers.
When they do what?
When they hit the brake and then merge, you're not supposed to do that.
Correct.
I call them irrational because I really don't need to get mad about it. Like the person having the stickers
Your wife
on their
is
car,
doing the snooze over and over and over. I
the
feel like it's
person
pretty
that
normal.
last one's pretty personal.
Yeah.
But the the stickers on the car, that's not a big deal.
Yeah.
If you want to say 4.5, I don't say, but for me, it really bothers me where it probably doesn't bother other people. That's why I thought of irrational.
Irrational, the other one with Simmons that he does too, and I think you and I have actually discussed this before, is when he would say like, yeah, this weekend it's the Chiefs versus Philadelphia. No, say the Chiefs versus the Eagles or say Kansas City versus Philadelphia.
Yeah, there's two things you can't do, in my opinion. You can't say the team that has the lesser amount of points first.
Yes.
And don't use first name, last name together. Don't do that. I don't understand that. It's either Chiefs, Eagles, or it's Philly and Kansas City.
Yeah,
I don't know why. That's just like somebody who I have stopped people before who are wearing two different teams. Like they have on like a Phillies hat and like a Mets shirt.
Yeah.
I'm like, we were on the trip. I'm like, what are you doing?
Like when John would show up wearing like a Cubs and a Rams at the same time, like that type of look?
No, I'm the same sport.
Okay.
Same sport. Yeah, I mean, that's both his teams. I'm at the same sport.
Okay.
Like if you're wearing a Dallas Cowboy hat and you got a Kansas City Chief jacket on.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, what's wrong
with your life?
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
You're probably hitting snooze a lot.
I don't like that. That person is probably hitting the snooze button a lot. It doesn't look like a whole lot of other people are giving us any things that they are irrationally hated of. So
I could tweet my list out and see if people tweet it back.
Yeah. Jeremiah says, stores with so many coffee shops inside, but carts that have no cup holder. Some of these coffee shops have been in the stores for years. We could have.
This is Target, right?
Carts. Oh, is that who that's about?
This is Target.
Yeah, I like when you go to the place that has a little cup holder.
I don't go there
That's nice.
anymore, but yeah, when I used to go to Target.
I like how Target has a little phone holder in some of their carts.
Oh, is that what that is for?
Yeah,
I
it's
always wondered
great
what that
'cause
was.
whenever I'm shopping with my
With
significant
your
other,
list? Do you have a girlfriend?
Yeah, I have a girlfriend.
That's what I've heard.
I can just watch whatever.
Let's see. Baymon writes, white chili. That is not chili. It is GD soup. We had white chicken chili recently. I think I said that, and I think John got mad.
There is. So first of all, there's a difference between chili, chowder, and soup, right?
Yeah.
They're different things.
I'm sure, yeah.
Right.
I don't know
It's,
what the
it's a
difference
thickness
is, but-
thing. It's about sticking a fork in something and if it stands
spork.
up.
Okay.
A spork.
I hate
Usually it's
sporks.
so it's a wooden.
Irrational.
Irrational.
There's actually a wooden like ladle
Uh-huh.
that they actually judge it by whether it falls
it's-
over or not,
okay.
right? So if you do a white chicken chili by the same consistency as a chili,
Mhm.
it is actually a chili.
Okay.
Yeah, but if
Is
you
that
do
the
it,
thickest or is chowder the thickest?
chowder's thicker.
Okay.
So if it's the chowder, then I could see what you're saying. It should be white chicken chowder,
Okay.
which is how they call it back east. I didn't hear it called white chicken chili until I moved to the Midwest.
Okay. I don't know if I've ever had chowder before. I'm not 100%.
Well, you're
sure.
not a fan of soup.
I've gotten into it.
Oh, good.
I'm now a soup guy.
I love New England clam chowder
Yeah?
when it's made well.
Yeah?
I love it. It's one of my favorite things. I
I've
make
never had it
potato
before.
soup, like potato soup.
Love potatoes.
You know who has good potato soup?
Hmm.
Don and Millie's.
Really?
Believe it or not,
I
It
do
is
love-
really
it's
good.
very
I love
solid.
Don and Millie's.
Yep.
My favorite fast
It's
food
a
burger in town.
limited time of the year.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
All right. So those are the things that we dislike or
Well, mostly
irrationally
things that
hate.
Michael irrationally
Yeah,
hates.
which is fun.
Yeah,
That was
Some people agreed with some of them.
I agree with all of them. That was a good list.
it was a very.
I loved how you started off with the Simmons one. That was great.
I
Michael
want-
is one of like 3 people that I can text about Bill Simmons. It's very nice.
I
Did you
wanted-
listen to that segment when was his
Mhm.
face?
Yeah, I
in
was
it?
thinking about you. Yeah. So I will say this because you said when NBA interferes on Super Bowl week, I was excited to have an emergency podcast to listen to on Sunday
night.
I was like, this
'Cause
is
there was no
nice. I got
football?
a new podcast
'Cause
that
there
I
was
get
no
to
football?
listen to.
Yeah, there was no
that was
football
fun.
for that, yeah.
That was fun. God, no football. This blows. Let's see.
I watched
From
the Senior Bowl and the Shrine Bowl.
yeah, I did.
I watched both of those.
Yeah. See, I love football, but I realize I don't love it as much as you, even though you're about to be out on football.
Well, pro football.
I just like the good football. I don't want
pro
to
football.
I don't
Not-
want
not-
to see these
I'm not
hodgepodge teams
I'm
with
not
an
quitting college.
Oregon quarterback and a Washington receiver. What is this? Burn writes, people who say verse instead of verses.
I've been working on it. I
Yeah.
have been working on it.
Yeah, there you go. Let's see. John writes, I don't think it's irrational at all, but I refuse to go to a movie theater because I absolutely hate every person in there that is eating their popcorn with their mouth open.
How do you
Oh.
chew with? How do you put the popcorn in if you don't open your mouth?
Yeah, I think he's saying.
I think
put
it means
up-
like
And then go. Popcorn is really hard to chew like that.
Yeah, it is. Now that I think about it,
I don't like going there because popcorn makes a lot of people gassy.
really.
it?
Oh,
Yeah, it's a natural gassy.
are you
thing.
still seeing movies these days, Michael?
We haven't been in a while. I would like to go more, but it's hard to schedule.
Yeah, I want to go see The
Got kids
Brutalist,
at
but it's
work.
like 4 hours
I
with
know.
all the
So
stuff. But I really want to see it.
I have a list of I think it's 12 movies I want to see. I watch all the best
Oscars.
pictures,
Yeah.
and The Brutalist is at the top. But yeah, it is long.
Yeah, it's
3
long.
hours and 50
You see
minutes.
Nosferatu?
I have not yet. It's on my list. By the way, the Brutalist has an intermission.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you add in the trailers, and this is gonna be a 4-hour experience.
I don't think there are any trailers. I
Oh,
think it's
really?
just-
They
I
just
don't
do the
think so.
movie?
I think they do the movie.
Okay, well, that's not so bad then. Maybe I'll see it this weekend. I just have all of my Saturday. I got the Saturday.
Go to a comfy theater. You know,
all the theaters are comfy now.
Yeah. Pretty much. The
there's
one,
some that are comfier.
the
than
one in
others.
Council Bluffs doesn't have all comfy ones, but they have a couple of them.
Talking about the IMAX?
No, well, yeah.
The one that has the IMAX.
The one at Westroads doesn't have very many
Oh,
comfy
yeah.
seats.
They don't need the rave, right? Is it still
Yeah.
called rave?
No, it's
I'll go there.
AMC.
With the orange bathroom.
Oh, it was rave when it first opened. I've been
Really?
there
Yeah.
a long time.
Yeah.
We-
With the orange bathroom?
It is an orange bathroom, isn't it?
Yes, it's very orange.
Forgot about that.
Every time you go in that bathroom, it's orange. I
We
saw
usually
one
go
of
to
those.
Council Bluffs. It's closer to us.
I think the last movie.
Yeah, I go to
s-
Majestic or Village Point.
I think the last
Majestic's
movie.
awesome.
I do like Majestic. I
That
saw
was my
Nosferatu
favorite
there.
Let's see. Chris says people that pull grocery carts around by everything but the handle that's designed to move the cart. So like you pull it from behind. That'd be weird.
So in the grocery store, here's your job if you go to a grocery store, okay? Whatever side of the aisle you're shopping on, that's the side your cart is on with you.
Mhm.
You should not be on one side of it and your cart being on the other side of it because you're blocking the whole damn aisle.
Yeah, great take, Michael.
Good take.
It's not hard.
LSD Will says, what differs the bagpipe from an onion? No one cries when you chop up a bagpipe. I hate bagpipes. Worst musical instrument ever.
Okay.
Now, that's not something I expected in this segment.
I understand what he's saying, but oh, Danny boy, at a funeral with a bagpipe is one of the most emotional things you'll see. It is incredible.
And you
Also-
have a new person in your phone who's dead.
A lot of songs from the band Korn feature a bagpipe.
Oh,
It's really
Korn.
With a K.
Yeah,
Yes.
backwards K, isn't it?
good. It's a normal K, backwards R.
Normal K, backwards R. Day fight, people who take their extended family to the grocery store.
Yeah, you don't need to go by yourself.
Yeah,
Fewer people make it easy on everybody else.
that's a great point.
Very true.
I don't want to
Very
hear
fun.
your kid yelling from across the store.
Dad, can I have some ho-hos? No, you can't have no damn ho-hos.
Do kids ask for ho-hos
I thought I
anymore?
told you you can't have no ho-hos.
All right, so those are the things that we all irrationally hate. You can send us your list as we roll on throughout today's Grum. We'll talk some college basketball, which one of us in the studio also might irrationally hate. Michael Bruns joins us at the bottom of the hour. Plus, Michael will give us an update on Nebraska football and the NFL draft, which is every time I Google it, I'm reminded that's right. It is taking place at Lambeau this year.
That is correct, in Green Bay.
It's going to be very, very chilly.
We'll see. You never know.
Yeah, I guess it will be late April.
Don't forget about that whole thing called.
I forgot about global warming. Thanks for reminding me, Michael. More to come. He's Michael Severance, Josh Peterson with Nick Grimm. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Michael Severe with you on this Tuesday. Michael will not be going the distance on the Grum today. He's got to leave a little bit early, but don't worry, Michael. We'll still get to talk about aliens together coming up at the end of the show. Still get to talk about aliens at the end of the show, even though you're not going the distance.
Got a text in here that says, is you being on this radio show part of my birthday present?
Oh, happy birthday to
Lance.
Oh, that reminded me. My best friend's wife. It's her birthday today.
Happy birthday, best friend's wife.
Happy birthday, Danielle. There we go. Happy birthday to Danielle. If he's listening right now, if David's listening, wish your wife a happy birthday.
Today is not Lance. It was earlier in the week, but I told him I would bring by a present, something this week, and he asked if this was part of the present.
Yeah,
being on the show.
Who is that you said?
Lance Beasley.
Lance Beasley.
He owns an
Oh, you said
embroidery
Lanny.
company
Okay, yeah.
in Papillion. He does all the stuff for us. Yeah, great job. Great job.
Awesome.
He's kind of a legend because, so I don't know if you know this about Papillion. There's not a lot of people of color there.
Kind of like Succession.
Yes. Maybe fewer.
Papillion is the Succession of towns.
It's a wonderful town. I loved working there. I love the people there, but they're not.
But
a lot
your
of
mom
brothers.
would say you're not allowed to live
Not
there.
a lot of brothers. But Lance is one of the few African American business owners in the city of Papillion.
Awesome. Hopefully
Yeah.
that goes well for him.
It's going great. So 20-something years he's been there.
Okay. Wow.
Lance fishes and he embroiders.
Oh, that's awesome. What a life. I don't like either of those things. I
You don't
hate
like
fishing.
fishing?
I hate fishing.
Really?
Yeah. No, I haven't been
Why?
since because I found it boring. Now I was also a teenager.
Okay, so
You know.
there's a difference between fishing and catching.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fishing is not great. Catching is awesome.
Yeah.
So it depends on where you go. You
Okay.
come to New Orleans, we
We'll have a
don't
great time.
fish, we catch.
We catch. Okay.
We get our entire 20 and 5 and we're out.
Yeah. Now part of it for me is just I found it boring to sit on the boat and not do anything.
Because you weren't catching.
Yeah.
You gotta be
Probably.
catching.
Yeah. But
He's
also,
a bass fisherman though. That's a lot of that stuff going on.
Okay, so it's a very
They do a lot of stuff.
involved
Yeah,
process.
right.
Interesting.
Mhm.
All right, Nick's giving away cake tickets right now, so
Yay,
that's
cake,
very exciting.
Cake.
We'll be continuing to give those away throughout the rest of the week. So, Michael, when you left us, you remember when you left 1620 the zone and
The
you
first
went
time?
to the first time and you went to work at the Omaha World Herald,
2014.
and then you came back onto the radio, and Nebraska and Creighton were both in the NCAA tournament at the same time.
I do remember that.
And we were like, wow, this is nuts. Will we ever have it this good again? And then they both made it again last year.
Why is that good?
Well, for some people, it was good.
Good
Yeah,
call.
yeah. For the content people, it was like, this is
For some
great.
people.
Well, and for the people who were actually going to the games, it was perfect because they didn't have to split them up. They didn't have to send Chattel one place and Dirk another place. They just sent them all to San Antonio.
That was really cool.
Well, this year, this March, could it dare surpass what we saw 11 years ago?
Because of UNO.
Because of, yes, UNO. Da-na-na. They had the trash cans over the
I don't
weekend.
quite understand that whole thing.
Yeah, so the coach got mad and he smashed a trash can. And now
And then
he's-
they've been doing well,
they
so
just
now
do
it's
it-
a tradition
now
where
they just
whenever
do
they
it
win, he kicks the
superstition.
trash
So
can.
you wouldn't, if someone was like, Michael, if you bring this trash can when you see the Brutalist, we'll fill it up with popcorn. You would say, no, I'm okay. I'll buy popcorn.
I would buy a new trash can.
I would also buy a new trash
Yeah,
can.
I would
no,
buy
I
a new
wouldn't-
trash can. I wouldn't bring a trash can from home.
I wouldn't use a used.
Yeah, I would
trash
not do
can.
that, no.
The Sickos committee guy was there. He was at that game.
Who's that?
You don't know the Sickos committee?
Nick.
He's on Twitter.
Yeah, I know. Nick sometimes thinks that everybody exists in his internet as well. He'll say, John, you would love this. He told John he would like Barbie the other day. I said, no, John
The
would not
movie?
like. Yes. I said, no, he wouldn't. Why would John? You know, John.
Oh, that was a joke.
Nah,
I
it
don't think
seems
John
serious.
I
really
liked
liked
Barbie. I thought Barbie
Yeah.
was good.
Yeah.
Barbie's a good movie.
That
Watched
doesn't
it on the
surprise me.
Plane.
But there's this Twitter account called Sickos Committee.
Okay.
I assume they also cover because I only follow the football one. They're even a bit much for me, and I love football.
I mean, he talked about the.
What do they do?
They just posting like weird sports.
They talk
stats
about random
type of stuff.
crappy college basketball games. Like, hey, look, this game is on.
Well,
between
they do
the-
football too. They
No, I
also
know,
do
and I'm saying
baseball.
I follow the football one, and as a football sicko, I think they are a bit much at times. Where I'm like, do I really care about this football game between Kennesaw State and such and such?
Oh,
You know?
Liberty? That's a great.
Well,
game.
that was a fun.
That
one.
was a great game.
hilarious
Oh, that was
because
a good
we
game.
hate Liberty.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, so Nebraska, Creighton, and yes, UNO are all potentially going to the NCAA tournament. Now, I remember, Michael, years ago when Tim Miles was at Nebraska.
I hate that dude.
It stressed you out. You never slept
I don't like that guy.
because you would think about Nebraska for some reason when you would go to sleep.
I didn't like that guy.
Yeah, it's kind of like me right now with the Eagles. Sometimes I lay there and I think about the Eagles winning Super Bowl, and I suddenly can't fall asleep. I had Eagles fly stuck in my head for like a half hour when they won the NFC Championship. Absolutely miserable experience. I digress. Is this Nebraska team going to hold up their end of the bargain? Like, it's weird. Creighton, I think, is going. Omaha just comes down to, can you win the tournament?
Win
You
the
know,
tournament, yeah.
That's all it's about. It's
They were
not even
one
about
shot
anything
away
they're doing
one
right
time
now.
before.
Correct. Is Nebraska going to hold up their end of the bargain? Can they also make it to the
I think the
tournament?
schedule certainly looks like it can. Being that they have those 4 top 25 wins and they're 4-6 in quad one, I think so. But you never know when they could go on another 4-game losing streak and knock themselves back out again. Currently, they're the last team in on Lenardi's. They're at 50, I believe, in the net. So they're in the spot to be able to do it. They're when you don't have multiple people that can score for you on their own, and you get in a situation where no one's making shots, and you don't have that one guy. And Bryce Williams, who should be that guy, occasionally, I heard somebody talking about him being an NBA player. He can't turn the ball over as much as he does.
No.
He can't dribble into traps as much as he does. He can't make as many bad decisions. He'll make 4 to 5 decisions in a game where I go, are you point shaving? When you're doing that, you're making really bad mistakes. And the other night I'm like, are you point shaving again? What are you doing throwing the ball away without looking at the guy?
That was stupid.
Yes. So anyway, if he continues to play down the stretch and get shots for them, sure. I just don't know if they have enough legitimate guys who can go get buckets for them.
Patrick writes, Omaha has 2 chances, Josh. If St. Thomas wins the tournament, then the regular season champ goes dancing.
Oh, because they're not 2 years in.
Oh, yeah.
That happens.
Yeah, but what I was saying is they have 1 chance. What they do in the regular season doesn't matter. It's about winning the conference. Oh, I guess. Well, he's right, though. Yeah, okay. Never mind. Yeah, they do have 2 chances.
Yeah, the whole St. Thomas
Well,
thing.
I guess that'd be pretty interesting.
So they're
then.
letting St. Thomas play in the tournament?
That's wild.
Normally, they don't let them play in a
I
tournament.
was going to say. So I didn't realize that part of it.
Yeah,
'cause
normally
I knew,
you can win the regular season but not be qualifying for the tournament if you're in your 2 years of transition. Is that what it is?
I guess so. That doesn't really make
I
a
just
whole
found
lot
out
of
what
sense.
St. Thomas was last year.
Well, then there's the
when-
person named St. Thomas.
No, not him.
There's a
There's
lot of
several
Saint-
of them.
there's a lot
Several
of St. Thomases.
But I didn't realize what
Plus,
the
you're
team
Catholic.
was.
There's probably a St. Thomas.
Is it
St. Thomas
Thomas's?
Aquinas.
There you go.
Is
Aquinas.
it St. Thomas's or St. Thomas?
He was
Excellent
St.
question.
Thomas Aquinas was stoned.
I remember when I learned it was athletics director.
Oh,
I
he was
learned that from
stoned?
listening to Kevin, and I still always call them athletic director.
Yeah.
When Bill Moose,
ADs.
yeah, it's athletics director because
Right.
they're the director of athletics,
Of all
not
the
the director of
athletics.
athletic.
Right,
It's like
right,
the
right.
Creighton Athletics Hour. Nobody knows what it's called. Is it plural or not?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Nobody. We've had that show for over a decade. That'd be pretty fun though if those 3 teams may. I mean, I know you'd be pumped to see Creighton in the NCAA tournament again. So that'd be great for you.
Well, so I have this theory,
Oh,
and you should have this theory as well.
okay.
When a team you don't necessarily cheer for advances, it's an opportunity for their
Oh, the
fan
Eagles.
base
Yeah.
to have
Oh,
more disappointment.
Ultimate pain.
Exactly. So you
Yeah.
can cheer that way
You're gonna
as
wish
well.
that on your wife? Ultimate pain?
No, I'm not. I'm rooting for the Chiefs. I'm not rooting for her sadness. I'm just
Mm-hmm.
rooting against her team. I kid you not.
I was this far away from saying something. This far.
You,
That close.
so I had my therapy appointment last week, and I kid you not, we ended up talking about the NFL playoffs for probably 20 minutes.
Well, it's a thing that's very involved in your
Yeah.
life. I
And so
understand.
last year in November after the election, I said, "Do people ever talk about politics in here?"
Oh, yeah.
And she goes, "All the time."
Yes.
And so as I was finishing up, I said, "Does anybody ever talk about sports like this?" And she goes, "Never." And I go, "Yeah, I
That's
figured."
crazy.
Yeah. I was like, "Wow, so this is a first for her."
My wife's a therapist.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's tough right now.
Because of the Eagles, man, I know.
It's not because of the Eagles.
She comes away from your sessions like, man, this guy's a real football pervert.
Well, yeah, and I don't know how much I can say about her, but she knows people who are also Eagles fans, and so we were just going through that whole. She knew people who had gone to the NFC Championship game, and I was like, "Oh, with their children?" And she said, "Yes." I said, "Wow, I bet they learned a whole lot of new words." She said they did learn a whole lot of new words.
I've been to 4 home Eagle games.
Yeah,
I've been to 2 at the Vet,
yeah,
2 at the Link.
Yeah.
Never had a problem.
yeah.
I've been to hockey games at
Yeah.
Wells Fargo. I've been to Sixers games at Wells Fargo, and I've been to the baseball stadium probably 10 times as a Mets fan, and have never had a problem.
Interesting.
Now Kansas City, on the other hand, I've had problems.
Interesting.
Those jerks.
And did you notice no Chiefs in the irrational hatred? Why? Because it's rational.
It's very
rational. I hate
because
them.
because it was rational.
It's
How about
rational.
this? Nebraska ball Mike before we talk to Michael Bruntz joins the Grum. Hello, Mike. Haven't heard from you in a while.
Hello, gentlemen. Mr. Severe, I haven't talked to you in a long time.
How you been?
I've been good. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Why do you hate Tim Miles?
Why do I dislike Tim Miles?
Yes,
I thought he was a clown.
he built the program.
I thought he did what?
He built the program.
No. Danny Nee built the only program. Or you can go back to really far back and go at Mata. But no, he didn't build the program. He was marginally successful. He had 1 run for 2 weeks with the Wisconsin stand-up game thing, and that's about it. He was too busy joking and playing around and not actually recruiting well enough to be a competent coach. And I'm so glad he's gone.
He got a 5-star here. He couldn't do anything with him.
That means he can't coach. You know about the 5-star that went to
doesn't mean he can't
Syracuse and was third in college basketball in a 3-point shot? That what you talking about?
Mr. McGowan.
Oh, that Bryce. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah. No, that's fine. I'm talking about an older 5-star. Listen, I just don't like him. He's not my cup of tea. Nebraska ball, Mike. He was not my cup of tea.
I'm not convinced if he doesn't come here, this program still might be dead.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's not exactly got
were
a
they
whole
ever
bunch of
alive?
life, right? You know.
They've got a pulse now, which is more than they could say before he got here.
Yeah, I mean, Collier certainly wasn't helped being here at all, but I think there's there's other coaches they could have had that could be more successful. They've had trouble hiring.
I agree.
Yeah. So
I agree.
Thanks,
I
Mike.
don't know if this team can finish, but they're working.
I hope so.
They're working.
I hope so.
Thanks, Mike. 402
When they hired
1620.
When they hired Doc Sadler, I called my uncle, longtime college basketball coach, and been involved. And I said, what do you think of Doc Sadler? And he said,
KD. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, KD writes, always interesting how 1620 basically employs a bunch of people that dislike Creighton and are fairly vocal about it.
I like
But you
Creighton.
don't. You're not employed.
I'm not employed here.
Yeah.
I have had this since I was in 5th grade.
Yeah.
I'll explain it real quick. I went to a Christian Brothers school that is a Jesuit school. We were enemies, mortal enemies in the city of New Orleans, to the point where there'd be fights after games.
This isn't about basketball.
This has nothing to do with basketball. This is just me
life.
not being a fan of the Jesuits because I'm a Christian Brothers kid.
Yeah. Also, we just made fun of Nebraska too. We make fun of everybody.
Make fun of everybody.
We're equal opportunity.
Equal opportunity
Yeah.
making fun of.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Creighton fans on this air, though. From what I've listened.
Happer.
There's a lot of them. Happer's a huge Creighton fan.
John.
Yeah, huge Creighton fan.
There
I
you
go
go.
to so many Creighton baseball games.
I don't know how Matt feels about Catholicism, but I don't know. Or Jesuits. So I'll have to
Yeah.
ask him. I've only met him one time. I've only met Matt one time. So I didn't ask him.
Matt
how he feels.
McMaster? He's
Yeah.
Catholic, yeah.
I haven't asked
He
him.
went to Catholic school.
Hey, what do you think about Jesuits? Because I don't even know.
I don't think he went to a Jesuit
I
school.
always thought Jesuit is the same thing.
No,
See,
it's not the same.
I don't.
It's not the
sorry.
same.
I was not denominational.
It's
We
not-
raised our hands in church, and we had drummers in the band. I don't know
not
what's
the
going on
same.
with the Jesuit church.
I know. I'm not a fan.
Yep, not a fan.
Never.
All right, we are a fan though of Michael Bruntz, and Bruntsy is going to join us when we return. Duncan writes Jesuits greater than. So he is a fan of
Even the
Jesuits.
Christian Brothers?
I think just everybody.
Oh, just Google it.
Yeah.
Go to the line in Wikipedia where it says controversies.
Oh God.
And just read those.
All right, so during a commercial break, we'll find out about the controversies, and then we'll talk to Michael Bruntz here on 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
You know, Brunts, the biggest game of the year is 5 days away, and you can vote right now on 1620thezone.com in the greatest big game bracket and tell us what was your favorite. What was your favorite of the big games that you've gotten a chance to watch?
So it's completely open. You're not going to make me pick a Chiefs game?
Nope, you can pick any of the big games.
Is he a Chiefs fan?
No, he's a Broncos fan.
Oh, good. Ooh.
Yeah. By the way, Michael Severe's in today, Brunts, for John.
Wow.
Hey, Brunsey.
Yeah.
Wow. Hi.
How you doing?
What? Are you a Bucks fan? Like, it's me asking the same thing.
I'm a Saints fan. You know that,
I'm
but
aware.
I hate more teams than I like.
I think he's upset that you don't know that he's a Broncos fan. He didn't realize that Schaefer is a Cleveland fan.
No, I forgot.
Oh, okay.
I'm old. That's not fair.
true.
Old people forget stuff. That happens. Look, Brunsey, I know that you're not a Giants fan. That I know. I did have you confused for a second with a person who's a Giants fan who does a similar job as yours. And I apologize for that because he lifts more weights than you do. But I like the Broncos because, you know, the old coach is there. And so I cheer for you guys.
True.
Yes.
I would be curious, where does he rank in the pecking order now of head coaches in the AFC West?
Ooh. I would put him 2, right?
Ahead of Harbaugh?
Yeah, I'd put him 2. Yeah, of course I put it 2. Why?
Because Jim hasn't won a Super Bowl.
I have seen that man win multiple games with Teddy Bridgewater. I've seen that man win multiple games with a guy who plays fullback, tight end, and part-time wide receiver. I've seen that man win football games with everybody, including a little bit with Russell Wilson. I respect that man as a coach, and he is great at his job.
I mean, Bo Nix can only throw the ball like 5 yards down the field, and they just went to the playoffs.
Went to the playoffs with him.
He's pretty good.
Yes.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
I respect him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was curious.
Brunts, I don't think you
Figured
ever
out
did
where you're
answer
going.
the question. What one of the wins is your favorite? Is it 31? Is it 32? Or is it 50?
I think 31.
Or 30? Yeah, it was 31, right?
The-
32, 33, or 50. My bad.
The one over the Packers.
Yeah, that was pretty
that
cool.
That was the best. I have a lot of bad memories as a kid of the run, the Super Bowl run and runs in the 80s.
I was at one of those when you guys hit the Niners. That was horrible.
That's like
so bad.
That was like peak my dad yelling at the TV.
Not for long though. It only lasted about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It was like 5:45 and the yelling had stopped.
It was pretty much over.
Speaking of yelling, Brunts, there had been a lot of smoke building over the last month or so that Mike Eckler was going to be on Nebraska's staff. So like by the time that it's actually announced, I don't think people are like totally blown away by it. But now that it is official, what do you think about this hire? Because it does go against the grain of other assistant hirings that we have seen over the years when people are like, get the former Husker. Like, I mean, yeah, he is a former Husker coach, but that doesn't seem to be the driving force behind this, at least not what I've seen.
No, I mean, the special teams results are there. I mean, I think he's a well-respected special teams coach, and certainly, everybody's here is familiar with what he brings from an energy point of view, and I think Nebraska is a place that he's wanted to come back to. But yeah, I mean, it kind of had to go against the grain, I guess, too, of kind of the way that Matt Rule has tended to hire coaches, even though recently he's gone outside the orbit to find assistant coaches, as he's kind of very quietly completely turned over his coaching staff this offseason. But I mean, Ed Foley had been a special teams guy for ages, and you needed to go find somebody that was new. And Mike Eckler makes a lot of sense. He's coached a lot of places. His special teams groups at Tennessee statistically were good. They tended to be a little bit more aggressive. which I think is not a bad thing. And we'll see if he can get things turned around. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, you've already got your punter in place for next year. You got your long snapper, and I guess now it's just kind of how you motivate everybody in that phase of the game. And I think sometimes it helps when you have somebody that's a little bit more energetic, a little bit more relatable to get guys excited about special teams, especially the non-specialists that have to be a big part of that. So on paper everything looks pretty good. We'll see if they can get that very, very bad trend turned around, though.
As someone who covers punt returning, kick returning for a job, I know right away that Tennessee the last couple of years have been really good at returning punts and kickoffs. Outside of that, what's the one thing that you'd like to get fixed first? I mean, obviously they haven't had a kick returner and punt returner that were dominant, haven't had a punt returner really since 2014, but what's the other part that you really want to see Eckler come in here and turn around?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's part of it, but maybe not. I mean, if you just kind of look at what Nebraska's done field position wise, I mean, even before Matt Rule, I mean, it's been, just a place that Nebraska's just been bludgeoned in field position advantage over the years. And I think that's kind of a hidden area where, you can kind of come in and really kind of help out the other portions of your team, as if you're able to, catch a punt appropriately and not let it hit and roll and things like that, which, I mean, it seems like the basics that you kind of have to do in that area Nebraska hasn't done with enough regularity. I am kind of, you just kind of want to see an approach that looks like it's kind of well thought through and you have, just kind of an identity in that portion of the game. I mean, everybody talks about, offensive, defensive identity. And, special teams, I think with the right mindset, you can go into it and kind of, have something that's going to keep opponents up at night, and they have the game plan for. And Nebraska just has not done that enough in recent years. So, maybe you can go in and block a few punts. You can spring a long kick return. It just, I guess, it's kind of felt like in the last few years that you've kind of just been white knuckling the deal and hoping that special teams doesn't hurt you. And I think it needs to be a mindset that portion of the game can be a difference maker for you. And it's been a while since Nebraska has been able to do that.
11 yards. That's been that was last year's difference in field position starting.
Incredible.
Yards.
Michael,
First down.
That was a good year.
It was. Yep.
Yikes. Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7 Sports, joining us. So, Bruns, what will he be judged on in terms of the immediate future? What makes this a successful hire in 2025?
Well, I mean, I think I think sometimes with special teams, like if it's not a big, splash return or, a big kind of splash play like that, it's just like, you kind of know it when you see it. Like, it looks well thought through and well practiced and, being able to go in and down a punt when you have the opportunity to do that. That was something that even Nebraska's, struggled with the last couple of years, in just kind of doing that part of it. So I just think, if it kind of becomes a phase of the game where Nebraska comes in and you're able to, play even and get a few difference making plays, I mean, I think that's going to be a pretty big win for you. I mean, it's maybe a low bar, but competency, I guess, is kind of what you're looking for in special teams. And I mean, maybe you can, I think it's one of those things that you can get to quickly. I mean, it helps obviously when you have the right specialist and you've got that piece of it, but just I think strategically and attitude wise, you can make some adjustments pretty quickly on special teams.
Damn, Brett, I always say you're one of the smartest people in this business, but damn, I'm going through this and they haven't had a positive net field position in like a decade.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's incredible. And I mean, I knew it was bad because I always compare every week to what the other team is, but I never really look at Nebraska overall, and just negative every year. And sometimes, up to minus 3.5. And when you're going against a good team that's at, 6 or 7, that's a whole first down. This is amazing how bad this has been. And So not taking chances in punt return, obviously. By the way, 15 punt returns last year for Nebraska, 27 for Tennessee. And I'm comparing just by games, so it's the same. And taking chances on kickoffs. They also returned a ton of kickoffs and didn't take a lot of touchbacks. Are you okay with that? Because it seems like every time Nebraska tries to return a kick, it's not a good thing.
It's the decision making needs to be better. Like it's I don't know why, but it sometimes just feels like that there's not that kind of feel for the. I mean, DeMornay Pearsonell is the perfect example of this. I mean, if you get a guy that is just naturally has a good feel for returning and kind of where he is in relation to the field, and you can do a lot of damage with somebody like that. And it's felt like whoever's Nebraska's kind of had back there, just I think it's Schaefer that does this the most, but he just gets so frustrated with like just take they give it to you at the 25.
Yeah,
just take it at the 25. But I mean, I think there's going to be a little bit more aggression there. I think adding in a guy like Andrew Marshall from Idaho out of the transfer portal. I mean, he's a guy that seems to have a very good feel for the return game. I mean, if you can find somebody like that and just kind of let him go to work, that's really huge. So, it's a big part of it in my mind is always personnel, but I think kind of having a good plan and really kind of drilling that plan is also important as well.
One thing about Tennessee too is they had 3 separate guys who were their punt returners. So it wasn't one spectacular guy. They had like a guy named Squirrel, another guy named Boo, and they had some other guy. So it wasn't just one guy who was dominant, because people think it's always just one guy, but it's not. It was their system. It was the way they returned punts that made them successful.
I'm sure that having a guy named Squirrel didn't hurt, though.
Squirrel helps.
Being honest.
What's the best nickname to have for a punt returner?
Jet.
I mean, Jet's pretty
Come on,
good.
brother.
Jet's pretty good. If you can't beat Jet, what's the second best?
The
Is
missile?
it Squirrel?
Squirrel's good. I like
Rocket
Squirrel.
Ishmael, that was pretty good
Rocket and missiles both were good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, Bruns, before I let you go, so I got a text before the show from a friend of mine who lived up in Oregon for a little bit, and so he was listening to Sports Talk Radio up there. He was like, hey, they're talking about what Rule said about the spring game, which was another reminder to me that, wow, what Matt Rule said has spread in a way that I never would have expected it to, and maybe I'm the idiot for not expecting that to happen. Are you as surprised as I am that him saying that we're not going to do the spring game because of tampering has spread as far and wide as it seemingly has?
No, I mean, it's kind of the latest example of him weighing in early on something, and then it kind of takes off. I've been maybe not surprised, but I guess I would have maybe expected that there would have been more pushback on that. I mean, I don't think he's wrong by any means. I don't know nationally if there's a lot of like, if you kind of got rid of the spring game or changed it in a big way, like I don't know how much pushback you would get in a lot of places. So I don't know. I mean, what is he kind of? He had the $1 million quarterback thing that kind of took off. He had the four teams in the Big Ten conference and kept the receipts on those. There was one other thing too that he said that was kind of the same way, but I don't know. I mean, I think it's, he kind of weighed in a way about something that it feels like everybody's kind of trying to figure out what college football is going to look like, and it seems to change month to month. So it's not completely surprising that it's kind of taken off the way that it has, I guess.
Ron, so I'm a little concerned because I around this time of the year, I think we do a Super Six. Are we still doing Super Sixes, or what's going on with that?
Yeah, Schaefer hasn't sent the email yet?
No,
I think I'm out. I
I haven't gotten one either. For the record, I have not gotten one either.
Oh, okay.
No,
Yeah.
I also have not gotten the email.
Okay,
if
good.
I didn't get it, that's a problem. They're fixing the glitch. I don't know, but
come on, Schaefer.
Yeah, it's still going. I think it's still a thing.
Okay,
so,
good.
Stand by. You might still be coming this afternoon.
Okay, cool. Last time Nebraska had a positive net field position was 2016. 2016, it was 0.12.
And people wanted Mike Riley fired. Bring
Not that
it back.
year. Not that year.
They won 9 games.
They were fine with him that year.
They were in the top 10 for a couple weeks.
Yes, they were.
Positive field position, positive turnover margin that year, too.
And a positive coach.
Yeah.
And a positive
positives
coach.
that year.
Indeed, the positive boys. Brunsey, as always, man, we appreciate your time. I imagine you'll be rooting for Philadelphia this weekend, so good luck to you, I guess, in that.
Yes, go Birds. Go Birds.
Go Birds.
Bye, Brunts.
See you guys.
Man, I don't like it how look, everybody knows my reasoning, but I feel like I'm on an island with all of the Chiefs dorks.
Go Birds.
Because I want them, so I'm handshake memeing with all of the Chiefs fans, and everyone says go Birds.
Go Birds.
Michael, we get a tweet from Brandon.
Oh, Brandon.
Who says the drop I miss hearing on 1620 the most is from Michael Severe, where he said, there you go, Brandon. I went and found it in the system, and somehow this has survived.
I was mad at my penis.
Wow. What was that? What was going on there? What was going on that night?
It was we were watching tennis.
Uh-huh.
And there was a person that was playing tennis that didn't look like it was what you thought it would be by their gender.
Uh-huh.
And we were talking about maybe she changed over.
Oh, wow. It's a different time of radio.
It was a different time.
A different time.
In our life. No, take that back. I completely apologize. That's a different drop. That drop was when the guy from I was mad at my penis. Wu-Tang tried to cut off his penis.
Oh, wow.
Remember that? He got so high and drunk and stuff that he tried to take off his own penis. That's where it came from. It was a Wu-Tang thing.
It was a Wu-Tang thing.
I don't. Which member?
Well, not his member.
His penis now.
I was mad at my penis.
Nice.
Wow, so there you go. Also, Joey, we were talking about things we irrationally hate earlier. Joey writes, I irrationally hate when people pluralize items as a category, as in when people say elite quarterbacks like your Mahomes, your Aikmans, your Bradys. It's even worse when they list all items such as your West Coast states like your Washingtons, your Oregons, your Californias. I'm guilty of doing this, so he irrationally hates something that I do. You know, do you do this? Do you say this? Hey, you got your quarterbacks like your Bradys, your Mahomes.
I try. You know my thing. I
What's your
believe
thing?
short questions.
You do believe in short questions.
Are the best you can do.
Yeah.
You don't need to tell everybody what you know about everything while you're asking them the question.
Yeah.
The guy's name was, I don't know if he's still alive, Andre Christbearer
I was
Johnson.
mad at my penis.
Andre Christbearer
Johnson
tried to cut off his own penis.
Maybe he did it as a
tried
bit.
to commit suicide by leaping from a second-story balcony.
Oh.
So that's not high enough, first of all.
Oh.
What are you doing, kid?
He was high, but that wasn't high enough.
That was not high enough.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Yeah, you didn't like it when you started working here and you heard John's questions when they were long.
John didn't ask the longest questions. There are other people.
Yeah.
My boy Nick
Bob?
used to ask the longest question. But the great thing about him was at the end, it would actually be a good question.
Yeah.
But it would be like you had no direction. And so we're doing this interview at College World Series, and he does the whole really long question, gets all the way to the end, and a former ESPN personality looks at him and goes, I have no earthly idea what you just asked.
Nothing worse than asking a long question and somebody says, I don't even know what the question was.
I don't even know what the question was.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that guy was a funny comedian guy, and that's why he said that.
Oh, okay.
It was Kenny Mayne.
That's pretty funny. Oh, man.
Kenny Mayne. He was on the set. Kenny Mayne went out to 72nd off of Sorensen and did a story about that's where they grew the aluminum for the bats. It's a great, funny story. Can't find anywhere online. It's very sad.
D'Lo says, amen on short questions. There you go. One of our listeners
It's a good thing.
appreciates a short question.
It's a good thing. The best question is why. The next best is what. The next best is how.
Yeah. Dan Patrick, he asked the best ones. Always short, to the point.
Get to it.
Yep. Very, very good. Speaking of asking questions, we will ask Michael Severe questions when we return about the NFL draft. Also, he told me that he has Super Bowl bets that he likes.
Oh, yeah.
For this stupid game on Sunday.
It's the only reason we watch.
It is the only reason we'll watch. Maybe we'll be able to make some money. So we'll do that. We also have Steve Sipple coming up in about an hour. Nick's over-under of the amount of topics that we hit. I mean, Nick, you're trending pretty well right now.
They got some people who wrote back about irrational hatred.
And we got more irrational hatred. All right, perfect. Oh, there's another one that just popped in. All right, so we'll get to all of that and more with Michael Severe here on 1620 The Zone.
This is Super Week on 1620 The Zone. Powered by Moose Roofing and OSI Oakland.
It is indeed Super Week, powered by Moose Roofing and OSI Oakland. And when Michael Severe is in the building, we talk about the NFL. We talk about the NFL draft. Because this might be the last time that I ever get to talk to Michael about the NFL and its current state. Because
this is not the NFL. It's college football.
Yes, but
the draft is college football all the way up to the day of the draft.
Yes.
So the prep will always be college.
But we're going to also do Super Bowl bets in this segment. And so if the Chiefs win, I will never get to talk about prop bets with you again because you will say, sorry, Josh, I'm not watching. The Cowboys are in the Super Bowl. That hasn't happened in 30 years. And I say, Michael, they're back.
And I'll be like, I didn't know that.
The 90s.
The 90s are back.
How did I miss this news?
I was already old in the 90s.
So would you still listen to Guess the Lines with Cousin Sal if you're not watching the NFL?
Probably would.
Yeah, I listen to their NBA stuff, and I don't ever watch the NBA anymore.
Bill.
Yeah, it is nice. Do you ever go on the Bill Simmons subreddit?
No, I don't go. Only time I go on Reddit is there's a great Reddit about the West Wing.
Nice.
That I got involved with when I rewatched it.
Yeah?
And it's such great because it's like talking to somebody who you're related to.
That's awesome.
They're like the same questions you have, the same things. It's great.
That's great.
And it's so positive.
Yeah.
There's nothing negative.
Bill Simmons
on
subreddit is not positive.
I bet it's
at all.
not. Well,
it's roasting him and roasting Russillo all the time.
I believe
Last week it was
Ryan.
roasting Ben Solak. You know, did you see the thing with him and Ryan Fitzpatrick? You see, so he made that video about Josh Allen on the last play, and how he should have thrown it to the orbit.
Yeah, I understand what he was saying.
Yeah,
you know what? Every time I watch the play, all I can see in my mind is Josh doing one of those jump throw around back passes. You know what I mean? Like, you know how they have to jump and throw? That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And every time I watch it, I expect
you think
him
it's
going to
go to the orbit?
I expect him to throw it. Now, they snapped it too early. The orbit should be another 2-3 yards.
Yeah.
So he snapped it. If he doesn't snap it so early, I think he does throw it to the orbit, even with the pressure.
Really?
But
Interesting.
Who cares if Solak didn't play the game or not? He was given his opinion. He gets paid to give his opinion.
That's true.
You get paid to give your opinion. So
yeah, Nick, you get paid to give your opinion.
Great opinions, too.
Yeah,
Everybody
I don't know
pays.
if they're great.
Everybody gets paid.
Speaking of getting paid, that's
Yes,
what
sir.
Huskers are hoping to do in the NFL draft. So what are we now? 2.5 months away from the draft this year. You have now checked in with us a couple of different times. You did it in the preseason. You did it in midseason with Nebraska's players.
Yeah.
When you think back now to that conversation you had with John in August versus today, how much, big picture first, how much has changed with the prospects of these guys?
I thought that maybe Nebraska could have, at least for the last 20 years, an historic draft. I thought they could get up into maybe 6, 7, 8 if everybody played up to their potential. With the size and measurements they were going to put out there, with I thought the kind of potential they would have, with some of the veterans on the offensive line and all the starts, I thought they could have maybe 8 guys get drafted.
Wow.
And that would be, for the last 25 years in this program, pretty damn good.
Yes, it would.
When you have years with 1 and 2 and 3. Matter of fact, the last time they had more than 3 was 2016. Last time they had more than 4 was 2011. Of course, the last time they had a first rounder as well. Now, they're not going to have a first rounder this year.
No.
But I do believe they're going to have a lot of mid-rounder guys.
Okay.
A lot of mid-rounder guys. So when we did the mid-season, this is kind of pretty close to what I thought with the mid-season.
Okay.
Although a couple of the guys I thought maybe would be a round or 2 higher.
Let me ask you this. What did you think about the Tommy Hill conversation? Because I'm trying to rack my brain for when you talked about it with John.
Yeah.
Because there was the mock draft that came out. Was it right before or right at the beginning of the season?
They had him at 31,
Yes.
32. Yeah.
Did you view him as that type of player?
No, I never thought of him. See, I don't believe, and I may be wrong about this, I don't think he's going to run a great time.
Okay.
And if you don't run a great time, I don't care how good your tape is, and his tape isn't as good as others, you're going to drop in the draft. They've been guys who are really good NFL quarterbacks who run in the 4.5s, who automatically, like, either you're going to be a safety or you're not going to be a corner. I don't think he's a 4.4 guy. He doesn't look like it to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he goes and trains and he gets healthy. Now he's hurt again.
Yeah.
He had his best day at the Senior Bowl on Thursday, and he got hurt the same day and had to leave. So if he can get healthy by the combine and he runs in the low 4.4s, high 4.3s, it'll shock me at his size. But if he does that, then it's a whole different conversation. I just think he looks like a 4.5 guy.
So you mentioned some of the most recent years. 2016, they had 4. 17-1, 18-1, 19, of course, was the first year in decades that they had 0. And then since then, 2, 2, 3, and 2. If you're setting an over-under on the number of Huskers picked in this year's NFL draft, what's the range that we're looking at?
I would go 3.5 for a good over-under.
Wow. So quite the drop from where you thought it could be before
from what
the
I
season.
thought it could be. Now, so I still think Ty Robinson is probably first, but I think Ty, and I know a lot of people are talking about first, second, third. I think Ty is a 4th-round guy.
Okay.
Now, I do this off the numbers, right? Because I'm a numbers guy. In general, each year, you have about 12 sometimes 14 defensive linemen that go in the first 2 days, which is first round, second round, third round, right? So that's what we're looking at.
Okay.
He is ranked by most services between 14 and 16.
So pretty much right at the edge, if not beyond it.
Beyond it. Now, also, you got to separate these guys into defensive ends and defensive tackles. So we'll get to Nash later. He's more of a nose tackle. He fits into that group. So you put some pass rushers in there, like an Abdul Carter, who doesn't always get listed as defensive lineman, but in general, he is. So that changes it as well. You got 8 defensive tackles, 8 guys that are like Ty. He is the 9th of those guys. Guys that are like him. We're talking about 3 techniques or guys who maybe play the shade, but they're not a 1 and they're not a 5. So if you're talking about those guys, he's ranked 9th among those guys. In general, the 8 that are before him are going to go in the first 2 days.
So he is at the bottom.
He's right at the end. So I think he's a round 4 guy. Since 2018, 9 defensive linemen a year have been drafted that don't include those random nose tackles.
Okay.
Because you got to take those out because they don't fit in what he is. And when they go, they usually go because there's a team that plays that type of 3-4 that needs that one guy, like a Baltimore Ravens. Right?
Sure.
So I think he's a 4th round guy, mainly because he's an older player, right? He's not young.
And he's an older player at that position.
At that position, he's an older guy. And the fact that when you're not on a team that wins a lot, you don't get watched as much. And so, yes, they go back and watch your tape and they see how you did the Senior Bowl and he had a good week in the Senior Bowl. I thought in terms of the game, he played really well. He had great push. That whole defensive line for the team that Ty was on dominated the game. And so I thought he played well. Maybe he goes to the combine and has an amazing combine. I don't know. But right now, it's like a 4th round pick based off of the numbers.
By the way, going back to the total that you said, Clarence says, you mean 3.5, not 3.5 on the.
Yes.
Nice. 3.5.
So he is the first player.
Yep.
He is the highest ranked player.
Yep.
So he's number 2.
Yep. Thomas Fidone. Okay. This is why. Okay. Understand this. It is a loaded tight end draft. Okay. But when it's loaded like that, a lot of those guys get pushed up because as soon as the run starts, people are like, I got to grab me a tight end. I have to grab me a tight end. That means the guys who are a little bit lower in the group and
rising tides lift all boats.
Exactly. So Thomas is going to have the medicals, first of all, how they go, right? Will his medicals be good enough for everybody to have him on their board? Because it might not be. With the medicals he has, just based off of having 2 ACLs and other injuries, he might be taken off a guy's board.
Some teams are just going to say no.
Wouldn't have him on the boards at all.
Interesting.
His hands are great, but we know about his blocking.
Bad.
Even in the Senior Bowl, he had 4 or 5 times where he had a chance to technically get between himself, the guy, and the ball, and he couldn't do it. He still struggles with that.
You think that's want to?
I believe it's want to, because he's big enough. I think he's strong enough. I don't know if he goes into it with the thing of, I got to dominate this guy blocking him, like a lot of other guys do. Yeah. You've got 6, without a doubt, first 2-day tight ends.
Okay.
Warner, Fannin. Fannin is a great athlete. Colston Loveland out of Michigan. You got Gunnar Helm. You got Mason Taylor, who played at LSU, who's his son, and Elijah Aurora out of Miami. Average 14 tight ends drafted a year. I think all those guys are going to go the first 2 days.
Okay. So 1 through 3 rounds.
Yep. And then from 4 to 7, I think that Thomas could fit in there somewhere. Maybe as high as the 5th round if he tests well.
I was going to say, what kind of speed are we looking at?
I think in terms of long speed, because how long his legs are, he's not going to have a great 10. But I think he can get into the high 4.6s. Like I think he can maybe get to 4.69, 4.7. If he gets there at that size, matter of fact, one of the people that I read about, they called him a pterodactyl.
I think it looks like a giraffe.
Because he's not, I don't think he looks like a giraffe in terms of on ice, like a young giraffe. He's an older giraffe.
Seasoned giraffe.
Seasoned giraffe.
Yeah.
But because of how long his arms are, and he's got like a wingspan of a pterodactyl.
Nuts.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So I think he is probably a 5th round pick.
Okay.
Then I got Tommy Hill. Again, medicals, been hurt a lot.
Yeah.
Interviews. I don't know if Tommy's going to interview great.
Yeah.
Tommy's got his share of issues. Right? They're going to ask him about some stuff that maybe wasn't reported in the news that happened to him that they're going to know about because they find out about everything. Dairy Queen always finds out. So they're going to find out. Right? So if he gets a combine invite and he runs well, like I said, he could shock me. But I think he is probably a 6th round pick.
Okay, so he's number 3. And so this is now the line of, will there be another one or will there not be another one?
So 55 plus DBs drafted each of the last 3 years. Tons of DBs go. Oh, yeah. Remember, though, more than a third of them are safeties.
Sure.
So if he goes, here's your other guy, Nash Hutmaker.
Okay.
Nose tackle. I said earlier, 6 or 7 nose tackles in those first 3 days. First 2 days, first 3 rounds.
First 3 rounds.
Right. He's ranked 14th for nose tackles. Okay. 24 defensive tackles drafted between 2024 and 23. So if somebody looks at him and goes, maybe at his size, he can play 3 technique and not just nose, maybe that moves him up. I think there's a better chance he's an undrafted free agent, but I wouldn't be shocked if somebody looked at that tape and said, I need a 0. He's my 0. It's the 7th round. I'm taking him.
What hurts him in terms of falling out of the draft?
I don't know he's explosive enough. He's not the traditional size of most of the nose. He's not a 6'3", 330 guy. He's not that. He lost that weight to go wrestle, and I don't think he ever got to that size again, in my opinion. Maybe he does during the offseason, but he wants to keep that quickness he has. The only thing I could say is that, again, when you play on a team that doesn't win a lot, they don't necessarily like you as much. It's very strange. If you go back and look at the 7th round and you start seeing who gets taken,
it's a lot of those teams that win.
And guys who were 5 stars or 4 stars that never had a great career in college, who they go, let's take chances on them.
For sure.
That happens a lot. That happened that year that Stanley Morgan was sitting there and they kept taking wide receivers. Like, why is not Stanley? Because Stanley was on a 4-win team.
Yeah.
That's why. The other chances you have, Isaiah Nayor. I know people will laugh. I know he dropped that pass. He had a really good Shrine Bowl week.
Yeah.
He was one of the practice players of the week. There were 2 wide receivers.
You mentioned that with Happer yesterday.
He was one of them. He's got great size. He's 6'4".
He's going to have all the measurables.
He's going to have all the measurables.
Yeah.
Can he get to a combine? I don't know. He's got some medical thing too that you can check on. Will he get a combine invite? He is ranked somewhere in the 28 to 32 range, and an average of 32 wide receivers go.
There you go. So literally right at the end.
He's got a chance to go for sure. Then undrafted free agent. I think Ben Scott's an undrafted free agent. Goes there. Priority 1. Not somebody that goes in for a tryout.
Yeah.
But then the tryout guys, I think, are Mazuka, MJ Sherman, and Brian Buschini. And then I'm curious about Jamal Banks. I don't know. He's got the size, not going to run an incredible great time.
He's going to be slower.
I wonder about him. I think he's an undrafted free agent, but he might be a tryout guy.
Yeah. So if you were to guess, would you say 3?
I would say 4.
You would say that Nash does get drafted.
I would guess the over that either Isaiah Nayor or Nash get drafted. One of those 2 guys to give you 4.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. And it's just still wild when you think about how you viewed it before the season versus how you view it now.
Well, you think about it. I thought Banks and Nair would both have great years.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I thought at least one of those offensive linemen that would be a 6-year guy would actually, because he's got all those starts, go to the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had guys get hurt and, Ben Hart's there. And I just thought that guys would have, I thought MJ Sherman actually would have a really good year.
Yeah.
Because I knew he was going to play more outside rush. I knew how young they were there. I thought maybe he could have an exceptional 4 or 5 sacks or something.
Mm-hmm.
Give him a chance.
By the way, multiple people pointing out it's Baskin Robbins that always finds
I'm
out.
sorry.
It's not Dairy Queen.
I apologize. I don't
even know this is a reference.
I screwed that.
What's
That's
that a
from
reference?
Ant-Man.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Somebody asked you, and we'll get to your prop bets in just a moment. Somebody asked you.
Sorry about
Andy,
that. My fault. I knew
did
I messed
Michael
it up.
see the Fantastic Four trailer? Thoughts? You did because you talked about it with me before the show started.
Awesome.
Yeah, you really liked it.
I like the way they set it up. They made it like a real launch of a rocket.
Yeah.
And it was an hour countdown into them pushing the buttons. I think the choices of the characters are great. I would have never made any of those choices, but I all like them.
Talking about the actors?
Yeah, the actors.
Yeah, I've been so out on the Marvel stuff recently. So
we watch a lot of the TV
you
stuff.
might have talked me back into it. Yeah, I've been rewatching Andor to get ready for season 2.
Oh, I'm ready for that.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it yet. I am
know.
excited for Fantastic Four, though.
It looks good. I love the fact that it's the old school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I always was telling my wife this the other day, and she actually sat there and listened to the whole conversation. I'm having a conversation about all of these groups are in New York at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
The Avengers are in New York, and they're at the Avengers building, and the Baxter building has the Fantastic Four, and Spider-Man's in the Bronx, and you have all these groups, and they don't know each other.
Yeah,
which is so random.
How does any crime happen in New York still?
Exactly. You got all these crime fighters happening in different boroughs. It's just,
we got there first. Super Bowl prop bets as we finish up this segment, previewing the game on Sunday, Super Bowl 59. Now, are you someone, I know that I keep referencing Simmons, so I apologize to all of our listeners who are like, I don't listen to Bill Simmons. He's an idiot. But what does he always talk about? The anchor? Are you someone who does the anchor stuff? Or are you like, I'm not putting together these parlays. I'm not doing any of the same game stuff. Like, how are you viewing props and the Super Bowl?
Only thing I use an anchor for is MVP bet.
Yeah.
So I have 3 players from the Eagles that I would put with the Eagles.
Okay.
Right. I would bet, first of all, your long shot would be Jalen Carter, right? You paid him and you put him, I think he's like, do I have him down? I don't think I wrote it down. I think he's like plus 7,500 or something like that.
For MVP.
For MVP. And he could get it. He could have a dominant game,
totally wrecked.
get a fumble recovery.
If it was
get
a low,
two
you'd have to have
sacks,
a low scoring game.
Have a lower scoring game. He could absolutely dominate. He could be that guy.
Yeah.
And then you take Barkley and you put him with the Eagles, and you take Hurts and you put him with the Eagles. So that's 3 separate bets, anchor wise. If you're doing one with Kansas City, it's Kansas City and Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's pretty much it. The one I do like, and I know they always do this, Sal does this, but in these 4 Super Bowls, Kansas City's never led in the halftime.
That's wild.
Either they were tied or they were behind. So the bet of Philly in the first half is a good bet. And then if you want to get some better numbers, Kansas City to win if you think they're going to win.
Mm-hmm.
So that has been pretty good for them.
Yeah.
3 out of 4 of them won. The other one was tied.
Yeah, listen to the pod on Sunday. The thing that I came away from thinking was like, wow, I really like the odds on a lot of these Saquon bets. Whether it's his over or scoring touchdowns. And they had on, or I was watching highlights of the Super Bowl from 2 years ago last night. And what did Hurts have? 3 rushing touchdowns. I mean, just the opportunity for some of those types of things with that, how good that rushing offense is and how good Saquon has been.
Give you a trivia question about running backs in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
The last one to go over 120 yards.
Man. Is it, I don't know why this name popped in my head first. Is it Willie Parker from Pittsburgh?
So you're not going to get this.
Okay.
I know you're not going to get this because I told somebody it and said the name of the player, and they're like, who is that?
Okay.
I will give you a hint. His son is currently a wide receiver in the NFL.
His son is currently a wide receiver
in the NFL.
And you said last time to go over 120 yards?
I think it's 121, actually.
121.
Yeah.
Well, that's not that big of a number.
It
doesn't seem like
that's
it.
the point.
Okay.
You do not have great rushing games in the Super Bowl. You have some famous ones.
Mm-hmm.
You have Timmy Smith.
I was going to say the 80s have multiple Super Bowls with crazy rushing performances. The Marcus Allen game, the John Riggins game. Okay,
Timmy Smith.
Is it the guy from the Bucks in 02?
That's it.
Okay, who was that?
Michael Pittman.
Wow.
Pittman. That's how far back you have to go.
That's nuts because that Super Bowl was 22 years ago.
I know, and I believe isn't 120 his over? Isn't that his total?
I think it's like 125.
So yeah, it went up since it started last week. So yeah, if he's going to get to that, he's got to do something that hasn't been done in 22 years.
But I mean, he could.
No, I'm not saying he can't. But this is the way Super Bowls haven't gone that way.
That's crazy.
Yes. And I think more of it is because a lot of teams have multiple running backs.
Sure.
Not a lot of them are coming in with a bell.
Yeah, now I'm trying to think of the best running backs in the Super Bowl since 2002 because obviously offenses are so much more pass happy now.
Well, McCaffrey was in it last year.
Yeah, he would have been a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you would have said that last year, 120, it's like, yeah, sign me up. He'll rush for 120 yards.
Right.
So are you then on the under with?
I'm not messed. The only bet I would do with Saquon, as I said,
MVP.
If you believe that Philadelphia's going to win, you do him as MVP and you take Philadelphia to win. I like Worthy to score a touchdown, but not go over his 5.5 catches.
Okay.
I like that as a little parlay. Put that together.
What do you think of the Travis Kelce stuff?
Another guy that I do not like the idea of bet. So through this whole playoffs, I don't know if you've noticed, I tweet these out. I've been all over tight ends.
Yep.
This whole playoffs.
Yep.
And it's been doing really well for me. Isaiah Likely got the touchdown and went over his number, and Goddard went over his number and catches and yards. And so it's been really good. I just worry about Kelce, and he should have a good Philadelphia is not a good defense against tight ends. We've seen that, right? We saw what Ertz did for the Redskins, Commanders. But you look at
he had a nice day.
He had a great day, 10 catches.
Yeah.
But I do believe that they're going to take one of those 3 corners and they're going to slide him in and say, stop Kelce.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think. Because they got 3 solid corners. I think one of them is going to be on Kelce, and that's going to slow him down a little bit. So I don't really like
interesting because he's already slowed down. So it's almost like it kind of feels like a waste to do that if you're Philadelphia to put one of the good
his
corners
positioning
on him.
though. Look at him.
Yeah.
He still gets 8-9 yards a catch because of his positioning.
It's
he's
pretty wild.
He blocks guys out. So I like Eagles first half. I mentioned that one. If you'd like the Chiefs to win, do Eagles first half, Chiefs to win the game.
The odds are going to be nice. Yeah.
I like Goddard over 60 yards. You get a little bit extra juice on that. Plus 6 plus receptions.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice number for that. Putting those together. Chiefs under 115 rushing yards. Talking about rushing the ball. And that if you think they're going to win, and Mahomes is going to take some knees, that takes yards off as well. Total sacks under 5.5 for both teams. Remember the last time they played, you had a situation where the Eagles set the record for sacks, got to the Super Bowl and got 0
sacks.
And if you saw last week, 2 weeks ago, you saw all of those RPOs they were running, and Kansas City doesn't run RPOs normally. It's get the ball out quickly.
Do they have a sacks number where it's just Kansas City sacks
Yes.
against Phil? What's the sacks for Kansas City?
I'm not sure. I didn't look at it.
That would be one that I'd be curious about going over, just given how Jalen Hurts holds onto the ball so long.
He does, but last week, 2 weeks ago, he didn't.
He got rid of the
He
ball.
got rid of the ball quickly.
Got rid of the
I
ball.
mentioned Worthy anytime touchdown and Hopkins because the one thing that Andy Reid will do is he will give you kind of the old okey doke, and he will go to somebody. 2 weeks ago, it was what was his name?
For the
Chiefs, yeah. Caught 3 balls and then caught balls in weeks. Steeler.
Old Steeler.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Juju.
Juju
Yeah.
Smith-Schuster
Yeah.
had
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
hadn't caught one.
Yeah.
What you look at it, Hopkins hasn't been catching any. I like the idea of going to him as kind of a sneaky thing.
Okay.
And then I mentioned Eagles to win Saquon, Eagles to win Jalen Carter, Chiefs to win Mahomes MVP. It's just, I think if you think you know who's going to win, a couple of quick ones. Noah Gray under 12.5 yards reception.
Okay.
He hasn't been seeing the ball at all since Hollywood Brown came back. I don't know what's going on. Some defensive one. Drew Tranquil under 7.5 tackles. Chiefs most first downs.
Interesting.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
And then Oren Burks, that's the guy who they brought in after the middle linebacker got hurt. Most tackles and assists in the game. You can get real good numbers on that one. That he has the most tackles combined with assists in the game.
What do you think of the spread? What do you think of the total?
Well, I think either way, I'm going to bet the money line. I'm not going to worry. I know that it doesn't normally come into effect in the Super Bowl, but I probably would just do. I think that by Sunday, the Eagles will be favored.
I'm just surprised that they're still not.
Yeah, I think they'll be favored once you get all that. When everybody gets to New Orleans on Friday and there's legalized gambling and they're going into Caesars and they're going to all those casinos and they're betting, I think you're going to see that number switch and the Eagles be favored. But I'm cheering for the Eagles. I hope the Eagles win. I have bets that have the Eagles winning. All those money line things with the for the MVP. But God, do you know how many? Did you hear me say this yesterday? How many times Mahomes has lost a true dome game? Yeah.
Pretty wild.
You know how many times he's lost to the defensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles, Vic Fangio?
Is it also 0 times?
It's 0. He's 0-6 or 0-8, I believe, and 2-6 against the spread.
Wow.
Yeah. Everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
That's wild, man.
I know.
Some of those stats. And the fact that, and John and I talked about this a little bit yesterday with Aaron Schatz, the positive game state that the Eagles have found themselves in this year. I mean, it's something tremendous for them that I like. They're never behind. They're never trailing. And so, like, as you
they
said,
trailed against the Commanders.
They could, for literally one play, and then suddenly they had the lead. But you look at even their losses in the regular season. I mean, I don't remember if they were trailing early against the Falcons, but they weren't trailing it until the last drive of the game against them when they took the lead. Like, they always have the lead.
Who out of these two teams have better wins in the season?
In the season?
It's not even close. Philly. Philly's got better wins.
You think so?
Didn't Philly beat Baltimore?
Philly did beat Baltimore, but so did Kansas City.
Did Philly beat Detroit?
Philly did not play Detroit. Neither of them did.
Philly played 3 teams.
Philly beat
that
the
were
Rams.
In the top
they beat
7.
the Rams twice. They beat the Ravens once. They beat the Steelers. They beat the Commanders twice. They lost to them in the regular season. I'm trying to remember
somebody else. They beat.
See, but like the Chiefs, they beat
in terms of what do you call the ranking from the F plus stuff? The one that balances out the schedule. They beat 3 of the top 6 teams or 7 teams. When I was looking at it
in regular season.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was going to say, because
season.
You add in the playoffs now, and obviously the Chiefs have beaten the Bills, even though they lost to them in the regular season. They beat the Chargers both times that they played them. I'm just trying to figure out the playoff teams that the Chiefs played in the AFC. They beat the Steelers. Let's see. They beat the Broncos. Yeah, I mean, the Eagles obviously had some really good wins along the way, too.
What is the thing called, the ranking system?
You talking about like FPI, like that?
No. The one that factors in the schedule.
Schedule adjusted?
It's 4 letters. It's not EDF. It's not early down success rate. It's
DVOA.
DVOA.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were talking about DVOA.
Aaron Schatz, friend of the
Grum. He joined us yesterday.
I apologize so much.
Yeah.
I'm old.
Yeah.
Chance. Yeah. I was looking at the DVOA and I was looking at the comparison of who the teams beat, and I'm like, more talent overall for Philly. They have better wins. The only 2 spots they're not better is at quarterback and head coach.
Yeah, which, hey, it's the last game of the season.
And it's a big part, yeah.
That's the place that you would want to.
And for a long time, Andy Reid was the guy in playoffs that cost you games.
Isn't that wild?
He did so many stupid things
never
for the
talk
Eagles.
About it anymore.
He did stupid things in the playoffs. Remember
before Mahomes.
The play.
Remember
that against Mahomes against Tennessee.
Well, but I was going to say, remember when they played the Patriots with Alex Smith in the playoffs, and they were just going so slow, even though they were trailing. And of course, that was the knock on them against the Patriots back in the.
Well, didn't they lost to Mariota, right?
They lost to Mariota.
He caught his own pass.
That was the last game before Mahomes. Yeah.
Oh, so I mean, I look at him sometimes in the decisions he made back then, and now Mahomes makes up for every mistake he makes.
Has he changed, or does he just have the best quarterback now?
Every single mistake he makes, Mahomes fixes it. And again, if he's a favorite of 3 or less, or a dog of like whatever, he's won almost every one of those. He's lost like 3 games in his career.
Mm-hmm. A couple comments coming in real fast before we go to break. Kenny says, if the Eagles lock down Kelsey, The DeAndre Hopkins and Juju Smith-Schuster over 1.5 receptions seems like easy money. Jay Scartato, along those lines. I think a sleeper bet is Smith-Schuster over 1.5 catches.
Yeah, the only reason I said I didn't pick that this week because it happened in the AFC Championship game because Andy likes to trick you up.
Yeah.
I think you'll go to somebody else. And Hopkins actually is the guy who got more snaps in terms of going out for passes than Schuster did over this last stretch. But for whatever reason, Juju had those big catches.
Yeah. You went through the Super Bowls yesterday in New Orleans. Is this the best matchup on paper going into one of the New Orleans Super Bowls?
Well, it's funny to say that because the one where the Niners killed the Broncos, that was actually expected to be a really good game.
Was it really?
Yeah.
What was this? What Super Bowl number was that? Is that 20? Is that like 22? Let's see.
I think you're right.
No, that was the one. That was the Doug Williams Super Bowl 22.
So 20, I think it's 30, right? So 20 was the Bears and Patriots, and obviously that was not a good one.
Here it is.
The Dallas Cowboys in Denver in 77 was not a good one.
Super Bowl 24. Well, the line was 49ers by 12.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I thought that was a game where I remember that just being around it, that it was
55-10.
Yeah, it was a ridiculous blowout.
God.
So you have all of those games before the last two, if you notice, are all decided by 10 or more points, right?
Like 14 is the closest, maybe?
The closest one was 10. Well, it's the rain game in Tulane Stadium when Pittsburgh went against Minnesota.
It's all the way back in
Yeah,
the
but if you go the last two of them, they've been field goal games. Before that, New Orleans did not have a good Super Bowl.
Interesting. Yeah, that Ravens 49ers
I went to
game was
the Packers-Patriots one.
That was the one where your wife got...
Yeah.
Yeah.
An anaphylactic reaction shot. Yeah. That's 14, but remember, it was a 7-point game, and they gave the touchdown up on purpose so they get the ball back and try to score. Yeah.
That's the first Super Bowl I watched. Super Bowl 31.
1997.
Right. So that is the Super Bowl. We'll talk about it more throughout the rest of the week. Still to come this week, we have Todd Furman on Thursday. John and I will have all the prop bets with Nick on Friday. And then, of course, Michael's favorite guest, Mitch Holtis, will join us tomorrow as we roll on Super Week powered by Moose Roofing and OSI Oakland. We still have many things to discuss, including Severance, Season 2.
Yeah.
3 episodes in. We have Steve Sipple to come in a little bit. People are continuing to send us things that make them irrationally angry. Many more discussions to be had as we roll on. Josh, Michael, and Nick, it's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
As I'm on my way to Providence to follow Creighton basketball, I am reminded every day that great teams and great performances can't come without great athletes. And today, the way that colleges are recruiting and retaining the best college athletes is by NIL, name, image, likeness. Well, if you, the little guy like me, want to get involved in helping our favorite schools win, then I suggest On the Line. On the Line, a company started right here in Omaha that has partnered with all 3 major Division I Nebraska schools, Creighton, Nebraska, and Omaha. All you have to do is visit athleticsontheline.com, pick that favorite school of yours, then you pick a measurable metric, wins, made buckets, turnovers forced, whatever the case may be. Attach a dollar figure to it, and for every time that metric hits, you make a donation towards your favorite school's NIL, but you set the budget. So it's what you can afford, but every little bit counts. So visit athleticsontheline.com and gamify your giving. Help your favorite teams win with On the Line. athleticsontheline.com.
Josh Peterson, Michael Severe, Nick Grimm with you on this Tuesday. John will be back tomorrow.
John.
And we will get ready for basketball for both of us that we have.
Johnny John.
That's
Also,
why we call you the Basket Boys.
I don't think anyone's ever called me that, Nick. But
like
they
that.
have called me a reader of great promos like this one. Don't miss your chance to win $5,000 with the Get Your Bleep Together giveaway. Register online for a chance to win at 1620thezone.com. Michael, people keep sending in things that they irrationally hate.
Yeah, I guess so.
Let's see. James writes, I'm late to the Irrationally Angry segment, but I have one that I think Severe will agree with me on.
What?
Quit using the word that is not a word. Comfortability. Anywhere you would use that word, the word comfort fits perfectly. So don't say comfortability, say comfort.
I think that started about 2015, 2016, where people would just add that ability thing to stuff.
Yeah?
Yeah, it started happening. I noticed that.
Chance writes, wow, Josh is a great reader of promos. Wow, thank you, Chance. Curtis says, I have an irrational hate for all of the SOBs that go the wrong way in parking lots. It's not that hard to figure out. Probably same people who jaywalk as slowly as physically possible. Angry emoji, angry emoji, angry emoji.
That happens in our parking lot constantly.
That they go the wrong way?
There are arrows.
Yeah, it's not that hard.
There.
Yeah, at High V, same thing.
Follow the arrows.
Well, look at the way the cars are angled.
Uh-huh.
Just
That
follow
too.
the way the cars are angled.
Or-
If you have to turn backwards to get in the spot, you're going the wrong way.
You know something I really irrationally hate?
Tell me.
The people who use our parking lot as a shortcut just to get up to Capitol.
Oh, wow.
They'll be on Dodge and they'll just go, whoop.
You know it's a ticket. It's against the law.
That's actually, yeah, I remember I learned
It's a
that.
ticket.
So when I was 16, 17, my dad was in the car and I cut across a parking lot. He was like, don't do that.
Don't do that. It's a ticket.
Now I
Not allowed to do
I
that.
do sometimes.
Mhm.
But
And then these same people also go the wrong way when they cut through the parking lot.
yeah, not great. What other responses have you had, Michael, for things
I
people
have-
irrationally hate?
Jeff and Lincoln, Geoff in Lincoln says, the car in the parking lot that watches you get into your vehicle and then waits for you to back out so they can take your spot after you leave. It's irrational.
Yeah, it is irrational.
It's irrational.
Now, if there are like 4 cars behind you, like you're a jerk. But I get that move. If you're going shopping on a busy day, I understand it. I've done it before.
I was at the mall the other day and I did that. There was nobody behind me though. So I was just waiting. I saw a person get into the car, but then they were just there for, it felt like 10 minutes. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
That's
Bob says
pretty wild.
4 all day, every day. That's folks entering the interstate without getting up to speed.
Yeah, man, I think that's one that we all agree on. I think that there are people who drive that are afraid to drive, and to which I say, if you're afraid to drive, just don't.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot.
Somebody
Well,
take
the
you.
problem is it's not really a walkable city.
No,
No,
but
it's not here.
if you're afraid to go the speed limit, get off the road.
You know what I get? So I'm mixed on this now. After teaching a person to drive, Miles,
Sure.
and thinking about, we were trying to teach him how to drive. You got to take him on the main streets. He's not going to drive perfect. He's not going to go fast enough. So sometimes you have to have consideration for that. So I will look in the car. If it's a grown person, I'll get mad at him.
Yes.
If it's a kid, not
What
so
about
much.
if it's an old person?
Get off the damn road.
What if they have the sticker that says student driver, please be
Yeah,
patient?
if I-
yeah,
if
that'd
I'm
be
behind a
great.
student
But we don't
driver-
have that on our cars when you're taking your kid out. To
Yeah,
drive.
if I'm
Some
behind
people don't.
if I'm behind a student driver, I don't get mad. If I'm behind an old person, I get mad.
See, and I think people just,
Get off the road.
I think there's people that just put those stickers on their car even if they're not a student driver.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think people just do
That's
that.
weird. I wouldn't want to. I don't like bumper stickers.
Jacob Padilla says,
Oh,
90% of my list would probably include things that happen on the road.
he drives a ton because
He
he, lives in
does.
Omaha and
He
he goes
does.
to Lincoln. Also, he
does.
never sleeps.
People are such bad drivers.
Jacob loves staying up late. How many hours of
but
sleep does Jacob
but
get
he
a
goes,
night?
but he sleeps in a little bit.
Yeah, you think he gets like
He
6
just stays.
hours?
He does his best work.
At
I'm
night?
assuming when no one can bother him, and that's like midnight till 4 a.m.
People are not awake usually at that
People
time.
aren't bothering him.
Yeah.
I bet you he was awake for the trade.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I bet you he was up
midnight.
for the trade.
Yeah.
He was up for the trade.
I was sad to miss that. I woke up. I'm getting older now, so I go to the bathroom once a night, every night. Except
Sure.
for tonight. It didn't happen overnight. It was great. I wook up at like 6:30 and I was like, I guess it's time for the day.
It's
Anyway,
been happening to me more too.
Yeah, you're getting older.
I
I woke up
drinking water.
4 a.m. I had to go to the bathroom. I walked back in, and Riss is like, I have to tell you, but Luka Doncic got traded to the Lakers for Anthony Davis. I was like, what?
What?
What the hell?
At
What?
4
It was
a.m.
wild.
After
Yeah.
you peed,
After I peed, yeah.
you know, she could have told you that if you had a sink in your bedroom.
Well,
she could have just yelled.
yeah, did
from
you
the
hear
bed.
this crossover
Why would
yesterday?
you pee in your bedroom?
Okay. Did you hear this stupid conversation?
I told you that they have sinks that are in the bedroom. They're part of the bar.
Yeah, look at this. Look at that photo. That's the apparently we're not allowed to say master bedroom
That's
anymore.
a hotel.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how hotels are made.
yeah,
Yeah,
not
I
a
get it.
home where you live,
That
where
is
your
strange.
dog is.
That is strange.
Yeah.
Why does
That's
it matter
strange.
if your dog is there?
I don't want to wake Banks up either.
So we now, in terms of the peeing thing, Mando and I are on the same schedule. So he wakes me up at almost exactly 3:00.
3:00.
And I let him out at 3.
Yeah.
I go to the bathroom.
And then you go back to bed
for 2 more hours. Yeah.
2 more hours. Jed says, since I don't have irrational hate because all my hate is rational, it's all about parking lots. People that walk down the middle of the parking aisles, get out of the way.
Yeah, I know. Either one side. Get out of the way. I agree completely.
Wow. So there you go.
I also have an issue with, and again, I know people get hurt. I know people have problems walking. I get that. The people on little scooters in the grocery store who you know good and well, the only reason on that scooter is because they don't want to walk. That's why.
Walking's great. It's good for your heart.
If you can't walk, you can't go grocery shopping. Sorry. It's a rule.
Hey, look at your favorite guest. Look at that. He's on TV right now. Michael, in a day, in 24 hours.
I have no idea what he looks like.
That's what he looks like. That's
I
him.
had no idea.
He'll join us a day from right now.
I had no idea what he looked like. You said, I'm like, who is that? I have no idea who that is. And then I read it. I was like, oh, Mitch Holtis.
He's an old white guy.
I know they all are. Yeah. I didn't look at the other streetcar. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, there it is.
Look at the palm trees, baby.
Look at that.
New Orleans with the palm trees. Makes no sense.
Best Super Bowl city?
That's no doubt.
Yeah.
It's the 11th one.
Still never been there.
It's the perfect spot.
I feel like you're
no,
biased.
even
so
so
go there.
Like I said yesterday, yes. If you have that many hotel rooms within walking distance of the Superdome or the place they're playing the game, plus what you have for restaurants and extra stuff to do, where's better? I mean, Vegas could challenge, but the way the big rumba is, it's away from actually being able to go to hotels.
Yeah.
So you're at the Roomba, and you're probably a 10-minute cab flight or ride or Uber ride or 15 minutes depending on traffic.
I was gonna say,
New Orleans, you
even
just get out of your
longer.
hotel and walk straight to the Superdome.
I was blown away. The first time that we went from Circa to the Strip, how long the cab.
Isn't that
took.
amazing?
It's wild.
It's better to walk sometimes.
Like Happer and I went to the second Creighton game back in November, and it took us over a half hour.
Well, you ran.
Wasn't that Allegiant?
Is
that
that
where it
was
was?
at? I don't remember what arena. It wasn't at the football
Wasn't
stadium.
at Allegiant.
It was at like some. Was it the MGM? Was it the MGM?
MGM,
like that
yeah,
boxing arena.
Yeah.
You ran to the Strip.
I
from
ran
our
to the
hotel,
Strip,
and
yeah.
that took less time than our Uber ride, didn't it?
No,
Oh,
it didn't
no?
take. No, I wasn't. I mean, it could have if I would have been running really, really fast.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a ways away.
There's nothing like walking in Vegas because everything's so giant. You think to yourself, oh, it's just right there.
Seriously,
Don't do that. Don't ever do that. I walked from, this is a long time ago, but I walked from Circus all the way to the Bellagio just to go see the fountain.
Yeah.
And I stopped and got lunch.
Yeah.
And then finished the walk.
It is weird. Last time we were there, I could see the Strip from where our hotel was.
Oh,
Yeah,
sure.
Oh, it's not that far away.
No, it's
We could
far.
do
And
that.
it is.
Yeah, it's far.
Zeb says this show is why you should bring back the hour of hate. We tried and nobody calls. People don't call anymore. That's why we don't have the hour
Yeah,
of hate
calling
anymore.
has gone away.
That's why Michael shows up and we can just have a day of hate, get it out of the system, and then
Yep.
we're good.
This is all because of
Exactly.
Logan.
I'm going to send a group text later, Michael, and we can discuss the other things that we hate with you and many other people.
I hate group texts.
I love group texts.
So I sent a group text out today, because we're supposed to do a podcast at 5:30. And I go, well, I'm not going to be there till 6.
Because
Is
you're
that,
here. You're
is that
hanging
cool?
out with us.
I said, is that cool? And I get nothing back.
Okay. Now that's not the group text fault. It's because you have
But that
bad
happens,
people.
That happens on group text all the time.
Apparently, it's not cool, Michael.
It happens all the time with
I
group
love
texts.
my group. I'm in a group text. There are 8 of us, and we talk all the time.
Okay,
about
so I'm
sports and life.
I'm on the WhatsApp
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Not on the group. That's easier, I think. I like the
Yeah,
WhatsApp
you
better.
mentioned WhatsApp yesterday.
It's
yeah.
much easier to have a group text on WhatsApp than it is on your text
This
message.
does seem to be like an iPhone discussion though, because we
It
know-
probably is.
Yeah.
It probably is.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of issues with
With your
different
phone.
color stuff or whatever.
Yeah, green.
But the WhatsApp, it's great.
Yep.
There's
See, so you like group texts?
I like
That's a
the
group
WhatsApp, yeah.
That's a group text.
Yeah.
I like apps better than texts. I'm in a few group texts and that's fine, but I have Discord primarily, and I'm
love
doing an
Discord.
online league where they use Slack for some reason, so I've kind of gotten used to Slack. And
I'm
I
out
don't
on
hate
Slack.
that.
Let me read this real quick.
Okay.
It goes, we have these neighbors that have become kind of friends of ours. And we really like them a lot. And they're really cool and fun to hang out with. The girl is a Guido from Connecticut, and her husband is an Indian dude. Dot, not feather. He's actually half Indian and half Hungarian. He loves WWF. Anyway, he went to Tulane, and he's a diehard LSU fan. So every time I see him, he says, Nolans. The Super Bowl is going to be there, obviously. So now every time we talk, as an Eagles fan, he says to me, Nolans. He says Nolans anytime from 5 to 6 times. Matter of fact, my wife and I have a bet that he's going to say Nolans over a certain number. Last week, he said it 14 times.
Oh my gosh.
I need Severe's judgment and explanation on if people actually pronounce New Orleans that way.
Do they?
The only people that say Nolans are people who do cooking shows.
Really?
You have those like cooking shows like you put this on here. No, Nolans. No, nobody says Nolans.
I had a
or like John Bishop.
I had a teacher in high school who'd call it Nolans, but I think that was a bit.
Yeah, people who don't go there or live there say that as some sort of. It's like saying the Big Apple, right? For New York.
In New York, they don't say it called the Big Apple. Because they're there.
Nobody's
Start
calling it that.
spreading the news.
And nobody's calling New Orleans the Big Easy or Nolans.
Yeah.
Or New Orleans.
It's New Orleans.
It's New Orleans.
It's also Severance season 2. When we return, we'll talk about
Yeah.
that. Before Steve Sipple, again, Severe has written down. What was it? You have 7 takes on this.
I have topics for us.
All right, perfect. We are going to spoiler it. So
yeah, I'm
just
sorry.
saying, the next 10 minutes, spoiler Severance discussion. But you should be watching it every week.
Why aren't
because
you
it's
watching
awesome.
it every week?
I don't
It's
have
awesome.
an Apple. I don't want to pay for Apple.
All right,
That's
you're
a
an
serious
idiot.
personal problem. Right
Yeah.
there, kid.
Yeah. All right, we'll do that. We have Steve Sipple to come. Michael has to leave at 5:45, so we'll make sure to get the aliens topic in before he leaves as well. It's on Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Michael Severe. It's time for a spoiler discussion of Severance. Woo! If you haven't gotten caught up, I apologize. Come back in 10 minutes when Sipple is on. All right, season 2, 3 episodes in.
Yes.
10 episodes this season. I believe you and I very much love the show equally.
Yes.
I've rewatched the finale from season 1 numerous times, including like the week before season 2 started. I am very much digging season 2 so far.
I wish I had a blood pressure device on the first time I watched the final episode of season 1. I wish. It must have been like 220 over 180. It was incredible.
Yes.
So I have 7 topics.
Okay.
Okay. We'll discuss either the conspiracy of them, what's actually happening, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Topic number one.
Topic number one.
Goats.
I got nothing. I have no idea what in the world is going on with the goats.
I'm pretty sure it's a cloning thing.
So I've seen that is one of the theories.
I'm pretty sure it's a cloning thing.
That'd be really interesting if this show is about cloning. Though I guess it kind of is. So if you don't know what Severance is and you're like, I'm just going to hang along for the ride because I don't really care. The main characters, they go through this procedure where when they are at work, they have a work life, and then they leave the office, and then they have their home life.
Right.
And so in theory, there is someone who is only ever working. They get on an elevator, and then they're just still on the elevator. And so they never get to sleep. They are only working. The other person, they never have to deal with the stresses of work.
Exactly.
But these people are miserable. Whether they're working or they're not working, they're always miserable because their lives are split up. So I guess that is kind of like cloning.
Well, think about the goat thing, right? Those people are severed. They work in there. Then they leave and they smell like goats. Like, what am I doing? What am I doing for work? Because you don't know what you're doing for work.
Did you realize who the woman was?
Right away, because I said, God,
like,
she's a giant.
Yep. And that should have gave it away.
As soon as I said she was a giant, I'm like, oh.
Brienne of Tarth.
It's the chick.
I was like, who is that? Who is
Yeah.
that? And then finally she said a word, and I was like, Brienne.
So
from Game
before
of
I said
Thrones.
that, I said the girl from Star Wars.
That's right.
Yeah.
She was the voice of that was the
She's in the
the shiny one, the chrome
Yes,
one.
exactly.
Yeah,
That was
cloning,
awesome.
that's a good theory. It's a very good theory.
Number two, Gemma or Miss Casey. What is your theory on what's going on with Miss Casey?
Well, okay, so if you go back to the cloning question.
Right.
There would certainly seem to be something there. If he identified her, if
Yes.
Mark identified her body and she was actually dead.
Right, but it's burnt. The body was burned.
The body was burned. And
so that
he's-
is suspicious.
It
you
is
know.
very suspicious.
Yes.
I think that she was alive the whole time. So I don't think it's going to be cloning.
Yeah.
Don't really know. Like, did she want to just, does that mean she just wanted to eject out of the or out of the marriage?
No,
Well, then why would she go work?
First of all, I believe that this organization is evil.
100%.
Okay, right? So whatever they would do
Mm-hmm.
would not be something that would be, you go, oh, they would never do that.
Yeah.
I think they'll do anything. I believe
Yeah.
that he didn't know she was working there.
Mm-hmm.
And they needed her for some reason. And so they basically faked her death
Yeah.
to take her away.
Wow.
And then decided to tease him with it. I don't know why.
That's wild, man.
All right, number three,
Number three.
Cobell Selvig.
Mm-hmm.
She severed?
I don't think so.
She is.
But see, I've seen this.
She's on the sign. Inside that room, it says her first name.
You talking about like the lockers?
No, when they're inside, you know that room where they have all the control stuff, the control room?
Uh-huh.
In the control room, up on the sign, they have everybody that's severed on the sign, and she's on there.
Really?
Harmony. It says Harmony.
I always forget that that's her first name.
It says Harmony on there.
So she is also severed. See, because then that leads to the other, and I don't know if you have this written down.
Well, before we get that, stick with
Yeah,
her.
yeah.
What does she have over them?
What does she have over the
Over Lumen.
over
Yeah.
Lumen?
What does she have over Lumen? Because obviously she has something over them.
Because
they
why
would've
would
got rid of her?
Yeah, why would they put up with all this crap?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You know why? What do you think? Based on her shrine, what do you think?
Based on her shrine?
Remember the shrine she had in the first season in her house? The shrine,
Mhm.
the picture of Kier and all that stuff?
Yeah.
I think that she's an illegitimate child of him.
You think so?
It looks like
bastard child.
So, and she also has that medical bracelet.
Yeah.
Remember the medical bracelet? They showed close-ups of it. It's not her name,
Yeah.
but it's like maybe it's her mom's name, and she went to the hospital, and maybe they silenced her. I don't know.
Interesting.
That's my theory with that one.
Interesting.
And what were you gonna say? Sorry.
No, you keep going. You
Okay.
keep going.
Number 5.
Okay.
No, number 4. Helly or Helena? Who is going down there right now?
Right now, it is definitely Helena.
Helena,
It is-
right?
Yes, it
It's
is
gotta be.
100%. So
Yeah.
the first
What
thing
gave it away?
I think she talks different. I don't think if you and see part of this for me was that I had just rewatched the end of the first season.
I did too. Yeah.
And so when you see her and she is, it's bad down there. She talks in a very specific way. She is more like breathy. She has a lower tone of voice when she is Helena. And when she is Helena and she records that video in the second episode.
Yeah.
But then when she's down there, she's still talking like Helena.
Yeah.
She's not talking like Helly anymore.
I think what gave it away is the initial hug.
Because it's very awkward and
Yeah, because
uncomfortable.
she's like, and she
Yeah.
just kissed him
She just
seconds
kissed him.
before.
And she's like,
and now she's weirdly hugging him.
she's like, hi.
And then when she's watching the video of them kissing,
Uh-huh.
and she's going,
Yeah.
wow, I can be like that. Because
Mhm.
I believe she hates her life.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And she's like, wow, I'm down there and I'm falling in love. I'm
Yeah.
kissing this guy.
That's not
spontaneously.
me.
That's not me.
100%.
Yes. And so now she wants that life.
Yeah.
And that's why she's down there now.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
Black Kier.
Yeah.
Out of everything on the show,
That was wild.
that one blew my mind. I looked at Logan and I said, Logan, He goes, I can't believe they did that. And my kid's 15, but he's like 30.
Yeah.
And he goes, I can't believe they're doing that.
Mhm.
What are they trying to get out of him? Why would they do something like that? And the look on Natalie,
Yes. Yeah.
her face,
Oh yeah.
where she's trying to smile,
Yeah.
and at the same time, everything's quivering. That's a face of someone who's terrified.
I saw somebody compare it to Get Out, and
Yes.
someone like this, and I was like, "That's a great
It's
comparison."
a great comparison.
Yeah. That was
Great comparison.
Yeah, Milicic, who I think he is a true believer, but when that happened,
I think
he's
that
like,
ended his true
he's
belief.
like, what in
What are they
the
doing?
world is
Yeah.
going on? I guess that was
Oh.
going to be my question was, is he also severed then? Is just everybody who works
See,
there?
he's not severed.
I don't think he is.
He's
either.
not severed.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he's not. But that Black Cure thing, I was like, and
Yeah,
he hides the box. He's
Yeah.
putting the box away. He's like,
I wanted to see the rest of the painting. Like, what else do we got
what else
going
do they
on
got
in
in there besides that?
Yeah.
Number 6 is who's Irving talking to on the payphone?
See, I thought that it was Bert, but
Bert's following him.
Yeah, I still think it was Bert though.
So he called and left message on his.
Yeah.
Okay.
So because
On his
there's a
machine.
theory, I believe there's a theory going around that in like real life, those two people, those two have actually been talking to each other as well. So
That
like,
would
they
make
actually
sense.
have a relationship
That-
outside, and then
that would-
eventually they started having a relationship.
That
inside.
would make sense. That would make
Inside
sense.
too.
Do you
Yeah.
believe that Irving currently is no longer not severed, but like knows what's happening? Like
kind of like what we saw at the end of the episode.
Yeah,
Where,
yeah.
No, I think that he is. I think he's severed down there. But remember, I mean, in the first season, the goo started leaking through. So like
Yeah.
he's
got
I think
weird dreams.
his memory is getting kind of wonky because there's another thing going around that if like you stay up really late or whatever, you're just not getting a whole lot of sleep. That your mind is going to start crossing over when you're down there. Up
So you can still be getting sleep, right? So say your shift is from 9 to 5.
Okay.
Right? Then you go up there, you become your person.
Yeah.
Then that person goes to sleep at 11. Then he wakes up at 8 and he goes to work.
Yeah.
So your body's getting sleep.
Yeah, but you're not personally.
You're
You know
in
what
your mind, you're not feeling the sleep.
You know what I thought of is like, man, if you go up and you just get absolutely hammered and you're hungover and it's like, I don't have to deal with it though. See
Yeah,
you later.
yeah, exactly.
Good luck working
Yeah,
today.
right.
Severed me.
That'd be rough.
Yikes.
My last one is
Yeah.
Is it either a different planet or is it a different timeline?
Yeah,
Multiverse.
like what's going on? Because the cars are weird. The cars are old.
You see the
but
name of the state?
Yeah, it's what is it? It's a
PE.
I was going to say it's not.
It's
so
obviously not Pennsylvania.
Not a state
yeah.
that we have.
Yeah.
The cars look like they are old.
The
Everything
80s.
is like modern and future and retro at the same time. I
Yeah.
love the look of the show.
Logan's theory is it just a different timeline? That this technology developed quicker than in our timeline.
Yeah.
And so it's a different timeline. Everything's different like that. That is actually Pennsylvania, but instead of in 1970, whatever when they switched to from 3 to 2, they went instead of PA, they went PE.
Interesting.
That's his theory.
Yeah.
So
Well, and I've seen a couple people mention that like there's a lot of like slavery motif, and then you add in the paintings from last episode.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
is there something going on here in terms of like this? It wouldn't surprise me if there's a lot of racism built into this company, and so you have this starting all the way. Because when did the company start? They mentioned it's in the 1800s.
yeah,
it's like right after the Civil
right
War,
after the
isn't
Civil
it?
War, yeah. And Kier in general, when you look at the pictures of him and stuff,
Yeah,
he's like a slave master.
100%.
Kier, the whole thing about that, obviously, I think they're trying to resurrect him, bring him back.
Yeah.
Whether it was cloning, it's a Palpatine issue or something. But when they come back, we're gonna find out they're doing something incredibly evil.
Yeah.
Like really evil to the level where you're like, oh my God, they're from hell.
Well, and then there's one more question before we go to Simple, and
Yeah,
that
yeah.
is what the hell is going on with the numbers and what are they doing? Because I'm guessing that they're doing something that is awful.
I think
That is
they're-
absolutely awful.
I think they're actually rebuilding people's memories.
You think so?
I think that's what they're doing. Like rebuilding. So what is it? Harbor? What's it called?
Cold Harbor.
Cold
It's
Harbor.
the thing that Cold Harbor that they
Right.
keep talking
That's
about.
what they're doing.
Yeah.
I believe that is rebuilding the memories of somebody, and maybe it is.
Maybe it's
Gemma. Maybe it's Gemma. I don't know.
That'd be interesting. Greg in Hastings says this all sounds very complicated. Bring back Marty Bird. And then a text from the 402. Just tuned in. What the hell show are you guys talking about? That would be Severance.
One of the best shows on TV, and
It's so good.
I can tell you this: it's not good for you if you have anxiety. It's
Yeah.
not good for you. My wife cannot watch the show, but me and the 15-year-old we love it, and he still walks around while watching it though. He can't sit
Really?
down. Yeah,
I love it because it goes up on Thursday nights at 8:00, so you don't have to wait until midnight like the Netflix stuff. It's every week. I love once a week shows because I love watching it, and then I like thinking about
that's
it.
how Billions was. That's
Yeah.
how Billions was. It would go up the night before it was coming out. I said this to John about a year ago when I was doing a show with him. I said one of the things that we miss as a society is the patience
I
of
remember
waiting
that, yeah.
for the next show.
It's so nice. It's so nice.
You talk about it with your friends.
I don't like how the Bear just drops the whole
Yeah.
season. I want to sit in it and marinate
Yeah.
it and talk about it with my friends.
Yeah, I like it. I can take it either way, but the thing that's changed most in society is we don't wait for stuff anymore. We just don't wait. You don't wait to get home to call somebody.
Yeah.
Just you don't wait anymore for anything.
Well, we're going to have to wait a few minutes until we talk to Steve Sipple. But when we return, Steve Sipple will join us. Who knows what the hell we'll talk about with Sip. We can do all of that next. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct with Michael Severe today here on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through from your mom.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here, he tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
restaurantonline.com. Michael Severe, Mr. Steve Sipple, during the break said that this open is mean. Is this open mean?
No, I mean, no.
There we go.
There's times where you've come on before, Sip, and you have
Michael's with you. Michael's with
yes,
you.
you acted
he's right
like,
next to me.
You acted like you were upset about it. I remember times I'm usually driving a Big Red Wrap Up. I'm listening, and you were not happy about being called a snowflake and the mouthpiece to the face and all that. I remember times where you weren't happy about it.
I do deserve a mouthpiece to the face a lot of the time.
Absolutely, you do.
There is no safe spot, though. I wish there was a safe spot in this world. Doesn't feel like there is.
What is your? I was going to ask. Yeah. Josh? What is your favorite Sipple word?
Mature.
Really?
Yeah.
Mine's precocious.
Precocious is a very good one.
Yeah, precocious.
But
I
I
love
like
precocious.
I like mature.
Why do I use precocious all the time? Because I cover college athletes. It comes up. You know, I mean,
yeah, but it's a rare thing to be. After you explained to me what it was, because I thought precocious meant somebody was bad, kind of like the little kid Dennis the Menace. That's what I thought precocious was. I didn't realize that they were out in front in terms of intelligence. Now, that's a rarity among most of the kids.
But it's not just intelligence. I mean, it's
a lot
sort
of
of your overall being, and there are athletes, student athletes that are more advanced.
Right.
And that's when I use the word. Instead of more advanced, I use precocious.
Sip, the older you get, do you look at really good coaches and you're like blown away even more? Like, I feel like I can barely relate to somebody that's like 10 years younger than me. I can't imagine having to deal with college-age kids in my 50s or 60s.
I've never thought it, Josh. I've never thought of it that way.
I do. I think about it all the time. Like, man, these really good coaches are just amazing because they deal with people that are generations younger than them.
Yeah. I mean, think about guys, though, that you talk like Pete Carroll's 73. He can still do it. He's still very relatable.
Yeah.
I mean, you can still be. I mean, Michael and I are at a certain age now, but I would like to think we can still be relatable to people. I get it, though. I find that I traveled to Oklahoma City with my grandkids, and they spend most of the time making fun of me. And it's just
you're not relatable to them. Trust me. You think you are, you're not. Trust me, you're not relatable to them at all.
I know. I get that. After an 8-hour car ride, you don't feel particularly relatable. You don't. You're right.
No. They're friends. I'm related to my kids because they're a lot like me in a lot of ways, but they're friends. I am not relatable to them at all. I tried to have a conversation with one of Logan's tuba friends, and it went poorly. You know, it didn't go. We had like 5 minutes worth, and it was just like, okay, we'll just turn the radio up. This is over.
I understand.
Steve. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I was going to say sports is a common ground, and that always helps. It helps.
Yeah, those band kids don't care a lick about sports at all.
No.
They have no idea it's even going on while they're
even though
doing
they
their
have
stuff.
to play at some of the
they
sporting
gotta tell
events.
them they scored so they can play the alma mater. It's like incredible. The parents don't. I'm standing there on the sideline, right? We're at a Central game. Amon Green walks up to me. We talk a little bit. He walks away. The parents are like, "So who's that?" I said, "Oh, we're at a Central game." I said, "That's Amon Green," and they go, "Who's that?"
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
They don't care at all about sports to band parents, bro. Not at all. Who's that?
Just a little bit.
Greatest running backs in the history of this school you're standing in front of.
Unreal. Steve Sipple, Husker Online, joining us. Sip, you wrote, we talked about Eckler a little bit earlier, but you wrote Nebraska special teams will improve considerably this coming season under Mike Eckler. I say that with extreme confidence. The question that I keep asking off of that, and not that I disagree or agree, but it's more like, what does that look like? What does considerably improve? What does, extreme confidence in that? What does that look like for you, and what does that look like for Nebraska?
Well, I have to think they'll get the snapping issue resolved quick. I'd just be shocked if that problem is as pronounced this year as it was. I mean, listen, Mike Eckler has already diagnosed their issues. He's already done it. I think anybody who was asked to look into that job was asked to, give his opinion on what was the problem. Eckler, I can tell you, is fully versed on the issues. And, the snapper and holder, Rule won't talk about the holder, but
I think the holder had problems at times too.
Oh yeah.
Snap, hold. I think so, Josh. I think that will be addressed quickly. You know, they did it to a certain extent in the portal. I mean, they got a guy. The only reason I say certain extent is because, you know, there's no automatics. We'll see how he is. And then the return, the punt return. Look at his. Michael probably went over the punt return stats with you. They're excellent. The return game in general is good. I should go back to the fact that in 4 years at Tennessee, he allowed one block punt and no block field goals. All right, that's 4 years. Just let that soak in. 4 years. Nebraska had 10 this year. Why do I now? Some of the reason I think it'll be improved, and I say it with extreme confidence, is because I just don't think it can be as bad when it's going to be emphasized like it is. And Rule sells it pretty well that it was emphasized and that scheme wasn't an issue. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot that goes into the conversation. What's the day? The other thing, Josh, I would tell you is that there'll be more energy. And that's critical. The special teams meeting usually kicks off the day in a program, and that'll be an event. It'll be an event with Beckler. It won't just be guys dragging in there half asleep and staying that way. No, there'll be a wake-up call every day, whatever they start their day.
One of the things, Sip, that I remember growing up, and even when I first started covering college football, the majority of the returners would be coached by either the running backs coach or the wide receivers coach, because those were the guys who were doing the job. And picking the right person was one of the most critical things you did either in spring or the summer. And that's something that Nebraska hasn't necessarily done. Sometimes they pick the guy who's just most dependable at catching the ball. How important is it, you think, making the right decisions? Because they have talent, right? It looks like they do.
Oh, yeah. I think sometimes I would be shocked. I'm not going to talk about anybody else. I just think I'd be shocked sometimes about just personnel misses at a variety of positions, or where they just have the wrong guy at the wrong position. So yeah, that's big. They have seemingly leaned toward, let's just have a guy back there that can catch it. And they didn't. I don't know. Just didn't listen. This is just an opinion. Matt Rule would probably fight me over this, but it just didn't look like they were all that interested in being particularly aggressive in the return game.
Right.
I'm talking about punt return game. There's a mindset too. You have to put a guy back there who has that mindset. It's sort of a daredevil position. You have to have a guy back there that's willing to take that on. And I think, but it is also scheme. There has to be good blocking. We've seen it at Nebraska where there wasn't. When there wasn't really, the return man, his hands were tied. It seems like it a lot of the time. So it's an effort. It's a multifaceted situation, and it's got to get better though. You can't really be serious about talking about winning at a high level with the special teams Nebraska had. You don't see it very often. You'll see it. You could probably come up with a team over the years that won at a championship level despite its special teams, but it's hard to do, especially when you might have to win a little bit despite your defense. You better be good in two of the three areas, real good in two of the three areas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
Listen to this, Josh. Nebraska, 15 punt returns.
Okay.
For 73 yards in 13 games.
Not great.
Mm-hmm.
Tennessee, 27 returns for 424 yards in 13 games. 27 chances they took for 424 yards, 32 yards a game in punt returns.
Yeah. Think of all that field position they're gaining.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it allows Sip to go back to what you said, and Steve Sipple, Husker Online, joining us right now on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. You say you got to be good in at least two of them. It is why Iowa has been able, despite having the worst offense, especially a couple years ago, but among the worst offenses in the country. What do? They still win 8, 9, 10 games every year because it's not that their defense and special teams are good, but that they are elite, and it makes up for the deficiencies on offense.
Yep.
Right. And here's the thing about Eckler. Eckler's life is special teams. He made a decision in his coaching career. I remember I just posted it on our message board. It was during the COVID time. I talked to him. And at that point, he really wanted to lean more towards special teams in his coaching career. He loves special teams. I mean, if you ever have a chance to talk to him, he's passionate about it. He likes the fact that you get to touch every position, and you teach the most basic of skills: blocking, how to get off blocks, setting up blocks. You teach very basic football skills, so it helps with offense and defense. It helps everything. He loves that. So what I'm suggesting is he'll put so much. Not that Foley didn't, but I don't know that it's part of Eckler's existence. You know, and probably my guess is he made that very clear to Rule. I mean, it's hard not to get jacked up talking to Eckler. Right? It's just you have to be in a bad mood. If you're even in an okay mood, you'll be like, oh God, this guy's really into it, and he kind of just motivates people around him. So special teams. I mean it. It'll be. I don't know that they'll be great. I don't know they'll be the best special teams unit in the SEC, or like Tennessee was in the SEC. But I'm not saying Nebraska will be the best special teams units in the Big Ten, but they'll start moving in that direction.
So we were going through this earlier for net field position. When you think the last time Nebraska was positive in net field position? What year you think it was?
Yeah.
What year you think?
What year was Nebraska last? I'd say, God, you got to go back to the last year, the second to last year of Pelini.
No, 2016 was the last time they were positive. Okay, last time they were positive.
So almost.
Yeah, exactly. This year, Tennessee was 4th in net field position with plus 6.5, when Nebraska was minus 2.5.
It's hard. You're operating in a deficit all the time.
Out of the top 15 teams in starting field position, only 2 of them didn't have a positive win record. Only 2 of them. Everybody else had a winning record. 10 wins, 11 wins, 14 wins, Notre Dame. Tennessee with 10 wins, UNLV. It's how you win. Mm-hmm. Have better field position than the other team. How's it been so hard? Good.
I mean, I haven't. I don't know. I don't voice this stuff very often, but I'm sort of in the camp that Nebraska, it's going to be hard for them to have that kind of talent that some of these teams you're talking about do overall, like Ohio State.
Yeah.
Like Oregon, like Penn State. So you got to make up for it. There's ways you can make up for it. It's hard, but special teams is an area you can gain some ground. You can gain some ground on special teams. You talk about hidden yardage.
Yeah.
But if you're good, that's a way to make up ground on those teams that you may never have that kind of talent. But you can't just concede. But it always sort of looks to me like you're conceding when your special teams are bad. It's like, okay, then what are we even doing?
Yep.
If we can't have good special teams, and at times it's extreme in how bad it was, then what seems pointless to me sometimes. That's how frustrated I was really frustrated with it.
Hey, Sip, what did you think of the news that came down earlier today? Michael and I haven't had a chance to talk about this, but there was a new bill that was introduced in the Georgia legislature that would exempt NIL compensation received by college athletes from state income tax. I don't know if you've had a chance to dive into that story at all, but I'm curious as to what you think.
The first thing I'd wonder is how many other states are like that. I don't know.
Judging by the tweet, I'm guessing that this is like the first time that this has happened.
Yeah, this happens with other things. Like if you are a veteran, you don't get taxed in certain states, not Nebraska, for your retirement. There's a lot of states that have similar type exceptions, but I don't know it for a college student being one.
Josh,
Sip.
I haven't. I just heard about it. I did see it on our message board, but I haven't had a chance to size it up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's hard to answer the question.
It's one of the easiest ways to get people to move to your state or stay in your state is to give them tax breaks for stuff they earn. And if a state like Georgia, or remember when Tennessee or Louisiana, they had the lottery tax where you could stay in the state and go to school for free as long as you had a 2.5 average. That's how you take advantage of keeping people or getting people to come to your state.
Well, it's a great. Then my here's what I would say about it. Then look at the talent in the state of Georgia. It's ridiculous. If you just go look at the ratings and how many guys have 4 stars attached to them. So Georgia always has a great chance to keep them home. Now it's just better.
Yep.
Now it's even better because a smart agent. Now that's what we're talking about now. Tells the player, hey, look at what you're going to be paying tax-wise in another state. You're not going to have to do this. I just wonder if they're the only one, Josh. That's what you need to look into. I don't know if they're the only one. They might be.
Yeah, that'll definitely be something we'll have to check out in the coming days. Pretty interesting stuff, though.
If I was a legislator in a state, especially one that cares about football as much as a place like Nebraska, I would say it. And I know Nebraska needs all the tax dollars they can get, but I certainly would raise it.
No, I'd do the same thing in Nebraska immediately.
I bet you Ernie would do it. I bet you if Ernie was there, he would have done it because he's all for players getting paid.
Yes, he
Let
is.
them keep their taxes. I bet you Ernie would have done it.
Yep.
Yeah, I kind of hate to be that guy that suggests things like that, but yeah, that's what I would do.
Steve Sipple, HuskerOnline.com, joins us each and every Tuesday at this time. And during football season, that means Michael is listening on his drive to do Big Red Wrap-Up. But it is the cold, dark winter, and there is no more Big Red Wrap-Up because we have to talk about basketball now.
Not until April when we do the one after the non-spring game.
Yes, that'll be fascinating. Can't wait to see what you guys discuss there.
I tried to get him to do it after this, fake signing day we're getting ready to have, but they said, no, let's do it after the spring game. I'm like, okay.
The world's evolving.
Yes, it is.
And it expects Big Red Wrap-Up.
Mm-hmm. Sip, as always, man, thank you so much. We'll talk to you next week.
Hey, thank you, guys.
Later, Sip.
Bye-bye. So going back to the Georgia story for just a moment, because Adam texts in, he says, a lot of states already have no income tax, Florida, Texas, etc. So sure. I knew that. Now,
right.
But this
seems just for that.
This is different, though, right? Yeah, this is.
That's targeted.
Yes.
Yeah.
For NIL payments directly not being.
And I think more and more states with the addition of gambling, because the reason why Vegas and New Jersey didn't have it because they had the gambling, Texas because of its size, Florida because of the amount of people. Some states just can't do it, like Nebraska. But if you start making profit off of the gambling, then you can afford to maybe give up state tax. But
maybe we should have more gambling in Nebraska then.
Well, we've been arguing that for a number of years, but a lot of people who are the power brokers have been fighting against it. They believe that's going to cost more for us to treat the gambling problems, which, by the way, are already there, than it will be for making, which is just crazy because property taxes are crazy here. We have fewer people in the state. Things cost more money. Everything continues to go up. Hey, how about giving us a break on something? And that could be a way to give us a break on something.
Maybe some weed too, Nick.
Medical
marijuana.
Yeah, medical marijuana. I have never in my life pushed for recreational marijuana. I never have. I've never pushed for that. If you want to do it, you can do it. It doesn't make it legal. But medical marijuana, when you're talking about kids with epilepsy, you're talking about kids with cancer, you're talking about people that are dying, and it can be helped with medical marijuana, people fight against that are evil.
Yeah.
Period. If you know all the reasons, and all you're going to tell me is, it's a class 1 drug, so we can't. That's just dumb. Help people. That's your job as a politician, to help the people. It's why we vote for you or don't vote for you. Help people.
But if they help people, then how can they help themselves?
Excellent point, Nick. Hard to argue with that.
You could still help yourself. Trust me, the pharmaceutical people will still give you money.
Jordan writes, surprised Georgia didn't legalize street racing. I believe that's coming up on the next bill.
That's next.
That's the next one.
After for the next Fast and Furious movie.
After they cut out the taxes, they'll
in Georgia.
They'll legalize that. All right, Nick, I think that the under might be hitting on the number of topics that we have gotten to today. Yep, because we had a lot of fun. By the way, a couple of comments coming in. First of all, from Alex and Lincoln. Love the Severance talk. Thank you, Alex. But how about this from Sue? I'm really glad you and Michael discussed Severance. One of my favorites as well, but I don't have a lot of friends who also watch it. Gained some new insights from your perspectives. Thanks, Sue. Thank you, Sue, for listening.
Sue is like a boy named Sue? Or like Indomitian was writing us.
No, I don't know if this is a boy or a girl, a man or a woman.
No, SUE?
Yes, SUE. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Like Boy Named Sue.
Gotcha, buddy.
Yeah, I missed that. It went.
It's a Johnny
right over-
Cash song.
Okay. Well, I've only listened to a few.
His
of
dad
songs.
was really a jerk.
Yeah, he named him Sue and then left the family.
Yeah.
Oh,
Then
really?
he had to grow up being a boy named Sue.
Really a dad that was a jerk.
By the way, the NFL end racism is being removed from the end
I
zone.
know it is. I know.
Racism has been ended.
I know.
Announces the NFL. Thank you, NFL. This is awesome. No more
Great
race.
day for Harrison Butker.
No more.
He's
now
not-
we'll
it's
say,
not- he's
get
not
in
about
the
racism.
kitchen.
He's
Oh, sorry, that's sexism.
Yeah,
He's
hit us-
sexism. It's
My
different.
bad.
Yeah, put that on the.
I've never cheered harder for someone to miss a field goal in my life.
every week.
Every time he kicks.
Seriously.
Every time he kicks. Like, just please pull something.
Yeah. Put this as a prop bet. The game will come down to a Harrison Butker make or miss on the
I
field
hope
goal.
he slips.
Yeah. Man, the Eagles better watch out. If that
Well,
field
no.
goal for them is above 50 yards, then they're going to
Well,
miss
no.
it,
He
'cause
doesn't
he's-
miss inside.
No, outside though.
Yeah, it's inside though.
Well, yeah, but if
He
it's
doesn't miss
outside-
inside.
if
He
it's-
makes him inside.
Yeah, but if it's outside of 50, the Eagles should probably just go.
Well, no.
for it.
I meant inside a building. If he's inside a
Oh.
dome, he hasn't missed.
Well, he sucked this year. He hasn't made a single.
Outside.
Yeah. Are all of them outside this year? All the 50.
I believe all his misses, period,
I
are
thought it-
outside. I don't
thought-
believe he missed anything inside the dome.
I thought he did even against the Cowboys, but I could be wrong.
Was it ceiling? Was it open?
Yeah, they didn't open it this year. Remember, they
Okay.
tried to
And
open
they tried
it.
to kill people. Yeah,
and
Stuff
stuff
from the
was
ceiling. Yeah.
dropping down.
Everything I read was that he had made all his field goals inside.
Yeah, well, my wife hates him. She can't stand that guy right
A lot
now.
of bad infrastructure around.
Oh,
Things
interesting,
falling,
Nick. Yeah, breaking,
breaking.
dying,
Hmm.
and eggs are $8. All right, when we return, one more topic to go before we get to content, which will include aliens. Woo! Before Michael, is it a hard out? Is that 5:45 hard out today?
Well, right now it doesn't look like we have a guest for the podcast. so I
No
don't-
longer a hard out. Michael's going to be here. What's for dinner coming up with
Nice.
Michael Severe. Either way, we will continue wrapping up the show. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Tuesday, 1620 The Zone. Josh, Michael, and Nick, it's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Tuesday here on 1620 The Zone. As Tony writes it on YouTube, AT&T is called Jerry's World of Smiles and Glory Holes.
Smiles and glory holes.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping for.
That's what happens when you're old, because words change meaning when you're old.
What did glory hole possibly mean?
It had something
60
to,
years ago.
It had something to do with the military and winning. That's what it had to do with. Like, for example, the word spook. I hear it used occasionally because it describes an FBI person or somebody undercover. That is not what spook meant in the 60s.
Yeah.
No.
Not at all. But people use it and you're like, whoa. So words change. Sorry, they do.
But like,
they do change.
In the military, what was a glory hole?
I was not.
Michael, did you like the glory hole in the military?
I was in the military in the late 80s, early 90s. That wasn't a word we used.
The only thing I can think
but
of
I remember reading that's what it was. Something to do with the military and something to do with victory. I don't exactly know.
See,
Here it is, the military trench.
Okay.
A trench in the military is called a glory hole. They didn't have trenches when
it was a
that was
foxhole.
World War I. Well, it's different. A trench is different than a foxhole.
Okay.
Yeah.
My
A
bad.
trench is actually something that you built long and then there's a height and then you go from one end to the other.
Mhm.
A trench, a foxhole is just a hole that you build. You're behind some bags. It's just you and another person.
Behind the bag. El Scorcho says, I think glory hole is an old oil term. That would make sense.
Here are the
given
ones,
where
here
Jerry
are
got
the
his
ones that
money.
it says mining,
Okay.
a hole in a mine shaft, glass blowing, nautical, generally an untidy place, engineering, especially use in engineering, Scottish, a cupboard built into the eaves or under the stairs of some older Scottish homes. I've seen homes in Midtown like that.
That have glory
To be
holes.
fair, I think the unsanitary place one still applies.
Yeah, it would be. Yes, that's right. Very true. Mining or military.
It's too bad in There Will Be Blood that Daniel Plainview wasn't like, and there's my glory hole.
See, when you said military related, my brain jumped immediately to, is that what they call the craters after the bombs dropped?
No.
The glory holes?
Jeez, it's dark.
That would be very dark. That'd be very dark. The first 20 minutes of that movie.
Yeah.
Without any.
Yeah.
There's
Dialogue,
no talking,
right?
There's no dialogue in
Yeah.
it. It's just.
He's
it's
just
so-
hanging out down
I
there.
remember being in the theater going, this is awesome.
Man, I'd love to see that in the theater.
This is
I've
awesome.
only
I've
seen
never
it.
seen it.
That year is one of the best years for Best Picture candidates.
Yeah, because it
That
also has
year's
No Country for Old
incredible.
Men. And
Yes.
Michael Clayton is that year, I think, too? Or is that
No
the year
Country for Old
after?
Men, it's that.
God, I
No,
love-
there's something else that I really liked. Is it not Juno? What is it? 96, right?
You mean-
1996?
No, it's
It's not 96. What
no,
year is it?
It's 07. It came out in 07.
2007.
Yeah,
okay.
so the Oscars, okay, here we go. Best Picture, No Country for Old Men
Yeah.
won. It beat Atonement, Juno, Michael Clayton, and
Juno.
There Will Be Blood.
Yeah, I love Juno. I think Juno's a great
The
movie.
Coen brothers won for No Country for Old
I
Men.
like Juno.
PTA, he was the guy who did There Will Be Blood.
Yeah.
Obviously, Daniel Day-Lewis won for There Will Be Blood.
Yeah.
Let's see, who did he go up against? He went up against George Clooney for Michael Clayton,
Yeah.
Johnny Depp for Sweeney Todd, Tommy Lee Jones in The Valley of Elah. I've never seen that
I didn't
one.
see that.
Viggo Mortensen from Eastern Promises. Don't recognize
Eastern
that
Promise
one.
is a great movie.
I've never seen that movie.
Speaking-
Well, naked fights.
Does she get naked?
No, he.
Does he get naked?
There's a
does.
fight in the what do they call those bathhouses?
Glory holes.
Bathhouses.
Yeah, it's Swedish.
Or is it sanatorium?
No, there's like what countries? Swedish bathhouses? No, whatever the bathhouses are, he's at one, and a fight happens, and he has to kill this dude naked. It's a great
Wild.
fight scene.
Sounds like the fight scene in Borat.
Speaking of,
I never saw Borat.
I haven't
Oh,
either.
really?
I didn't see
Seems
Borat.
right up your alley.
I didn't see Borat.
Sense of humor wise.
It's more like Bronson.
There's a naked fight in Borat.
Speaking of Juno, did you see that Elliot Page is cast in the new Odyssey movie coming out?
I did see that.
I'm excited. For
Yeah,
that.
I didn't see that.
Nolan. You love Christopher Nolan.
No, I do not.
I
Not
know.
the middle of his movies where they get boring.
Did you like Oppenheimer?
I told you before, it was okay.
What was boring about Interstellar?
The sound was horrible, though. I couldn't hear anything people were
Well,
saying.
that's all.
There's a whole section in Interstellar that's just
None of that movie is boring.
just so boring.
I love that
He
movie.
Oh, the
also
whole
hates
stuff
the
in
Lord
the
of the- he
wall.
hates
I'm like,
the
get
Lo-
down to the damn wall.
He hates the Lord of the Ring movies.
The walking, too much walking.
Too much walking.
That's the whole bit. They can't drive a car.
Yeah, it's the.
You know, we could always just fast forward to you getting there.
That's true. But then you wouldn't have the relationship building.
Yeah, the relationships suck too.
Speaking of relationship building, before we get to content, I got this text from Mike Schaefer on Friday.
Mikey,
He said, "Here is a potential radio topic for you."
Cleveland fan.
And I said, "Wow, this is a good
I
one."
heard that. Indians.
What is your interest level in North Carolina this year? What is your interest level in North Carolina?
Oh, I'm excited to
football this
see
year?
what
With
they
Belichick?
do. Oh, I am. Yeah.
Rooting against Lombardi, how fun it would be to see him fail. I hate that guy.
I love how he
being Belichick,
and this is one of my favorite things he did as a Patriots. Forget everything that Brady did, and it's awesome when he did.
Sure.
But on defense, how he would always take away your best offensive player. Why more teams can't do that, I have no idea. A guy should not have 120 receptions. You should be saying, I'm taking away that guy. And that's what he did. Also, one of my favorite stories about him is we were talking to, there's a couple local Nebraska guys that played for Belichick.
Oh, yeah.
But
Russ Hochstein?
One of them, I don't think it was Russ that told me the story. It was actually
Bo Rude?
No, it wasn't Bo.
What a cool last Bo Root. Is that a nickname?
No, it's his name.
That's an
R-U-U-D.
awesome last name.
You know Barrett Root?
Yeah,
The Roots. They're the
whole
first family of Nebraska football.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Uncle, dad played.
Yeah.
So he was telling me how every Tuesday they would go into a meeting and he would tell them about something that almost would never happen, but just so they'd be prepared if it ever did.
That's why.
And he said every time somewhere in the season that particular thing would happen, they'd be like, he prepared us for this. That's brilliant.
Well, didn't the Malcolm Butler play? It was something that they hadn't practiced since like August.
Yeah, but
The
they had
interception
practice
that he had against
the big part about that
Seahawks.
is not calling timeout.
Yeah,
letting them
'Cause
make
he saw
the
them
decision.
freaking out
He
on the
said, let
sideline.
them make the
And
decision.
so wild because there's an
It was
alternate
Rasmussen.
universe.
It was Rasmussen. The kid played from UNO. He played for them.
Okay.
He told
There's
me
an alternate universe where the Seahawks score on the next play, and everyone's like, "Why in the world didn't they take a timeout?"
Yeah.
Because that was my thought. Is like, take a timeout.
and
What are you
Russell
doing?
Wilson is a two-time Super Bowl winner. He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
It's a whole different thing.
It was that close.
That close, yeah.
What a tackle. I don't even remember who made the tackle, but that tackle on beast mode right before that play is
Yeah. And the funny
incredible.
part about it is all they say every time is he should have run it. If you go back and you look, they have numbers. They had the exact same situation, something like I think 6 times during the season.
The Seahawks did?
Yes, and ran the ball and didn't make it.
Interesting.
And that's one of the reasons why Carroll chose to throw the ball because they had gotten stopped in that situation before.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was a shoestring tackle to get him down.
Oh, yeah,
He
it
tripped
was.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, as
Wow.
he's running around the left side.
So I'd say you're pretty pumped to see him in college. I can't wait to see
I am.
just the way that he approaches the game. And you just mentioned a meeting that he has, and he's mentioning something that it always shows up.
Yeah.
Just like he's not going to be dealing with the best players in the world. And so how that ultimately works out with a bunch of college kids.
The funny thing about it is that if you look at his teams, he didn't always have the
didn't
best
always have
players
the
in the
most talented
NFL.
players. That's
I
true.
mean, if you look at some of the best years that Brady had, obviously the year with Moss, huge.
Yeah.
But he made David Patton look great. I mean, there were so many guys you were like, okay, here's another little white. How many times?
I know.
A little white
Edelman.
wide receiver. He's
Yeah.
going to be in the
Welker.
the
Yeah.
Patriots. Yeah.
Yeah.
And even in the secondary, he would do things. He would take
Hogan.
I remember he got not Nowitzki. He got a kid. The Saints actually drafted him. He didn't work out. He played like outside linebacker, defensive, and they couldn't figure it out. He goes to the Patriots and they make him a Pro Bowler. They figured out how to take this guy who was an undersized defensive end, but a little big for offensive line, and made him into a starter and made him into a great player.
Mhm.
He just always didn't have to have the best.
So
players.
I don't think he's going to be very good there. One of the things
because of North Carolina or because of him?
Because of him, mainly because like the end of the Patriots era was so bad in terms of his talent acquisition. His draft was so bad.
I think he picked bad poor coaches.
Yeah, and so and that's the thing.
His defense was still great though.
His
Go back and
defense
look
was
at
his defenses were
still
awesome.
great.
It just seems like he's running it back again. And for a guy who always preached the like, if you suck, I'm going to fire you immediately.
Right.
Talking about, like, it just seems like he is not that way with his coaching.
But he's
staff
bringing
anymore.
Steve back, who Steve proved that he can coach in
Steve was
college.
good.
He's
Steve
pretty
was
good at Washington. Yeah.
I also just do not like Mike Lombardi, and I think he's
Mike Lombardi is the one thing.
He's a
If it's not going
moron.
to work, it's him.
Yeah,
He-
because
I-
he's the guy bringing in the talent. He
He's
sucks.
He's the guy. Now, if he's just the guy supplying the money, he's like, okay, you get this much money. If he's actually watching tape of high school guys,
Good luck.
because I've never seen Michael Lombardi do anything well.
Mhm.
I know some people love him. I know Belichick loves him, and I know
Bill Simmons
loves him. But
for some reason,
no matter everywhere he went, he was pretty much a failure,
Mhm.
unless he was hooked up with Belichick in New England.
Because wasn't he the
Oakland,
one that was
Cleveland,
involved with the Trent Richardson trade?
Yep.
Wasn't he involved in that
at
one?
Cleveland. Yeah, he was. I never understood why people listen to him.
His last name is Lombardi.
That's not a reason to.
It's like Kennedy.
That's not a reason to listen to somebody.
I know
either.
it's not exactly. It's not. A couple comments about you, Michael, before we go to break.
Oh, no.
LSD Will loved the show today, and Michael, please
good.
thank him for just being Michael.
It's not over yet, LSD.
Thank you for
Will.
your service, for being yourself, Michael. Let's see. Chris says, just catching up. I really hate people that back in at grocery stores and gas stations. Congrats on the sweet backing in skills. Looking for a quick getaway when you shoplift a steak.
Well, Kenny Wilhite, former
That's funny.
coach at Nebraska, said he grew up in St. Louis. He backed in because you got to get away sometimes in St. Louis. And I went, look, I'm from New Orleans. I understand.
You're from Nolans, as
I
they
am
call it,
definitely not
Michael.
from Nolans.
As they call it in New Orleans.
I understand what you're saying.
I want to defend some people who back into lots.
Not grocery stores.
Just not grocery stores. Yeah, we defend
You got
backing into lots.
carts. You got people walking through there. People walking through with strollers.
Also, they're angled, so you don't have to do it.
They're not always angry.
They're not always like Baker's is not angled.
I guess that one, I hate that.
So,
one.
like
That's
my
my Baker's
truck, I
store.
think a lot of people overestimate how many other people have backup cameras now.
I
I don't
think-
have a backup
I don't-
camera. It's kind of a pain in the ass to back out of a space.
Yeah, I get it. I do. I really do. I understand. But backing in, a lot of times I think is more dangerous. Because people aren't necessarily looking, because you go past and you're coming back and backing
That's an
in.
excellent point.
And they are coming to their carts and they got their kids. And I've just seen too many times at that Baker's parking lot specifically, and I'm using that one as an example, where people almost have gotten killed by people backing in. I just say go down till you find one that's open on both sides and go through if you want to be able to get out quickly.
Yeah.
And then someone's like, well, I was trying to pull in and somebody was pulling through. Sorry, but it's probably a little bit safer than you backing your big ass 250 truck and run over
it's not
somebody.
A big ass 250 truck.
Unreal, your big truck, Nick.
Big truck.
I tried
compensating for something there, Nick?
I tried to buy the smallest truck I could find.
Mm.
I like small trucks.
Did you buy a Colorado?
No, it's a the
Tacoma?
Frontier.
Oh, that's pretty small. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nate says, what about pulling through a parking spot? We talked about that earlier.
You know what? Irrational hate. Trucks
Thumbs
are
up.
too big now. I hate big trucks.
That's a good take.
I miss trucks that are small.
Okay, so
Normal-sized
that
trucks.
isn't how trucks were built. That came along later.
The big
So
trucks?
no, the big trucks were first.
Oh.
The big trucks were first.
No, but like big trucks now are bigger than what
Yeah.
like an F-150 was in the 90s.
What happens if you actually need that? Like you work on a farm and you need to load stuff up and you need a big truck for torque and pulling.
I'm not saying I hate all big trucks.
Okay.
I hate that there's not an option anymore. Like the smallest
Right. They
truck
still
you
make
can get
Tacomas,
now.
don't they?
Yeah, but they're still big
Are they
now.
bigger?
Yeah, they're bigger.
Really? They still make the Colorado?
They do. Bigger.
Really?
Yes.
Hmm.
It's like the size of what a Ford was 20 years ago.
Hmm.
They don't make small trucks anymore.
I didn't know they didn't make the. You know who drives one is Sip.
Yeah.
Yeah. He drives a small truck.
I thought he drove a big truck. Last time I saw him.
Well, they
it's been
always
a few
make fun
years.
of him on the show saying he drives a. What do you call the trucks? What is the name for the small trucks? There's a you phrase them.
I don't know.
Phrasing for a small truck.
I've just called it a truck.
It's not a truck. Small truck. They have a name for a small truck. That's what supposedly he drives because Sean always makes fun of him.
There's a Mazda truck that runs around Omaha sometimes that I love.
Is it a Brat? Remember the Brat?
Yeah, I remember the Brat.
Remember the Brat had the two seats in the back?
Yeah.
Oh, those I hate
The Brat.
those. Oh, my uncle had
That was
one, a truck
scary.
like
That's a good way to die.
I've always kind of liked Geos too. Remember the Geo?
I remember the Geo car.
It was like
It
a.
looked like
It was like a tiny SUV. It kind of looked like a Samurai. I don't know.
Oh
if you ever-
yeah, I remember Samurai. Yes,
It's
I
like
remember
a
the
Samurai, but
Yeah.
smaller.
What do you call little trucks?
Bayman writes, pickup? Not a pickup truck.
Yes, a pickup truck. Thank you.
Oh,
A pickup is a smaller truck.
Why not
What?
Hoiberg?
That's the way it was phrased. Then when you go to pickup truck's a smaller
I
truck.
had no idea. I just thought, yeah, pickup truck.
Why not Hoiberg is trying to say that the Jeep Gladiator is a small truck? The Gladiator
never
is
seen
not
it.
a small truck.
I've never
I don't
seen
know
it.
what that
It's
is.
just the Jeep truck. It's the one that looks like a Wrangler, but it's a truck.
I mean,
That is
See,
not a small truck.
A pickup is a light or medium duty truck
I have no
that
idea.
has an enclosed cabin and a back end made up of a cargo bed that is enclosed by 3 low walls, no roof. This cargo bed is sometimes consists of a tailgate removing cover.
Even the new
smaller
Ford
truck.
Even the new Ford Rangers, big. Ranger used to be
The
the
Ranger
small
used to be a
truck.
small truck. Yeah.
Not anymore.
If I ever bought a truck though, it'd be that Ram. I'd buy that Ram truck. That Ram truck is
Dodge
sweet.
Ram?
Not Dodge Ram anymore, just Ram truck.
Just
They
Ram?
don't put the Dodge with it anymore.
They
It's called
dropped
Ram.
the Dodge?
They dropped the Dodge and just say
Like
Ram
when they
truck.
dropped the Facebook.
Ram
It's clear
truck.
that way.
Ram truck was the first truck I ever had that had Bluetooth. It was one of those where they let me drive it. Remember that back in the day when they let you drive cars?
You picked me up one time because it was too snowy.
Yeah, they let you drive stuff. I got a truck every weekend.
Nice.
And at one place, Huber had
Huber.
They had what did they have? They had Saabs. They had
I love Saabs. I've always wanted a Saab.
yeah. They had Hummers.
Eh.
I happened to have a Hummer once when the trees got knocked down in my
remember
neighborhood.
that,
I
yeah,
drove
yeah.
that.
We used
Yeah.
to have a Hummer as a station vehicle here. I've driven
I remember
tractors
that, yeah.
were easier to park than
Yeah,
that thing.
yeah. The Hummers are hard,
Especially
Play you
some of
back
those.
in.
but that also was an H1, wasn't it?
It was an H2.
Or was it? Because by the time it got to H3 and they got smaller, they were much easier to drive.
I saw an H2 out in the wild recently. I was like, wow.
It might have been our old one.
We have a
It's older
guy.
than
We have a
that.
guy at my street. Well, actually, a tree just fell on it, but he had the one with the cab on it,
Yeah.
whatever that was called.
Yeah.
It was a Hummer, but with the cab.
I remember liking Hummers, and now I despise them. We have content coming up.
The EV is pretty cool.
Ooh, that's the way he reads.
In content, Australia makes an appearance.
Crikey.
And finally, aliens. We're talking aliens
He said
with
Geo
Michael
Tracker.
Severe.
You're talking about not the Geo car.
Yes.
Geo Prism?
Tracker.
I was
Says
thinking
John?
Geo Prism. You're talking about
Yeah.
Geo Tracker.
Yes.
Thank you, Kent.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ken.
All right, there you go. And that's talking trucks here on
Trucks.
1620 The
Baby.
Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. All right, Nick, ask us some questions.
Travis Kelce has no plans to retire anytime soon, even if the Kansas City Chiefs win a third straight Super Bowl on Sunday. At least, that's what he said last night in Nolans. Are we buying this?
No. I don't think he would say that he's retiring. They always say once you think about retiring, you need to retire.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he'll ever talk about it until the moment he says, I'm done.
So do you think he's done after Sunday?
I do not.
See, I've been thinking that he would retire.
And get married?
He's starting to look a little washed.
He's just so slow now.
The thing is, he doesn't have to play.
So slow.
There's only a couple games a year where he has to really be good. They're in the playoffs and a couple times on the regular season. And then everything else can work around him.
Yeah, you're right. Because on one hand, I want to
and
say,
Worthy's becoming a good wide receiver, and Hollywood Brown will be back for a whole season. They're actually going to have some talent next year.
Yeah, because you would say, like, what's better than going out with winning 3 in a row? And then thought, well, what if they could win 4 in a row? Of course, he would like to do that. Yeah, I think I've changed my tune. I was
Could
thinking
you
he was
walk
going to
over
retire.
and grab a knife and stab me in the heart?
Jeez.
Loud like that? God.
Are you
Sorry,
okay,
Michael.
Michael?
Sorry.
Oh, my God. He doesn't want the Chiefs to win, Nick.
I don't either, for the
Yeah.
record. Go Birds.
Go Birds. Go Birds.
Early Sunday morning, Adam Schefter wanted to wade into the waters that were the My Name is Luka trade to the Lakers by making an NFL comparison.
Ooh.
An NFL equivalent, the Ravens trading Lamar Jackson to the Bengals in exchange for Joe Burrow.
No, that's stupid.
In the middle of the season. Is this a bad comparison or the worst comparison?
It's the worst
ever?
comparison.
It's not a good comparison.
Yeah, you got to find a washed-up quarterback, and then
Anthony Davis is not washed.
over-the-hill quarterback, a quarterback who has been hurt and is on the downturn of their career. You're right. He's not washed up.
Wasn't he all-pro defensive team last year, like first team defensive team
but,
last year?
I mean, he's just
and then
always injured.
I know, but he played last year. He didn't get injured.
Yeah, this year he has.
Yes, he has been injured. So has Luka. So you'd have to have 2 quarterbacks that have both been injured. Lamar hasn't been injured in 2 years. So I don't. That would be a hard comparison because I think Lamar would be considered the second best, and Burrow's probably the 4th best.
What do you think about this? Because he finished second in MVP voting. What if it's like Lamar for Dak?
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, because you would never make that trade if you're the Ravens.
You would never make, and Dallas would love to get Lamar. Yeah, that would be that's a very good
Sign
one.
me up. Yeah,
That's a
because
very
Dak
good one.
is good,
Yeah.
and he was All Pro last year.
Yeah.
But he also.
But what's if Lamar was eating too much?
Yeah, who's the quarterback that is?
You'd have to have somebody who's not in great shape.
Yeah, is there an equivalent to that?
Hey,
right
and
now?
remember this: the injury that Luka's had, that calf stuff.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that is because of the fact that he's not in shape.
Yeah.
And if he's never going to get in shape, I said this yesterday, it's Embiid. The Sixers kept saying, if we can get him in shape, we can get him in shape, we can get him in shape. They kept getting hurt every season. And now he's in a place where it's too late to get in shape.
He's too old.
It's too late.
Yeah.
So what happens if 2 years after they give him the big extension, it's too late for him to finally get in shape?
Yeah. And that's why I like going where LeBron is, and that guy takes care of his body. Like, I don't
You know who taught him how to take care of his body?
Taught LeBron? Wasn't it Kobe, right?
It was Dave Ellis.
Really?
The former nutrition guy
That's
here.
right.
They hired Dave Ellis
Yes.
to fix him in terms of that, and he got on a
Look
Dave
at him
Ellis
now.
plan. Yeah.
He's playing and he's 40.
Yep.
Melbourne, Australia's Herald Sun reported Saturday that the Rams and Eagles will play on October 2026 at the 100,000 capacity Melbourne Cricket Ground.
Wow.
Cool.
That is, yeah, I think so.
John would hate this.
I think I love, I'm not saying I love overseas, but I love giant stadiums. And so I think that'd be kind of
that's fair.
cool. I love giant stadiums.
So right now, if you're wondering, okay, what time would this kick off in America?
So it's 24 hours minus 8, 16-hour difference.
Look at you. It is 10:42 a.m. currently. I'm guessing in October it will be, what will it be? Will it be 11:42? I'm just trying to figure out the time zone with if they move the clock.
I know the math from when Kevin was over there.
Oh, really?
'Cause we had
My guess is that will be a night game because if it's 10:42 right now,
It's also their summer.
you could view it. You could do it on Sunday Night Football, and over there it would be a noon game.
Yeah.
And since it would
10:42
be
tomorrow.
well, I guess it would. Yes, it would be Monday.
Tomorrow.
Now,
Yep.
so I wonder what the temperature would
That's
be
what I'm saying, 'cause
in
that's their
Melbourne in
summertime.
October. Yeah, that'll be weird, man.
Yeah, and it gets really hot. Now, the middle of the country is much hotter than Sydney and Melbourne. So I don't know if it's the same temperature difference.
I would say that, and Riss isn't happy about it. Part of that is they just played
Yeah,
out
that
of,
sucked.
out of
They
the
had to go,
country.
and they played on a horrible field.
And
Yeah.
body clockwise, going to Australia is way worse than going,
Well, you'd
to
have to have,
Brazil or
you
Mexico.
can't have the week off, but it'd be nice to have the week off. Yeah.
Well, by that point, they'll probably have 18 games in a 20-week schedule.
That is true.
So
That is
maybe
true.
they'll have a double bye that year.
That is true.
After 1 year in the NFL, Ryan Grubb is heading back to college to team up yet again with Kalen DeBoer. Is he a better fit for the college game?
I thought that he was going to be a really good hire for the Seahawks. I was surprised that it lasted, only 1 year. And this is funny too because the Tide have tried to have him 3 times. Saban tried to hire him before his last year.
Mm-hmm.
He actually agreed to come with DeBoer before last year, and now he is actually finally there.
That Seattle offense had times where they had a lot of injuries.
Yeah.
But I think when they were healthy, Geno had a really huge season.
Yeah.
When they were healthy at running back, when all 3 of their wide receivers were healthy, they weren't bad offensively.
Yeah.
I don't think it was his problem. But I do think that he probably fits better in college.
Yeah, I like his play design. I think his offenses are fun. Right, great hire for Alabama.
Yep.
One coach comes back to college while another heads back to the NFL. Chip Kelly will be the new OC in Vegas for Pete Carroll's Raiders. Is this a good move for them and him?
He's getting a $4.5 million raise. Is that correct?
$6 million a year.
It's like a 4.5. Wasn't he making like $1.5 million?
I thought he was making 3.
Oh, he was making 3.
Yeah.
So he's getting a $3 million raise.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know though.
And no state income tax.
His issue is laziness.
Chip's issue?
Anybody who knew him with the Eagles, anybody that was around the organization will tell you he was lazy.
In what way?
He didn't want to work.
Interesting.
He didn't want to put the hours in.
I thought it was that he was bad with people.
He has got a definite issue with social anxiety, but he also is lazy.
Wow.
Even I heard ESPN stuff too. Didn't want to work.
Wow.
A lot of the Philly, I know people inside the Philly organization that said he was lazy.
Yeah.
So he's got the NFL has a bigger break, but during the season, it's
a grind.
It's a grind. Yeah. And you're adjusting, yes, in college for a defense you're adjusting for the best defenses in the world. And we saw how it kind of fell apart at San Francisco with his offense versus those defenses. So
horrible.
Yeah. I don't know.
I know some people thought in the playoffs, like how much of it was him versus how much of it was
they finally started running the ball and throwing the ball to the best wide receiver.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I was a big Chip Kelly guy like a decade ago.
Yeah, I mean, when he was at Oregon, it was incredible.
Yeah,
he was the first to do it.
He does love running the football, and so does Pete Carroll. So I wonder if that's actually going to work to their disadvantage in Vegas.
Michael, you famously love watching movies and TV shows.
I do.
We talked about Succession earlier.
Is there anything you'd recommend for the friends of the Grum that are looking to fill the time with no more football in their lives?
I said this earlier. Fight Night on Peacock is good.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good people in it. It's very funny. And again, based on a real story. The guy who plays Ali is, I think, a great actor. Don Cheadle is in it, plays a police officer. He's really good. I would say, I think it's 9 episodes.
That's not bad.
I think it was. And I recommend to everybody going back and rewatching The West Wing.
Yeah, you've been talking about that with me a lot.
It was such first of all, I was having problems with anxiety disorder. I was having problems with anxiety, and I got on medication. But the thing that relaxed me was sitting there and watching The West Wing every night. It grounded me again. It really helped me.
Wow.
Yeah, it really helped me. And I needed it. And it 7 seasons, it really doesn't ever get bad. It changes, different directors.
And when what's his name leaves, yeah.
Yeah, but it's never gets bad. And you'll love it because the exact same things that are happening now and being talked about were happening 25 years ago.
Oh,
it's crazy. It is. It really is.
The exact same things.
Basically the exact same things. A lot of the craziness that you see now and some of the things that the Republicans want to get rid of, they tried to get rid of in the West Wing.
But the cool part about now is they're actually getting rid of those things. So it's it's like an alternate history of the West Wing.
The thing they couldn't get in the West Wing was the president and both houses, and now they have it. So and they have the Supreme Court.
Fun.
Cool. Speaking of movies, according to Jeff Snyder, Paul Giamatti will play radio host Art Bell in a new indie movie.
Oh my God, really?
Are we in on
See,
this?
you're in on the aliens.
I am not. Art Bell is one of the dumbest people I've ever heard of my life.
On the aliens.
You ever listen? Did you guys listen to Art Bell when he was on?
I've heard a little bit of it.
Wish.
I used to drive at night a lot.
Yeah.
And he would be on overnight. Art Bell was a psycho. He was the original conspiracy alien
What would
nut.
he be talking about today?
Same thing that they're talking about now.
But that's when conspiracy theories were fun.
We're
still,
cheeky and
you know?
fun. Aliens, JFK's assassination.
I love conspiracy theories like that, like underground tunnels in the Southeast.
Yeah.
I hate all conspiracies.
All of them?
I hate
all
them now
of them.
because they're not fun
I
anymore.
honestly
Frozen
believe
envelope
that
isn't
the
fun for you?
majority of the time it's a simple answer. It's the Occam razor thing. I think too often we're just searching for something else when it's just right what it is.
Yeah.
Some dude with a rifle who was a little nut shot a president. That's what happened. That's it. That's what happened.
But he wasn't a very good shot.
Well,
He was
didn't
good
miss.
enough. You know what's funny about the military is that
Didn't
people
miss.
who are expert shots are really, really good. People who aren't are still pretty good.
I guess that's true. It's like a bad shooter in the NBA.
Exactly.
They're still in the NBA.
Stacey says they are rebooting Buffy the Vampire, which
Really?
I love that show. It's getting a Hulu pilot order.
Are they gonna, are
Chloe Zhao is going to direct it.
Whoa.
Oh, I would watch this.
Are they going to reboot Angel too? Or are they just going to bring it all back?
Bring Angel back. Didn't Angel go kind of nuts?
I don't remember.
I know Carpenter did. She went a little nuts.
Oh, really?
That was my girl back in the day.
KG says, not Kevin Garnett, watch the O.J. Simpson documentary Murder Trial on Netflix. What a series. Highly recommend. This isn't Made in America. Is this a different one?
Is he talking about the one that was made by
Ryan Murphy?
The guy who was used to work for TMZ. He made one.
American Manhunt, that one. That must be this. I've never seen this one. So it just came out like last week.
Oh no, that's not it.
Okay.
There's one that's made. It's kind of like made like a documentary based on news reports. I watched that, and Brunt's is an expert. Brunt's loves it.
Yeah.
And I said, Brunt, you got to watch this. There's stuff you've never seen before about OJ. And he's like, okay. And he watches like, oh my god, I'm 2 episodes in, and yeah.
I rewatched once, maybe twice, the Made in America, which is the 30 for 30.
Yeah, that's
which was
incredible.
ridiculously good.
Yeah.
I've not seen this new documentary though. Yeah, part of it is like, is there really going to be anything new in there? But I guess if you're
This
saying
one
there's new
had
stuff-
all kinds of new stuff. It was done by one of the reporters who covered it. And I believe he was a TMZ guy, but at the time he was a local reporter for one of the LA TV stations, and he covered it. And he went over some stuff. You're like, oh my goodness, this is really good.
Fascinating. All right, so there you go. Those are some recommendations. And obviously Severance, which we spent a whole segment on.
Got to watch it.
And Sue has responded, by the way. Susan. She says, it is Sue, as in Susan.
Yeah,
So,
I got it.
Yeah.
When you
We
say
figured-
Sue, I think in
Yeah,
Dominican. I thought maybe he was listening.
Yeah, that would have been really nice.
Pretty excited.
Probably not, though. I made fun of that one time that he crashed the car like 4 times in a row on that street. You remember
He's
that?
a big guy. The car's not very big. He's kind of stuck.
Yeah, I guess.
Was
that's
he
true.
driving a Geo?
I don't think so.
I guess that's true. All right, we'll come back. Michael might be here. He might not. Either way, we'll talk about what's for dinner on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
All right, so last night we had the awesome, now I can't even remember what the name of it is.
What
did I have? Yeah, it was an Italian dish. It's layered.
Fettuccine, carbonara,
Lasagna.
Good Lord. We were just talking about memory.
I forgot too.
I'm having leftover lasagna. I'm also going to have a salad. I don't think I'll have any garlic bread tonight, though. So I'm just going to do leftovers because I got a busy night. So I got to eat something that I can heat up really quick.
Right, understood.
Making things.
Yeah, I made red beans and rice. I made red beans last night.
Yeah,
with ham hocks and sausage, and so we're gonna have that tonight.
What is ham? You mentioned this, and Nick said he's never had
I got
it before.
smoked ham hocks too, which they
hock?
sell over at Baker's. It's basically the hock down there.
Okay.
Yep. And so I got some smoked ones. Boil those with it. The meat all falls off the bone, so it's red beans tonight.
Nice.
Last night we had some delicious, amazing stuffed peppers. They were so good. I love stuffed peppers.
It seems like you hated them.
No,
I'm making fun. I don't stuffed peppers. So what they made is what you call stuffed cabbage.
Except it wasn't cabbage.
Rice. It's either chicken. So when you make stuffed cabbage, you don't actually eat you wrap the cabbage around it.
It's not
like
what
a
we
wrap.
did,
I know, but you put it in a bell pepper.
Yes.
Yes. You put all the ingredients from stuffed cabbage into a bell pepper.
And that's a stuffed pepper?
For them, yeah. Not for us.
Okay.
Because Michael's version of a stuffed pepper, because apparently there can only be one kind of
What's
stuffed
your
pepper.
version of a stuffed pepper?
So it's got French bread, it's got shrimp, onions, a little bit of garlic, breadcrumbs on top.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought
that's a stuffed pepper.
I think I'm on Nick's side on this one.
Thank you, Josh.
Yeah.
Yes.
That
Surprisingly.
that thing is like you go back east, that's very popular.
Yeah.
Because a lot of Polish people and Czech people back there too.
Yeah. So that's what you had last night, or
Yes.
that's what you're having
tonight? We're doing enchiladas.
Enchiladas. Is that the euphemism?
Nope.
Somehow
Green or red chili?
I don't know.
Enchiladas
I'll find
turned
out.
You make them
into
both what they call that?
into a euphemism on
Christmas.
the show.
Nice.
Which I don't like. All right, that's what's for dinner.
Euphemism.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
came because I wanted to leave Bigger Dog Reaction because Gary, we went 2.5 hours. Gary, I wanted to go home to eat enchiladas, and everyone's like, "Oh, he just wants to get home and have sex."
Oh.
No, it's a Saturday. I'm watching college football.
So
What are we
now
talking about here?
enchiladas mean sex.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
yeah.
I'm glad I know that.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Late last week, we learned that Nebraska Athletics has selected Aramark as their new concession provider.
I did hear about that. Coach was talking about eating over there.
Yeah, this line made me laugh. They expect to double annual revenue because then I thought, how are they going to double the revenue annually unless it's going to come out of our pocket? So congrats, everybody. Maybe the food will be better, but you're probably going to have to pay.
Yeah,
more.
see, it depends on where you're from. Obviously, I know people love the food.
Card only.
I'm not a fan.
At Memorial Stadium?
No,
it
not a fan of the
sucks.
food. And
It's horrible.
It needs to be much better. Even the bratwurst I had last year, when they had the chili and cinnamon rolls, which I won't eat. So I went down to the 5th floor and I got the brat. The brat was horrible.
Yeah, it's
It
garbage.
wasn't cooked well. It was
Correct.
not good.
Yeah. So,
Food needs to be better.
Yeah. I'll pay a little bit more if the food's actually good.
Definitely.
I like
but it
good
doesn't
food.
have to be expensive.
No.
NFL's showing you that. How many
know.
NFL parks aren't making you pay a lot? You can
wild.
do it without it being expensive.
Yeah, it's really not that difficult.
No, you can already make a ton of money. A hot dog's like 50 cents.
There you go.
Make them well.
Michael, that was awesome.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming in.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank
Chef
you,
Boyardee is on the picture.
Yeah, you like that? I
is
made
cool.
that.
When we're back tomorrow, Mike Schaefer will join us. Also, Mitch Holtis will stop by.
Boo!
Dumb debates and more as we get ready for hoops. John has hoops. I have hoops.
And then baseball soon.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge moment. For Michael, for Nick, I'm Josh. Have a great night. Goodbye.
Goodbye.